Hello, and welcome to Edge of Empire. This is our third episode of the year. We are slightly delayed, and I think, Grain, do you want to? We already said you're okay with people.
No. So I had some serious issues with my heart over the last month, so I'm off for a bit. But fingers crossed, everything's going in the right direction now. So just hoping I'll get better. But yeah, it was pretty traumatic. It's just
Pushing you well and stuff. So
thank you. It's very kind.
I've finally unpacked my rucksack to not have to travel up the north, so that's good.
Well, that's fucking cursed it.
yeah, because we're not attending the event in Stockport this month.
No, but I had an emergency go bag should it be required. So
yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah, I've got I had one for my for a relative as well until they finally got better.
Yeah, I mean now it's cursed it. Well done, Chris. The problem is when
you'll be fine
when you have something like this, right? Is one of the hardest things is to think, okay, I'm okay now, right?
Yeah.
Because it's like you almost don't want to kind of tempt fate, if you see what I mean. And so that's been quite difficult, actually, just to sort of go, okay, this has been really bad. But at some point, I'm going to have to sort of get my confidence back a little bit, just trying to. So I'm trying to sort of build things up day by day and do a little bit more each day. But yeah, it's one of those things where I think it's a great analogy here. In ancient Greece, when they had a good harvest, the farmers would go into the field and like shout to the sky that they've had a bad harvest, because it was like figured that if they told the gods they had a bad harvest, then the gods would leave them alone. And sometimes that's kind of sort of talking about this or saying, oh yeah, this is where I'm at. It feels like I'm almost calling in trouble from the gods above. So at the moment I'm sort of in the field shouting at the gods saying this is a bad harvest.
So we're all wishing Graham to get better soon, and hopefully we'll be playing games again. Well, we are playing games tomorrow.
We're going to try and have a game tomorrow, aren't we? So there we go.
Okay. So right. So tonight, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be taking a look at the new releases, giving an update on what we've been up to hobby-wise, and then State of the Union. And then we've been doing something we spoke about for a couple of months. We're going to look at the free main apps for building your lists, other than Excel and pen and paper, and sort of comparing our experiences in building lists with them and sort of the kind of output you get with them. So, so that's fun. Yeah. Hey guys, we've got Greg from the Imperial Truth here, the grandfather of all heresy podcasts. Well, father, I don't know. This is
not as old as Graham.
This is true. Well, it's like not by much though, but
enough. I haven't got a 5 at the start of my age. I'm the other side of 40. I'm nearer 40 than I am 50 for another 9 months or so.
That's good to know. Yeah. So we've got you on because you've got a raffle going on. So why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
Indeed. So a little bit of background. 5 years ago now, we were expecting our first child, and unfortunately, he was pronounced dead when Emma was in labour. So really late on. Yeah. Turns out that and people, I'm sure, or anyone listening or watching, the chances are someone who's been through something very similar. We were incredibly helped by various charities, including SANS being one of them. This is, of course, in the UK, but one of them was Abigail's Footsteps, and they are a baby loss charity who probably the biggest thing that we had is a cold cot in the room that we had in the hospital, and that cold cot basically allows you to spend more time with your child, because babies, children, then they haven't got the full structure we've got as adults, so they deteriorate quicker. So you are talking about a very short window.
Yeah.
Without a cold cort, the cold cort just extends that and allows you completely invaluable time. Like I can't, unless you're in that situation, there's no way to describe how invaluable.
So it's like every little minute is.
Yeah, and you know what? We left the hospital earlier than some people did. So we got value out of it, but other people get even more value out of it. And with a lot of these charities, you hear, I'm banging on about Abigail's Footsteps because I've been in that situation. But you absolutely do not know what you need unless you know someone who's been through it or you've been through it yourself.
Yeah.
And there were some other things they did as well. We also I was very keen to get counselling because I've had counselling before when years ago going through some stuff and lost some people and things. And they had 6 sessions of counselling for Emma and myself. We used it as we had 4 together and 1 each. And various other things they did as well. I also do training for midwives and, any healthcare professionals that are involved in that.
Yeah.
Again, having the nurses, we were at Tunbridge Wells Hospital, and one of the nurses actually turned around, we thanked them, she said, "I'm not here to push babies out, that's easy. I'm here for situations like this." And again, they were so brilliant that we didn't even think about it. So all of that, because it is the worst time in the world.
Yeah.
So anything that can help that. And as I say, we came out of that. I had to announce, we were talking about the baby on the show.
Yeah.
So on the podcast, I had to talk about it. And I had a lot of people kind of saying, we've been through almost exactly the same, been through cinema. And the good thing about Abigail's is that, it's baby loss. It's not specific, anything like that. So anyone who's been through loss of a baby can access this support. And so, let's raise some money for them because these cold cots, they cost about £2,800.
Yeah.
They're not cheap. They want 2 in every hospital in the country. That's their aim. We raised some money the year after Jackson, when it got around to our birthdays, and I think we sent ours up to Darlington, up your way.
Yeah.
I don't quite know how far up north it is. I just know it's up north.
It's not too far from me. It's next town over kind of thing.
Sure, yeah. I think ours went to Darlington. I can't remember. So I thought, I want to raise money again. Emma and I have talked about different ways of doing it. We've done other things, but what can I do within what I do? I know that the wargaming community can be very supportive. And I also know, again, a few people who've been through various things.
Yeah.
I have no discernible talent. So I'm limited in what I
know what you mean, yeah.
No one's buying a model I paint, right? And if they do, it's out of pity.
Sounded horrible.
Right? It's true. It's true, right?
I know what you mean, yeah.
I try and paint between the lines. So there's, I could do other things, but I thought I want to do something around heresy models.
Yeah.
Well, what do I have? Well, I happen to know quite a few painters.
A lot of painters, yeah.
Yeah, and some of these people I didn't know, but some I did. Neil
pop
Hollis.
Pop up the models now. Oops.
Get me off the screen. That's much better. So, we'll run through everyone, but there are 2 Slayer Sword winners involved.
Yep, I saw
Neil
that.
Hollis
And I
and
was
Richard Gray. Yeah, there are various other Golden Demon winners, and then what I've done is try to reach this out. That's Colin Ward's Ultramarine there.
Yeah.
Colin Ward. That's Ben's Paintings, Sons of Horus.
Yeah.
So I thought, there's a few I didn't know, but I knew of or had links to.
Yeah.
Some I cold called, but some I reached out to were very helpful. I want to say Miles's Blood Angels particularly nice. Henry Steele from Cult of Pain. This idea has been in my head since the summer, and it took a number of months to reach out to people to get answers back, and some people didn't answer back. I aimed high, and not everyone.
I mean, it's not wrong with aiming high. I mean, you've got some incredible painters who've responded.
Yeah, absolutely, and they gave up their time free of charge. They sent the models over, all that stuff. bit interesting dealing with some of them. Bless them.
Yeah.
Neil, I can give Neil a bit of grief because he used to be on the show.
Yeah.
So I'll always give Neil a bit of grief. So the idea was to have a representative for each legion
Mhm.
that was sort of could be in the style of the old Black Book
Yeah.
color pages. That was the kind of brief I gave, and we have varying levels here. It's all very well being able to paint, but the amount of time, like how much time does someone put into this? Like, these aren't going to be Golden Demon winning pieces because the amount of time involved in that is not fair to expect of someone.
Yeah.
So some are done in different styles, some are done in different. Like Brennan's here is very much like the work, his white scars he does on Instagram. Some of the others were people wanting to challenge themselves, all that. So we got round to eventually kind of start of the year getting the process running, and then a few hiccups, and as you will, and eventually we've ended up with 18 Marines by 18 painters to represent the legions. And they're on a display plinth. I've actually got a second display plinth coming as well, and I will probably send both out. Maybe I'll keep one. I'll have a talk with whoever wins, I think.
No, I pressed the button twice.
No worries. So I just want to run through to say thank you to all the people involved. We've got Rob Medwell's Miniatures did the Dark Angels, Pete the Wargamer doing Emperor's Children, Tyler Mengel doing the Iron Warriors you can see, Brendan Baker doing the White Scars, Richard Gray did the Space Wolf, Caleb Wissenbach from CK Studios doing the Imperial Fist, Neil Hollis doing the Night Lords, Miles is Blood Angels from Little Legends, Stu from Miniature Realm Studios. Stu from the Geno 5.2, doing the Iron Hands. Ollie from Broadsword Wargaming, doing the World Eaters. Colin Ward doing the Ultramarines. M. Durant, the ex Electric Eve, the ex GW.
Presenter.
Darcy Bono, because she painted 1,000 Suns for me, and the USPS managed to deliver it back to her almost 4 weeks after she sent it because it wasn't going to arrive.
I just miss a connection there, but who was what did Emma do?
Em did the Death Guard.
I thought that
might
was
have
the
said
case.
something else. Sometimes I have a habit of.
No, the connection just dropped out for a second.
Oh, sorry.
I thought it was going to be her Death Guard because she when she was working at GW on the Warhammer Fest at the last one in Coventry, she sort of did sessions on teaching how to paint the Death Guard, and I sort of sat and watched that, and it was
she's got a Death Guard army as well, or building one. So I want to thank Darcy. We haven't actually got her 1,000 Suns. We've got Zoe Tankpot Zoe. She jumped in last minute and got me a model within a few days. Like amazing. Just thank you so much to Zoe. We got Spence Paints doing Sons of Horus, Henry from Cult Paint doing the Word Bearers, Liam Paints Minis doing the Salamanders in his classic style. We had I can't remember the name. I'd have to get. I feel so bad. SM Battle Reports. One of their painters did the Raven Guard. I can't remember his name. I so apologise for that. And then Josh Omegon. Omegon Edge doing the Alpha Legion. So some very kind of prominent heresy names, but also spreading out. I want this to hit as many people as possible.
It really has.
That's the idea,
first one of all of them there.
So and then the idea was the display base was actually one of the trickiest things to do. It's quite a large space to display 18 models really well. But this I got my co-host Howard to. I sent him some ideas. We played around a bit. This was my kind of final design. Was then the winner can display these models however they want. At the end of the day, but here's just a cool way of doing it. The nine loyalists, 9 traitors on either side. I think it works well. You could put them up in number order. You could put them up in your favorite order, whatever. But and there's even magnet holes in the display base as well. If you want to magnetize
that's cool.
them. I wasn't going to do that because I don't want to muck it up, but the winner can do that. I just think it's a really unique piece at the end of the
It is.
day.
It is. It's a
Like,
really, really, really cool piece of art. And,
yeah.
I mean, the bases themselves are works of art in themselves. I mean,
I did 2 of those.
did
I
you?
had to rebase 2 of them. Yeah.
Ah.
So forgive 2 of them. But yeah, again, this is very much. If I could hobby, I would have said don't base them, and I would have made a display piece
Yeah.
to base them on. But because I'm limited, I thought this was a better way to display them, and then
Yeah.
people can move them around and stuff. And also, as well, it allows people. Again, we got some very simple basing, like the 2 I did, and then we got some more involved basing. But they can also, if people wanted to, like the iron hands there.
Oh, I just lost you for a second
So
there. Sorry, just lost you for
yeah,
a second there.
sorry. So the iron hand Stu's put on a snowy base there
Yeah.
just to contrast the model, so that makes it stand out and cool. I'm all for that. So yeah, it's gone live. We're running a Just Giving page, which isn't ideal for raffles, but there is no good raffle online.
Yeah,
raffle
it's really
system.
hard to do raffles
unless you've got a limited number of tickets, and then there is new systems. But it was a bit whatever. I've done raffles on Just Giving before, so it's a little bit more work for me. That's fine. And because it's all 18 models is one prize. This is one prize.
Yeah.
It's £10 a ticket through Just Giving. So for each full £10 given, you will get a ticket, and I will draw the winner as and when it finishes. I think it's the 12th of next month, so 12th of May.
12th of May. And the aim is to get enough for one of the cold cots.
I've set my target at £2,800, which is a cold cot. They've got so much going on, as with all charities.
Yeah.
It's so
as you
hard.
said, it's the counselling as well. All
counselling. They've got. I say even the training they do. There's not enough training for people involved, and you hear horror stories. Thankfully, not touch wood, that's the wrong phrase, but thankfully we had really supportive people. But you hear someone who's not quite with it, or who's a bit old fashioned, because they used to take babies away and just say you don't need to see them. We were lucky. We were like, what do you need? Spend as long as you want with the baby. And this was right at the start of COVID as well. They were literally, when we went into hospital, there was nothing, there was talk, and then they started taking names of everyone who was in the hospital while we were there. So it was a horrible, weird time.
Yeah.
But if you had someone come up and go, come on, you could try for another one, or something like that at the wrong time.
Yeah, it would have been,
it
could absolutely devastate someone.
Yeah. So little things like that as well. And they support there's other charities that they help out and things who've helped try, and they've changed the law recently on when a child is deemed to, like, when you get a certificate, basically, to say a death certificate.
Yeah, you get the sort of like to say the child was born.
Yes, indeed, because that's an issue. Before, I can't remember what week it is now, like 26 weeks, maybe before that. And you hear horror stories where like twins have been born either side of that dividing line. So one officially, one was official and one's not. That kind of crazy stuff. So there's so much around it. I say, as with everything, but we were just trying to do our little bit here.
Well, I'm sure. Hopefully, the community can raise a decent amount of money, and we can get that done, and someone will have a very awesome prize.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Yeah, I say, just to remind again. So the link, you're going to put the link up. If you want to find us on Twitter, Imperial_Truth. I'm also at Childofang on Twitter and Instagram. And there's a Facebook page if you search for the Imperial Truth as well.
I'll put the links on the in the notes.
And it's on Just Given. It's Heresy Raffle by the Imperial Truth. And I say it's £10 a ticket. We can't do gift aid because it's a raffle. So if you click gift aid, they have to cancel it at the end. So don't worry about it. It's fine. You have to click a box, I think, to share your details with me. If you don't do that, I won't be able to contact you. So you can't be in with winning it, unfortunately.
I mean, some people might just
If you want to give money, that's
Yeah, give
fine.
money, yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. There's a couple of people who've not given the £10. They just want to support the charity, and
Yep.
that's fantastic. We only launched 24 hours ago,
Yep.
and we got 10% of the money. I'm not the best with social media. I'm having one of the people involved kind of nudge me and say, "What are you doing? What are you doing?
Right.
Come on."
We've shared it on our link, and I'm going to share it later as well on other medias.
Yeah, and I'm going to be posting throughout the next month.
Yep.
With more detailed bits and pieces of models and stuff like that. So yeah.
I'll get it into our local clubs as well.
Sorry?
I'll get it shared into our local clubs as well. So.
Oh, bless you. Yeah, it's just again, it's a chance to own a cool thing. Whether I would do this again or not with 18 painters, I would be more select. And this is some of these people I love. Don't get me wrong, but I would be more select with who some people.
Warhammer players can be like herding cats sometimes.
Yeah, I will. I tell you what, for all that people talk about the people who get to send stuff from GW who are very good at posting them on that day, on the release date. Some of them were really on it, and some of the other ones, some of my most favorite ones were a bit more of a like, dude, the time has been and gone, and I do not have a model. I ended up collecting 6 from America, well 5 from America, because Darcy never made it to me.
Yeah.
So when I was at Adepticon,
awesome.
Yeah. Wonderful. Right. Thank you, guys.
Brilliant.
Thank you for having me on the show. It's the first time.
Is it?
I think it is.
It might be. Oh, we'll have to have you on again at some point, because it's been a while since we've seen each other. So,
indeed, where you are too far up north.
Yeah, we're all up there, and we haven't run events for a little while. So,
well, there's one for you. Be aware. I have a news coming on an event which isn't up north, but it's certainly more north than we are.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just love to go to some events. It's just been a bit of a funny old year. So,
yeah, tell me about it.
Yeah. All right, I will. That's fantastic. Cheers, Greg.
Nice one. Cheers, Michael.
Okay. Right. New releases. So there's been a few. Actually, there's been quite a few, relatively speaking, isn't there? So, we'll start off with. There's my slides button for this. New release. So the first one is Battlefield Trophies. I don't know what you think of these, but there's some of them are all right. Obviously relevant. You've got your Cadian type heads, your general skulls. But quite a lot of them are obviously 40k-ish, but some dead skulls there. But yeah,
all right. But I don't know I'd ever want to buy them particularly. I mean, not for £24 anyway.
Yeah, 24. But I mean, they're £20 40 element game, but it's not. Yeah.
Not. I mean, I'm sure there's a place for them somewhere, but yeah, maybe more 40k than Heresy by the look of that.
I have the skull. How much are the skulls? Because I got them with one of the magazines. They didn't the skulls. Citadel skulls with the £20.50. I think you get a bit.
Yeah, the skulls little box is a stupid amount. It's got like 3 or 4 sprues. I think it's crazy. Like,
sprues, and a lot of them are just general human souls.
I'm sure you could probably find some other stuff on like Etsy and whatnot.
Heavy support. Did you get one of these in the end, Graham? Or did you?
No, I didn't actually. So for my list for Heresy Camp, I need 2 of the Krioses, right? So I was like, I don't know if I'm going to have time, but as it turns out, I haven't got time. So I thought, well, I want 2 Krioses, but I don't really need, although they're cool, and I could probably find a place for them in my army at some point. I don't really need those models right now. So I was, and also just to add further woe, the company that I work for, there's been a big sweeping round of redundancies again. So I didn't really want to start spending lots of money. But I'd already ordered 2 of the, the Moritan. We spoke to the chat from Moritan. All those.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I bought 2 of their like the sort of tank hunter tanks because I thought they look quite different. And so I bought 2 of those, and I was going to use those as the sort of a proxy for the Krioses because they weren't available. But of course now they are available. But I'm still going to stick with it. I think they look really cool when they're painted up, sort of dark mechanicum. I might sort of try and chuck some cogs on them or something to make them look a little bit more like that. But I think they'll look all right. So I haven't put them together yet. It's my job for this week.
110 or £93.50 at Element Games, and it's still available, which is
Yeah. It's a pretty good value. I mean, the last version of the big lad he's pretty useful actually. I mean, he's not incredibly useful, but he's still useful.
well, we'll come on to it. We've got them coming later, but I think it works out as you pretty much get the Krios for free.
Yeah, it's not bad.
It's a shabby, and you're going to use all this. It's not like there's a thing that you think I'm buying it for the sake of,
Well, the correct is a bit
65, and the Thanatar is 63.25. So yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I had a look at it, but yeah, not for me right now. Maybe later. And again, I might buy them individually as and when.
But the Arcator Magisterium, a sort of
Oh, that's right. It's sort of assassin thing.
Oh no,
That's a very cool model. Are there heresy rules for it?
yes, it's a heresy model.
it's a heresy model.
Oh my word.
It's in the book.
Which book is it in? Do we recall? Is it in the mech book or is it? I'll look for you. 2 tips.
She's got rules in there, but yeah, she looks really cool. She's got a little attendant as well, just to sort of scribble down the. But the law is basically she judged others guilty of tech heresy and hands out the punishment. A paragon blade and an architect.
What's that? Achilles Decima Invictus? No. Oh, crikey. Oh yeah, here we go. I got it here. Right.
I hate this book so much.
Move 7, weapon skill 5, skill 5, strength 5, toughness 5, 2 wounds. Initiative 4, 2 attacks though. Leadership 10, pretty cool. What's it got? It's got a composant staff, an architect, mechanical protector, which I think is in the 4+ in one. Cortex controller. Nice. Can take other guns as well, and it's got firing protocols. So not quite sure. It can be joined by. Oh, it can actually go with Vorax or an Artilax. So that's pretty cool. That with an Artilax would be quite cool. Mind you, isn't the Artilax got like a jump pack? That's quite cool. So yeah.
Next week is
It gets rerolls against failed to wounds against dreadnoughts, automata, and Primarch as well.
Nice.
So it's not shabby.
She's £28.50, as is the next model, a Secutari Axiarch. So this guy comes with the shield and the sting. It's the sort of what's it called? You've got the type of the mag arc lamps. That's it.
Oh, right. Oh yeah. It's a cool model.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have used the Skitari Marshal.
Yeah, he's a nice model as well. Yeah. I quite like him.
Yeah.
You don't see him anymore, though, do you? I mean, I haven't seen the sort of Skitari-esque models for ever. I guess because you've got Titan Mantle, haven't you? Or can you take them as Mechanicum now?
You can't take them as Mechanicum, but you can take them. They sort of form a state.
Oh, that's right. Now Titan,
But because they're sort of close allies. I can't remember the Sworn Brothers. They can still
Yeah.
do the transport. The
Can they? I thought that's the one thing you can't do if you're Sworn Brothers.
Oh, don't make me look this up again.
telling me and swearing down.
Oh,
Put them
hang on. Sworn Brothers. Not even Sworn Brothers can embark on allied models with the transports on board.
Thank you. Now,
Fair enough.
unless there's some weird ass thing where they become Mechanicum for all intents and purposes, you can't. Otherwise, you'd be chucking in your lovely custodies in Spartans every day of the week.
Don't. I'm getting slightly too happy about that. Right, the thought of that.
Yeah, same here after doing. Anyway,
Yeah.
so yeah, nice model. Just don't see them anymore. It might be interesting to put some in, but I've not really looked at this. I've actually got an upgrade kit somewhere, and I've got somebody at work gave me the battle box with the Skitarian.
Oh yeah.
So I actually got that, so I could make some. And maybe I'll do that. But I've got so many things to make at the moment; it's just nuts. If anybody does know a way of giving them access to termites, let us know, because obviously we might have it wrong. But I'm pretty sure that's a no-no. But you know how rules are these days. They're not so much rules, more like
I don't think they're guidelines anymore, are they? They're just vague. Yeah.
Body to go in them.
yeah.
Secretary. I used to put Secretary in them in the old list.
You did with Haywire. Jump up and take out a Titan with Haywire.
Yeah, they were absolutely fantastic for that. Right, next up we have an Iron Hands Praetor. £28.50 in power armor, no Terminator 1 yet. But yeah, he's quite cool. He's got a grav pistol and power fist.
I don't know. He looks like he's trying a bit hard, if I'm honest. There's a lot going on there for sure. That's what they do. But yeah, I wouldn't particularly fancy painting that, to be honest with you, because it looks like there's a lot of shenanigans required.
So
it's a very high deal.
If you look at those the two models, the Axiarch and the Praetor, sort of flick between the two, I would hesitate to guess. There's an awful lot of very similar design elements.
Like, yeah, I mean, I guess that's
the right eye being the scope, the gorget, the whole thing,
skull. Yeah,
skull.
I guess that's I mean, the Iron Hands by their nature aren't they closely linked with the Mechanicum? So fair play, I guess.
Yeah.
It's a theme.
It's a theme.
Like that segmented Glorica armor, for example.
Yeah. But yeah, so he seemed to go down well. Next model is
he's out of stock, so I mean he's flown off the shelf. So.
And the on Heresy Trading, people desperately begging for this one and the Warhammer World exclusive version, which I think looks better. But this is
Iron Hands, Iron Warriors, isn't it?
Iron Warriors, sorry, Warsmith.
Careful.
Hammer and a disintegrator pistol.
Actually, I don't like that hammer. The whole thing looks great, apart from that hammer, which just looks ridiculous. It's like half a building he's got at the end of that.
I quite like it. I like the fact that it looks like it has jet engines at the back of it.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, that would not be what it is, but I like that idea that it's sort of. I can't think what film it is, but there's some sort of.
There is definitely something, isn't there? Is it a game or a film? I can't remember. There's something.
No, there was a film or game where this hammer.
Yeah, that had like a rocket system.
Rocket at the back of it.
Yeah.
No, it comes to me.
Anyway, also it looks like he's fallen into the JCB factory though.
he has. He's the new JCB representative in America.
Yeah, in America, yes, to get round tariffs. I mean, what is that at the back there? Is it a digger?
Is it? Has he got a bucket arm?
I was going to say, is it like a mini digger for doing his patio with, or something? I don't know.
It's a servo arm, isn't it? But
yeah, but it doesn't look very.
Not keen on the head, the non-helmet head.
Yeah. Okay. I
think the announcement, the non-helmeted head had a nice big mustache. Looked a bit like Freddie Mercury.
Well, that was okay then.
Well, Iron Warriors, they want to break free. That makes
They want to
perfect
break
sense.
free. That's absolutely right. They totally do. Okay.
Oh,
I'm with you. I think the Tash would have been better with
I
Freddie.
think the Tash would be infinitely better. Didn't they have a song, The Hammer, as well? Queen?
How would have fallen?
Well, as a fall, there you go. You see, it all.
One of the finest albums, The Works. I think that's a brilliant album.
It's a cracking album. I think that's.
Yeah, it's all. It's
There
all
we go. The Iron Warriors clearly heavily
Clearly.
Queen inspired.
heavily inspired. Very cool.
Next one is a Space Wolf, the caster of Rune. So
This is the non-psyker.
Yeah.
he's £28.50, armed with these runic apps and his sort of.
Actually, I have a little bit of a confession to make about Space Wolves.
Uh-oh.
You know that I said that literally at the bottom of the very lowest circle of hell.
Yeah.
I think you've said this. Certainly, words to that effect have come up
about Space Wolves. Well, a few months ago, I was playing Rogue Trader.
Yes.
Which I thoroughly recommend, by the way. It's a fantastic thing. If you like Baldur's Gate, play Rogue Trader. It's absolutely excellent. But there's actually, I kind of found a likable Space Wolf character, which was like, oh, actually, yeah, okay, I can kind of see where you guys are going from. They were very cool. I was like, oh, not you as well, Graham. This is the one bastion. This is the one line.
This is it.
The one line you won't, I will never.
No farther. They'll go, no, yeah, that's it. That's it.
Yeah, so what do you think of
You've succumbed to the marketing.
I don't know. I don't really.
Yeah, it's a bit. It's okay.
It's all right.
The fact that I expect that guy without his helmet on to be making me a double venti macchiato.
He's got
with some locally sourced coffee beans,
avocado toast.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a little bit too. I prefer the kind of full-on Norse shaggy god look for a Space Wolf. If I'm honest with you.
Yeah.
I'm kind of down. I'm down for that.
Not someone that cycles.
Somebody like you say, like that they've gone for style over, rather than drinking mead in a longhouse. He looks more like.
But he does. He just makes his own mead, and sells it at local farming. That's what he does.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. So, I mean, the model's pretty cool. But again, I would, don't know.
I think out of those, the Iron Hands, the Iron Warriors, and the Space Wolves models there, he is the least exciting of the three of them, I think.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I think I think you can get Space Wolf heads, can't you? Where I would probably do a head transplant. But yeah, other than that,
it's going to be fairly tricky because you've got that.
Yeah, you're right.
No, I can't remember what it's called now.
It starts with an A.
It's the alphabet.
Psychic hood.
That's it. Yeah, he doesn't need because he's not a psychic.
It doesn't start with a hood. A psychic hood. That's what
exactly.
Is it called a psychic hood now? I can't remember.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, it sounds. I'm concerned about how your books are all organised. Not, it's you use the prefix like A's and thes to organise.
That's true.
Okay. Everything is just in T in your.
Yeah. All right. What was
one? I think this one didn't go down quite so well. The Loyalist Heralds, whose banner is basically a towel he just grabbed from the bathroom.
That's probably I bet they sell those, in the Imperial Fist gift shop.
I'm not fussed about the banner. I'm pretty sure you could transplant a banner onto that relic.
There's stuff in the commands sprue that you could definitely use. But to be fair, the base model, if you ignore the banner, is pretty good with his I like his robo leg.
Sorry?
I like his robo leg.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're making Space Marines, it's probably like, oh my god, how am I going to make a new interesting one? But I quite like he's got that kind of the sash round him, so he denotes himself as a.
This for a basis of some sort of maybe an armistice or something like that.
An armistice? That's a heavy weapons guy.
Take away his power fist, put a heavy weapon on him.
He's a rogue. You know what he's like. He's just
Yeah, that's a bit off.
Could make a lot of difference.
Yeah, I guess so. Right, it's okay as Herald's go. That's from old.
I think he looks a lot better.
He looks like he means business. The other one looks like he means to sell you something or re-invite you to a toga party. This guy's going to chop your knackers off.
Yeah, I mean that.
Yeah.
like
He's got that kind of. Are you talking to me? Look about him, hasn't he? You know?
he's got that. I've used the My Chemical Romance look about him. That's what
He does. It. The unhelmeted version is very disturbing. Yeah, he's definitely full on emo. But yeah, I think it's a good model. But then there's a lot of. I mean, you've got Malagasy Twisted.
Yeah.
You know, as well. Probably, I don't know if he's more expensive, but yeah, it's all right. It's resin, isn't he?
Resin.
These are resin as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. I think I've got about 1,000 different heralds. So
Malaghurst is £37.50.
Okay, so not £10 more expensive.
Yeah.
Herald is a really good, I think, an excellent HQ choice. Yeah, you're right.
You've got a body, an extra body, you know, either by 3D printing or Etsy or whatever. You've got 2 heralds in that set. You can put one in the command squad and then just have a separate herald.
Okay. What's going on with the? Yeah, cool. Okay, no worries.
Okay, next we have the Loyalist Overseer concept.
Oh, he's a bit much, isn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, he's a bit disco stew, if I'm honest.
There's a lot going on.
But
yeah,
he'd make an excellent chaplain as well.
True enough.
Yeah, I think too many colours on that particular.
I think I'd have just stuck with the black, so not put the yellow in. But that's just me.
Yeah, they're quite strong colours with the red, the yellow, and the.
Yeah, there is. I mean, the black and gold's nice. But yeah, I guess if you were going to, you could definitely convert him, couldn't you, to a chaplain? He'd be all right as a chaplain. Well, what are you going to give him for a weapon?
Well, he's got that pole,
yeah, you could use that as a Crozius.
Yeah, it's basically a Crozius.
It's a little bit on the I expected that to be slightly larger for a Crozius, but yeah, okay, fair enough.
You don't want to look at the Phimara's Crozius then, mate.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I mean the Angels 40k chaplains Crozius is fractionally larger, I would say. It's not.
What about the happy chap that is the unhelmeted version?
Yeah, no, I like that. I like the unhelmeted.
Look at him. He's loving life.
He is living his best life.
Yeah.
He's got some base level humans to.
I expect that he's probably very busy between December the 1st and December the 20th for hiring himself out for children's parties.
That's what he's doing. He's overseeing the Christmas Hill.
Not to get his job confused. Okay, fair enough.
Right. Next one, you've got a traitor overseer. Quite like this guy. He looks like he can work in a lot of legions and.
Oh yeah, that's more like it.
I mean, they're both going with very different philosophies on management. I
think you're probably right. Yeah,
I think there's
this is very much. I'm inspiring you, and this guy is like, do what I say.
Do I say you get a taste of the lash?
Yeah, there's a definite. Let's have a nice chat performance review, and then there's 60 lashes while you're not paying attention.
You get over there, or I'm going to slap you about with this electro lash.
Yeah.
Okay, governor. Okay. Yeah.
Pick one of these up because I'm liking Solar Auxiliary with
the helmet is super cool. Yeah. There is no getting away from that helmet.
Same thing.
With pretty much any of the Traitor Legions. So
Okay, cool.
okay, the next one is a bit of scenery. It's designed for Necromunda, but
Is this?
it's a Phatos pattern falsified hab module. It's £67.50, and yeah, just a bit of scenery designed for Necromunda Ash Waste, but that would pretty much fits, in that kind of designer ball.
Yeah.
Zone Mortalis, ruined Underhive sector. Again, Mortalis.
Okay, just bits of
Just
shiz.
junk.
£2.50.
Yeah.
Classic scenery is not cheap, man.
Blimey. Oh, I see what you mean. So you can.
I say just get a couple of the Morden Patrol boxes, to be honest, though, because they're boarding action.
I let to sort of simulate damage to the walls and the doors and stuff. Ah, fair enough.
So you want to do like the ruined
I see.
inside of a ship or something like that?
Yeah.
Ship that's already been bashed up and stuff, or on an underhive that's taken some damage.
Try it. Yeah.
Assault tank, £65 or £55 private element games currently. As said, it's not much. It's half the price of the box, even full retail game. So it's that box, reinforces what a good deal that box is if you can use everything from it, of course.
Yeah.
But it's not a bad tank. But I've never actually seen one of them played.
The only one I've ever seen played was I think. Do you remember David Brayton? Was it? He had the 30k channel.
Yeah.
Yeah, two of them in the old edition. That's the only time I've ever seen them used.
They're a nice model, but as I said, I've never seen
They're not massively effective. I think that's the part of the problem, is that there's other things that are much more useful. Yeah, maybe. I guess. I mean, I do like the actual guy who's shooting the sort of gunner, if you like, on this is much better than the resin one. It's got like a lot more going on there. So yeah, it's a cool model. Sorry, yeah. I'm just skipped ahead. Apologies. So yeah, next.
Yeah, Krios battle tank.
Mental.
£45. Again.
I think for Mechanicum, it's a pretty fine tank. It used to be better. And it had like a flare shield and so that.
We know the rule by now, Graham. Come on,
But
I'm
I'm a big fan of the Venator version. 4-shot, strength 9, AP2. I think makes it kind of good against tanks, but also good against Terminators. 36-inch range. Yeah, I've not really looked at that, to be honest with you. And I think in the new rules, you can take 3 of them rather than 2, which you could previously.
And we'll see a lot more of these. They're a very cool model. Then we have the Thanatar. Sorry, that is £45 or £38 25 at Element Games currently. The Siege Automator, £63.20 or £58.70
or
games. Again, this you buy this and the Kraken, so that's basically the heavy support box.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
It's whether you can use them, you can't use one.
I mean, that's 3 heavy support slots right there, right?
Yeah. And of course, the Krios is you can take squadrons, you can use another couple.
Yeah. Do you take the Planetars in multiples?
Yes, you can, I believe.
Yeah,
I don't think you can take them in multiples if you've got the Paragon of Metal one.
No, that's only one model can have Paragon of Metal.
Yeah, one sec.
Yeah, you can watch 3 of them.
Yeah, 3 in the unit.
Wowzers.
And it's an
it's 230 points a model.
Can you mix the standard one?
Yeah.
You just upgrade it. You just can't.
Oh no, I don't think you can actually. Interesting.
I found a single Thanatar Cavus in the Maniple may be replaced with a Calaxix.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can have 2 and 1, or 1 and you take 1 of each, or take 2 and 1.
Yeah.
You can't have all Calax.
Yeah, you can't have all of the Calax, which is a shame actually.
Well, unless you have units of 3, single ones.
Single units. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, sounds. It is tempting because it's such a beautiful one. Yeah.
So a quick look at what that Solex thing does again. I think it's quite a good weapon if I remember rightly.
What was it, sorry?
It used to be
What-
excellent in the last edition.
Oh, the laser gun they got.
The las cannon thing that it's got there.
1, 2, 6. So I was just on the range weapons a second ago.
Nice.
So
48
So-
as well. Yeah. Strength 10 AP2. Strength 10's good. Heavy 3. Armor Bane range shot pulse. So that's not bad. So it can do the stop stuff from shooting thing.
oh, heavy. I mean, 3 shot strength 10 AP2 with armor bane.
It's not bad at all.
Nice.
And it's a long range actually for Armor Bane. 48 is longer range than
Yeah.
anything else.
Yeah.
And they're tough to kill as well because they're toughness 8, if I remember rightly. So it's not bad, not a bad shout actually for the points.
Yeah.
They not,
I
so,
think in that box, the weakest model is the Krarachnos. But
Yeah.
again, it's a cool model, so that might, But the Krarachnos is £63.25 or no, sorry. Have I not got? I've done the Krarachnos. haven't I? Yes, I've done the Krarachnos.
Yeah.
£39.10 at Element Games. I think that it's sort of been universally agreed that the rules for these aren't as good as they were last edition, nowhere near it. But
They're not even close.
cool model.
They are cool models, but they just die so quickly. Because before they nerfed them, their power fists were strength 10.
Yeah.
Which actually made them super useful. But now they've nerfed them, they're strength 8. Also, their initiative's poor, even with the lightning claws. They just heavy bolters just rip through them like they're going out of fashion, or chain axes or whatever.
Still tempted to grab a box because that's 2 units.
I think what I did was I did some surgery on mine to put the lightning claws back on and take the power fists off. The ones that I do have, because I thought the lightning claws were actually marginally better. But yeah,
So I'm specifically for Heresy. You've got a couple of honourable mentions. There was Water Canteen for £25.
provides you moisture. That's what it does.
it's temporary out.
Or if you need to hide the booze, not looking at anyone in particular, you've got something there. There's some Krieg stuff, Krieg Command Squad.
Yeah, that is awesome.
Death Riders, because obviously you've got sort of armoured cavalry in the militia list. Combat Engineers, I'm not sure what you would use these for, but they're an option for something. And Death Corps Reprieve, normal.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could you proxy that little sort of termite tank as a Cyclops? It's about the same size, I think.
40, possibly. It's on a 40 mil base, so it's not too far off.
I mean, I don't think anybody would mind too much, to be
I
honest.
don't think I will mind too much. And you've got an operator there, because for the Solar Auxilia, they have
Yeah.
to have an operator.
They do, yeah. And the rest of this was pretty cool. Grenade launchers. The rest of this was pretty cool. Grenade launchers, had a flamer and a sort of commander there.
Yeah,
I think you could get away with that.
options as well. You can take all shotguns or
Okay. Yeah, I think that's what I would do if I was going to do. If I was going to do my solar again, I think I would do them as Death Corps Krieg.
Yeah.
Cool. And then finally, we've got the Champions of Slanesh. If you're into your late Heresy, Emperor's Children, there, really much everything in there, I think, can be used in Heresy. You got 10 Noise Marines or some. Is it 10 or 12 Noise Marines? There's Cacophony. You've got a squad with bolters and a squad with close combat weapons and pistols. So, just spoilers. So, I think pretty much everything in there can be used, and they've got their individual unit coming next month. But that is pretty much all of the new releases.
Yeah.
Some good useful stuff in there, which is nice. It's not always
Are all helpful. I think the Mechanicum have got a nice boost for their range there. plastic, so it's making them more and more affordable. But obviously, there's still a lot missing. I think in plastic from all ranges, but
Yeah.
the one thing we'll be expecting at some point is Cambodian. Yeah,
Yeah, but who the hell? People keep going on about this. That's what I hear. Who the hell is he?
There's Medea.
He
He,
has a really cool story, the Battle of Terror.
yeah, yeah, he is a super cool guy. You should definitely. I mean, you won't like him instantly because he wears yellow as a particular main color scheme, which is.
Yeah.
But yeah, he is super cool. He has a super cool guest and worth listening.
Yeah, definitely. So let's have a quick roundup of what we've respectively been up to over the last month. Things that we said we would do that we never do. Things that we said we were going to do that we may have actually achieved, and things that we were just dreaming, really. So who wants to kick off? So Chris, let's go with you first.
I'm slowly, and although I have a lot of time on my hands, that time's being spent other ways. But I am slowly working on my secret project, which I got you guys to a little bit more at the weekend, just to help me out on my secret project. But as soon as I can tell more, I will tell more. But until it's
Still secret.
stating period of where I'm happy to share with the world, then yeah. But it's
Very
we're
good.
getting there. It's probably hopefully next month. I'll have some
We'll be on.
something to.
Yeah.
That's about it, really. Yeah. Nothing really. Nothing model wise. Yeah, no, just the project.
Just keep on keeping on. Okay.
Just keep it on.
What about yourself, Mr. B?
Listen, I've actually done quite a lot this month. So I started off with some Drakozans. I painted 2 of them. I just got my auxilia list sort of finished off for Heresy Camp. So 2 Drakozans. I was going to be taking some artillery Earthshaker cannons. I actually want to do some weathering on these, so they're not finished yet. But I guess, it turns out that they count as infantry. But I'm taking the tank list, which says that all infantry have to start transport. The artillery crew can't go in a transport because they have to be attached to the artillery carriage. So you can't take artillery carriages with the list. So it's like,
Oh, yeah, that's a bind.
I had to paint something else to replace that.
Yes.
I've got some Medicaes done. I've got a Medicae with each infantry squad, two
Right.
last rifle sections, and a command squad. So I've printed off some Medicaes, and if I'm ready. I also, because I've got some Cyclopses, so I thought I'm going to print some Cyclops guys, and I found this squad of bomb disposal unit guys.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
These look quite cool. I thought,
That's right.
why would you be not wearing some sort of bomb disposal?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. Good choice.
Sounds sense.
Yeah, so I printed them. Then I've got my the second and last for the time being las rifle section painted up, so they're ready to take on the well, they're going to get out and get shot to death straight away. So
That's rifle section is a 4.
pretty much,
Yeah.
they die. And a Macarius. I'm taking it as a Macarius. I printed this one. But I'm taking it as a Macarius Vanquisher, but I did print all 3 turrets. So I'll be taking it as this Vanquisher, but I've also got the battle cannons and the Vulcan Mega Bolter. Oh, it's not a Vulcan Mega Bolter anymore. It's a...
Yes. Yeah.
I did print this one, first of all, this Macaris is on screen right now, but it's a little bit too space model. So I'm going to be giving that to the Imperial bit. Because it's just, the shape of it, it looks more like a Fellblade type of thing. So
with the rounded turret.
Yeah.
Probably to stop copyright.
Well, it was good while it lasted, chap.
Yeah, excellent. I expect a cease and desist coming shortly.
But I then finished off the Solar Auxiliaries for the Atheon Sentinels. Now, I know they are less than ideal, but I had them. So,
Yep. Okay. I look nice. I like your colour scheme. It's very cool.
Yeah, urban camo is sort of like
Yeah.
what I'm going for. So it just means that if I want to use any of the tanks in sort of like an Imperial militia list or something, I'm just swapping them over. There's no color scheme that ties them to any particular.
Yeah. Sounds good.
If I want to do some like, I don't know, traitor versions of my word bearers.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the advantages, isn't it? Of the so if you paint them in a non sort of canon color, then you can use them from whatever side happens to float your boat. Very
a Warglaive and a Helvering.
Nice.
Help.
Yeah, I don't think you can physically fit the points in. I mean, you might be able to for a push. It's a real pain, but I mean, actually, armatures are pretty good. And the other one, the previous one, is actually a super useful unit, I think.
Yeah, with the
Yeah.
Well, actually, and that chain fist,
Chain blade thing, yeah.
chain blades are really good as well. So, but yeah, I've got some to do for my sort of dark corrupted knights list that I was thinking of doing. Again, I've just stopped buying anything now because I've just got too much stuff to build. I'm getting like you, Mr. B, but without my list of shape, actually, it's probably as bad as, if not close to, Chris's, which is I still think is the absolute pinnacle of lists of things.
That's a shame. This is
Yeah. So I said I was going to get my Dark Mechanicum. It's okay. But I didn't. I kind of did and I didn't. Obviously, being ill, that's knocked me back. But I put together my Dark Mechanicum bits. So that was 3 Phalanx. I think I might have made more than that. I might have made what was on the sprue. And I made. I bought from Etsy, from Ukraine actually, some sort of Dark Mechanicum Magoses with jetpacks, because I want them with the jetpack, so they're really cool. So I'm gonna use those. But and then in terms of, so I built those. I built what else did I built loads of stuff, box full of stuff. Oh yeah, and I built 40, it might even be 60 now. Tech thralls. These are proper chew on. They're not a fun deal.
no, thank you.
But a lot of them, once you realise that the instructions are actually terrible, you can actually get them to build quite quickly. But yeah, and then after that, I've had my Aegis defence line kicking around, but it was looking really, really scraggly, or it was the wrong colour. So I thought I'll paint this up with a sort of dark blue colour scheme, and with the classic kind of Iron Warriors-esque things on them. So yeah, I was pleased how they turned out. Actually, they look well worn, which is what I was going for. So I'm quite pleased. So I've got a properly painted Aegis defence line. I've been using a lot of Aegis defence lines, so I thought I'd paint one of those up. And then the other thing, I kind of went away from them and then realised actually I was missing a trick with them. And then I painted up 10 Assault Marines for the event that was in Harrogate, but unfortunately because I was ill, I wasn't able to go. But these I really enjoyed actually. Now I've got, as you know, I have an aversion to beaky marine heads. So I haven't got beaky marine heads. Again, it's another kind of Etsy purchase. They're more sort of Roman-esque legionary heads, which are much they look cool. So I was quite pleased with the way they turned out. Quite fiddly because obviously painting white on blue is always a fun time. But yeah, they're a great unit actually, and I'll definitely come round to the idea of assault marines being a cool thing to have in your army rather than the tactical marines, even if it is just a question of them getting onto objectives, even if they're not you're going to use them to try and win too many points with. They're just fast, right? And it just helps. So yeah, pleased with those.
What list you were going to be taking to Harrogate?
I do actually, yeah.
Should we run through it in a bit?
We can totally run through it. Let me just
Maybe at the end, just say.
I think the Harrogate event was 2,000 points, so I can quickly rattle through it, if you like. So yeah, I can do. It won't take me long. So what did I have?
It was a funny old restriction.
Yeah, there were some strange things there. So basically, this is what I've got. So I've got a Centurion chaplain, with a boarding shield, the Argent pattern boarding shield, of course, and a Thunder Hammer. That's kind of my classic go-to. And then I've got a Legion Praetor with the Burden of Kings Warlord trait, with a Paragon Blade and the Thunder Hammer. So that's an expensive combo, but it's the way to get a +1 attack, because obviously they're two specialist weapons. And the Thunder Hammer would be good against Dreadnoughts, and the Paragon Blade would be good against infantry. So you're covering both bases. For 180 points, I think it's pretty good. Then I just had a Contemptor with 2 Gravis plasma cannons. I find that super useful, particularly against 10-man las cannon squads. If you're not worried about the retaliation, of course. And I also gave them in the targeting array. 10 points is a bargain, I think, for that. So, if anything, I don't move him anything that comes in deep strike or outflank or whatever, he can open fire. And then the main meat of the army, if you like, was 7 Suzerain, 2 with Thunderhand, 5 with the Legatine Axe, and they would go in a Land Raider Proteus with a multi-motor on the top for lols, and the Centurion and the Praetor would go with them. Obviously, that means that they would lose the heavy, but I wasn't too worried about that. They still have the restriction, of course, for movement and stuff. It just means they don't get the ability to re-roll template saves. And then the aforementioned Assault Squad. So Sergeant with a Power Fist, 1 guy with a Power Lance, 1 with a Power Axe, and Recon Squad with just bolters. So I'll just use them to get on objectives. Then a Tactical Squad, just being a Tactical Squad, basically, troop tax. And then 1 Predator with Predator Cannon and Volkite Culverins on the side, and 3 Vindicators with the Magna Laser Destroyers, which are very, very good, and then a defense line to hide those tanks behind. So that was it.
Yeah.
2,000 points at 1,191. Quite effective, but never got to use.
My list was going to be, now the thing is, one of the things they had was you could only take 1 unit from the legacies, but you couldn't take any militia or demon.
Boom.
Interesting restrictions. So I was taking Solar Auxilia. I had an Armored Fist Demon Rust command tank with a flare shield and a last cannon. A Tactical Command Tertio with an Aurochs, and that was just a captain in void armor with a close combat weapon, and then las rifles on the companions. For troops, I had 3 Vindicators, just with heavy bolters, so plain old as they come out the box. 2 Infantry Tertios, so 20 men, with a an augury scanner and
And the box.
Yeah. And they,
Yeah.
it was an armored armored fist list, so they needed to be in transport. Then I had a single Carnodon with Volkite,
Yeah.
and a Malkador Vanquisher with las cannons on the sponsons and a Volkite and a flare shield.
Nice. That would look really cool.
1,000. Pretty cool, but yeah, as I say, your health reasons,
Yeah. Yeah, a bit difficult to get there. Okay, cool. Oh yeah,
that'd be fine. But to be honest with you, in the hospital, I was just a bit too distracted. So
yeah, no worries, man. Okay,
what about games played? Should I talk about our game first, Graham?
yeah.
Yeah. So me, Graham has a game. We played my solo auxiliary versus his
Yes, there was. Yes, I think. But no, it was on the horrors. It was with the Kaitan was just. It wasn't anything. There were no bad lies in there.
tanks,
It did.
Kratos.
Yeah, yeah.
I had lots of tanks and a little bit of Imperial Fist. So three Vanquisher, two Vanquisher Malcadors and and a Vanquisher Macarius.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a nice setup, and yes, the game sort of got underway, and I made the mistake of being distracted by the Kaitan. And
You did push a lot into him. Yeah, yeah. I don't know why you moved forward. I don't know why you moved forward. You could have just that whole game. You could have just sat there because it was a get into the deployment zone thing, and but you were like moving your tanks forward. Like what? Why are you moving your tanks forward? They're no less effective.
and it just made it easier for the contenders to get to me because I concentrate all my
It
firepower
totally
on
did.
that Kaitan and then
Yeah,
following straight behind that Kaitan.
they were really, really good.
Nice fight though with Abaddon and
Yeah, that was a good scrap. Yeah, because they were just out in the open, weren't they? The just there, and I didn't deep strike them or anything
yeah,
because I couldn't. I thought you could, but you can't because only Abaddon's got deep strike. But to get the rest of the squad to deep strike, you've got to take the Reaver Assault right of war, which I'd forgotten about. So yeah, they had to walk up the table, which they got there in the end, but it took them a little bit of time. But yeah, I was a bit surprised myself that you were moving your tanks. I was like, there's only one way how to put those tanks, that's backwards. Yeah, yeah, leading more on.
On the Vindicator cannon. Sorry, the
Because you got
Vindicator cannon.
plenty of range there. So yeah, I think that was probably the list I was going to take to the Sigilites Gambit event. It's quite a cool list, actually. I like it. I mean, he promised you've got to deal with him because if he starts having a tickle in your back lines, as it were, then then there's trouble. I mean, he's not actually very good against tanks. Um, he's much better against, but he does have that stomper tank, which seems to be the most effective. But you took him down in a turn, so you did bring him down. But yeah, but then right up behind him,
Cold Tempters would have been. I should have concentrated on them earlier because the
yeah, they really brought him over on them, didn't he? Yeah.
they did. Tempters still absolutely, without a doubt, the best unit.
Yeah. Good fun.
Tempted by putting some Lehman Ross,
Oh yeah, on the lines, yeah. That's the more cannons. Yeah,
then again,
AP3. Or even AP3?
not a good thing.
No, I mean, there used to be a lovely strength 10 AP2
Yeah.
large blast, didn't they? Yeah, they gave them a proper good one. Yeah, this was against Hornsey Warriors. Yeah. Yeah, no, that was that was a great fight, actually. I really enjoyed this game. There was literally no quarter given on this one. This was proper hardcore. So I took quite a strong Ultramarines list, not my kind of DEFCON 1 list, but it was up there. And I think you can see my Centurion with Paragon Blade and Thunderhammer there going in against his Warsmith. That was good, yeah. But there was the Suzerain did a really good job taking on the Terminators. They lost a few because obviously Terminators are doubling them out with their Strength 8 AP2 Arthas, but 4+ Inv on those shields really saved me a few times, luckily. And of course, AP2 on the axes meant that, although you're chewing through the wounds, you can get them. So yeah, that was they were really, really effective actually. And again, the whole chaplain, just to get that extra reroll makes such a difference. But it's a lovely armor.
It's DEFCON 1 later, but then you've got those 3 Vindicators in there.
Yeah, that's not DEFCON 1.
There's another stage.
There's
a step beyond.
A couple of gears that I can shift up if I want to. But I've only ever unleashed that upon one army, and that was Wayne's Emperor's Children with a Fulgrim demon monster thing. But yeah, it's quite a tough list. I won't argue with that. It is pretty strong, but Paul's army was pretty strong as well. Lots of heavy support, but great army. Big, yeah. And he's always a great guy to play against as well. So yeah,
Dominators did you have in this list?
I don't think I had any Dominators. I think they were just a normal Terminator squad with Thunderhammers. I don't think he used the Dominators in this particular one. Yeah, I mean, and who can blame him? They're a great unit, I think.
They're an absolute.
But yeah, I got kind of lucky with a few shots here and there, which was good. But I did lose quite a lot quite early on, so I was quite on the back foot for quite a lot of this.
Very nicely painted armies. Are those the sniper rifle cloaks? Are they green stuffed? Are they?
Which ones?
The sniper rifle.
No, I don't know. Actually, don't know. It's a good question. I don't know. I think you may have bought the sniper rifles. Yeah, the command squad looked really cool.
Yeah, excellent. I mean, that's just an excellent kit all round, I think.
Yeah, I don't know whether they aren't green stuffed or self-made. They might be from a little bit of but they were super effective actually. But we bemoaned the thing about sniper rifles is you always think they can do better than they ever do.
Yeah.
And because we think, all right, excellent, rending 5+, and then you're hitting on 3s and you hit twice with a squad of 5, and then you roll 2 2s. It's like every time, So when they work well, they work amazingly, but the chances of working well always seem to be very slim for me.
Yeah. I was saying a couple of months ago that when we do list challenges, we should just sort of assume that we have the close combat weapons split. Because it's such a good thing, why wouldn't you have it in your bits?
Yeah.
And I'm tempted to say at the same time that would work for the command sprue as well, because it's just one of those sprues that's it's not got as much on it as the close combat weapon, but it's got so many cool bits on it that it's like I don't know why you wouldn't buy it, even if you didn't want the command squad.
Gotcha. I don't know if we talked about. I think the other battle I had was against. I think I had another battle against Chris's, again with the Ultramarines against Chris's World Eaters, but that was in end of Feb, so I don't know if we've already talked about that one.
Probably not.
Yeah,
Oh, right.
This is March's episode, effectively. So
Okay, yeah, cool. He's got a lovely army. I can put it into the chat if you want to quickly. It's on the Instagram.
Oh, if it's on the Instagram, give me a moment. I will pull that down.
Yeah, but that was this was a bit of a grudge match because I'm always kind of ribbing Chris about how overpowered World Eaters are because they're an army with no downsides. So I kind of came to take some names in this one. No, it was
here we go. Did you play
No, I played. Yeah, there's a link in the chat on the thing here. But yeah, it was the same. I think it was the same army as similar army to what I've played against Chris. It was the same one I played against Paul. But yeah, he's I'm always very wary of World Eaters. I've got lot of respect for them, and they're a beautifully painted army that he's done. I mean, they really put my army to shame, to be honest with you, when I look at it. But with all their kind of crazy weapons as well, they do kick ass. Well, it is, you just can't let them charge you. They're just going to murderize you. It's just and that's the game, really.
Unpleasant things when they want to be.
Yeah.
Really cool models. Even if you look at, and you can even take the
Yeah, but he's done a really nice, really, it's a beautifully painted army. So if you can find the link to it, it's definitely worth. No, I think that was just what was going on the day. There were some other people playing, of course, Heresy Sunday. So you should take a few photos. But yeah, it was a good fun game. I think Chris's roll let him down a bit, and I think he had an uphill struggle against my firepower. But yeah, and I just did not want, the guys with I can't remember what the blades are, but they're basically rending 4+. So I was just like, I don't want them anywhere near me. I think after this, I think he's going to put a few more on next time when he faces me. So yeah, I wasn't really enjoying the games against Chris. It's always a lot of fun.
Yeah. Almost like them 1 second.
No worries.
Emperor's Children of World, they've got some great 40k models that do work for like Heresy. So
Gotcha.
definitely.
Not to worry, but
No, I've got them in. I just right, give me a second. I'm just going to try something.
all right. Yeah, I did take quite a harsh list. 3 Vindicators, of course, is my default defense line. 2.
It's a hell of a starting point, isn't it? It's a
I know
hell of
it's
a
got
starting place.
They might kind of go to with the Ultramarines. They're always going to be in there.
Let's take 3 things that will melt the face of.
Absolutely. 2 Arcus. Yeah. 2 Arcuses. The Caesarean and Chaplain and Praetor in.
Nice objective mark you've got down there.
I think that's one of Chris's, actually. Not one of mine. But you see how nice his army is in comparison to mine. It's really beautiful. I mean, look at that. Fantastic. Yeah, it's really, really nice. Thoroughly, if you're listening to this at home, I really recommend you come and have a look on the YouTube. Go back. That Dreadnought, I think, is amazing.
Yeah, I love the blood.
Yeah, it's not overdone. And then the next one, I think, was his Praetor with a big old axe. Again, I like the fact that, because the temptation, isn't there, with World Eaters to sort of paint them up and then cover them in blood. And I like the more subtle approach.
Yeah, and the little bits of wet watering down where the
Yeah.
The Praetor with the blood on the axe, but it's also on his leg as well. So you got that.
It's really cool. So
Yeah,
it's a really nice army. I would recommend it. It was a good old proper throwdown in the middle there with my poor Caesarean. I think they got butchered in the end, but yeah, just really nice army to play against.
Really cool blood effect stuff now and 4 effect stuff that you can get these days.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, it was a good game.
Okay.
Cool.
Right. What have we got any commitments for next month?
Well, I'm gonna have to get
My super project.
I'm gonna have to get a wriggle on big time, because I've got all of those tech thralls and the phalanx and the HQs and 2 tanks to get painted and a 10-man assault squad to get painted. So, and then when is Heresy Camp? Start of May?
May. I'll get this.
It's not far.
Second week.
Really,
I
May.
think it is.
Yeah, so I'm going to be a busy boy. I'm hoping. I bought some rattle cans. I bought a new airbrush. I'm hoping that I can do as much of that work as possible with the phalanx and the little gribblies. And just hopefully just have some detail to paint rather than having to paint the whole models. I'm hoping. Yeah, that's a big old. Yeah, get my finger. Yeah,
Hey, look, it's a heresy camp where you haven't got to do anything the morning.
no
of, so
planning or anything. Yeah, that's true.
no planning. So
Somebody else can
someone
get
else's
all the
problem.
business. Very cool. Okay, lovely. So next month. So basically, this is what I need to do. My HQ, my 40, whatever they're called, tech rules. I think I have 4 Phalanx, 2 tanks, and the assault marines, and I'm done. Nothing to it. It'll be easy.
Job done.
I want to paint my Fist Command Squad and a couple more armatures.
Gotcha. All righty. We're gonna try and have a little practice game with our lists tomorrow. So yeah, I might have to proxy. Well, I've got some Venator and Krios Venators I can use from my light Mechanicum army just for the time being.
Head on into the State of the Union then.
Yeah, let's do it.
Perfect.
Okay, time for State of the Union. So this is the bit where we sort of run through the kind of newsy stuff that's been going on and discuss the kind of stuff that's it's mostly Warhammer community stuff. So we have been asked why people stop doing a few more wider bits, but I think we sort of pared it down a bit. Have we maybe gone too far? I don't know. But we'll talk about that. Maybe I'll collect it all next month and have a look and see what it's like. But in the meantime, this is what we've got. And Graham, do you want to kick off with the first?
So they're trying to get us to buy the Arvis Lighter plastic version. So Warhammer Community is a full-on fluff article all about it, alongside a new rule sheet for this paper-thin flying death trap, which for once, Mr. B, I think you've encapsulated exactly what that model does. It's just asking to be shot at the sky with bolters.
As far as I'm concerned, in the Solar Auxilia list, it's the drop pod. And you shouldn't treat it like anything other than a drop pod. It'll do deep strike it in, get the guys out.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way around it. You're going to get intercepted, aren't you, with this thing?
But you get a 5 positive environment save.
You can get a 5 cost environment. The new rules are, in that case, pretty cool. 5 cost environment save.
It's still not. Oh, it's 60 points though. It's not 70 points with that.
70 points with the
It's not terrible.
The multi-laser, because I said it's not going to survive long enough to really use it.
Yeah. And the multi-laser isn't all that anyway. So yeah, I mean you can put it to hold mode, can't you? So it'll be no longer flying. Move 10, get your squad out, or like say deep strike it if you're feeling brave. Yeah. Okay. 2 whole points to Ivy. Yeah. Heavy bolter could get out. And some lucky rolls. Okay.
Right later this year, we're getting a new Siege of Terror anthology, The Era of Ruin, which will be including stories by Chris Raitt, John Friend, Dan Abnett, and some others. So,
okay. Well, we're going to get more Harris. Is it these stuff that's already been printed?
8 new stories.
Okay. Well, there you go.
What happens during and after the Siege of Terror. So,
okay.
nice little cover there of the Eternity Gate with 2 warhounds sort of standing guard.
Yeah.
So
that's quite cool.
It's quite a cool little cover.
Yeah. So we got a look at the skinniest angry boy in Heresy, the transfigured Angron. Yeah,
And it's hard to tell where it's all skulls, isn't it? So it's hard to tell where his body actually is.
For me, I don't know why, but I just look at his legs, and all I can think is that he's wearing those jeggings. They're just
It's-
golden jegging.
Can't be unseen. Yeah,
And it
but you're
just,
right.
Yeah, he's wearing.
Tights for some performance art.
yeah,
Potentially going to be doing interpretive dance of the Fall of Terror at the South Bank.
yeah.
If I was playing World Eaters, I would take the plastic one because this one looks. I mean, those wings look incredible, but I wouldn't.
It's got.
Yeah.
Well, no, it also got sleeve plus demonic wing, disaster written all over.
Oh God, yeah.
The same as Fulgrim
He
transfer.
can look more human, I guess, than or post-human or whatever you want to call them, than the demon version. But the demon version, I think, looks so cool.
I would honestly take the plastic version.
I think so too.
I'll
Actually,
just bobble with this one. This is a nice display piece, but the plastic version is a gaming piece.
yeah. I mean, just look at that Angron demon. I mean, that's a Primarch right there.
Yeah, there are more. He looks chunky. He looks like a bruiser.
He looks like he's going to take some names, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Didn't he transform into like a what are they called? Bloodthirster?
Yeah, more like a bloodthirster.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
he doesn't become an actual bloodthirster. He's always a separate thing, but he is
like, but he's kind of
more akin to that.
I would definitely, if I had the choice, I'd get the big old plastic one.
Yeah, I'd definitely be buying Angron.
You know what you're getting there.
Yeah, it looks smaller. The wings look smaller and less.
So it's to break. I mean, you could use him as a model on the table, whereas the other one, I'd be terrified. Wings get knocked.
My gaming piece, I'd have the resin one. And he's not coming on his own, is he, Chris?
No, you.
Better love story than Twilight, as they say.
Yes, you get a model of Latara Saren, who looks pretty cool, actually. As an additional figure, and I mean, out of those two models, I significantly prefer hers. I like her knee pads. I think the screaming mouth knee pads.
Oh,
yeah.
Chris has been on the OnlyFans again for the knee pad section.
That's what it's all about. Trust me.
Used to be ankles, now it's knee pads.
No, I'm working my way up the leg. Who knows? There's a lot of open mouths on her model. That's the thing. You've got the knees, shoulders, and her own one. Quite possibly.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Lots of
she's getting rules, and she'll be useful in Zone Mortala. Apparently.
Okay.
But she's a cool cat.
She's a cool character, and I think it's a cool model to have out there.
Yeah, agreed. Okay, very good. It's been confirmed there'll be no UK Golden Demon again. I think this is not the first time.
It's the second time. Yeah.
Yeah. Spiel 2025 again. It's the Golden Demon Award. Wowzers! I guess it makes more sense to have that.
These are from the Martian Civil War. We got Cadius next, the Raven Guard Moritat Prime, who I like, but I would have preferred him to look a bit more, I don't know, actiony.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, I would prefer him to have a bit more action about him, but he's a nice model. And the second character in the book, who is Aster Cone, the Shroud Maker of the Blood Angels. I love his mark.
I am Bane.
I'm more thinking Bane from Harley Quinn.
Okay.
Have you seen that?
No, Mr. B.
You should watch Harley Quinn. It's an excellent cartoon, and Bane is just like the best character in that. He's absolutely phenomenal.
He's a cool looking model. In fairness to him, yeah, super
lot of
cool.
work,
eh?
isn't it?
It's a lot of dry brushing, yeah.
But I mean,
Yeah.
that's a lot of gold to ask
I'm
about.
intrigued to see what his rules are going to be because he's a legacy now. I see.
Yeah,
Can we have-
he's like a Martian Civil War. Used to be a legacy, now he's a Martian Civil War.
Gotcha.
Which is why everyone was expecting the next week. Oh, we've had the Raven Guard, we've had the Blood Angels. Now we're going to get Campadiaz. Okay, not yet sure
Okay.
Campadians. So this Thursday, fingers crossed, we're going to get Campadiaz.
Okay.
One of the reasons why people love him, Graham, is because during the Siege of Terror, he was sort of present at one of the battles, and he was all not one step backwards as he faced down the World Eaters.
Right.
Ended up getting killed by
He-
them.
He basically he
I get
takes
the
his,
charge.
yeah, absolutely. He takes his sword, he carves a line into the earth, into the tarmac behind him, basically,
Right.
and that's
That's the line
the line
until he gets
until he
by rending 4+
yeah, multiple times.
300 attacks on the charge.
Yeah. So he's pretty cool of a character. So what are the rules like we're looking at then, Chris?
For who do you want to talk about?
Well, which one would you like?
So I've got I've got Aster, Lady Aster up front. 5s across the strength 5. Yeah, 1 skill 5, skill 5, 3 attacks. He has 2 hand flamers. He has his shard axe, which does +1 strength, AP3, rending duelist edge. He's capture the inducti. Says building join units inducti subtype as long as that unit has the start of the special type. And the first time he loses his last wound or otherwise removes a casualty roll D6 on a 4+, he gets placed in reserve with a single wound remaining.
Oh, nice. No, like there's a warlord trait that does that, but it's it can't be instant death, so it doesn't have that stipulation by the look of things.
No, it's loses his last wound or is removed as a casualty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
So, if he enters reserves on, or facing reserves with single drain instead of being destroyed.
Yeah.
If he enters reserves on or after game turn 4, he then may enter play automatically at the start of the controlling player's following turn.
Okay, yeah. Fine.
This follows normal reserve rules. And while the warlord, he's got a warlord trait, the Reforged 94th. While a warlord with this trait is 6 inches or more, models both the inductors, subtype, and legion starties. Blood Angels special rules. All models in an affected unit may make significant advances. When affected unit makes a charge in the assault phase, all models in the unit gain +1 attack for the remainder of that assault phase. And they get additional movement. Brain, work, reaction. That's the word I'm looking for. Pretty useful. KD's next 100. Oh, and he is 155 points.
That's not too bad then.
No, KD's next 165 points. He has Rampage 3, just get that off the bat. Shrouded 4+, move through cover, stubborn. He can't be a compulsory HQ.
Okay.
And can't join other units.
Moritan.
Yeah. But Moritats can join other units now, can't they? There was that whole thing where
That bit of duty. Oh, that bit of duty.
no, they changed it, didn't they?
Yeah. thought I could join any old union.
Yeah, I think they can now because it was.
It says here that it says
He can't. Yeah, he specifically can't. He has the fulcrum hand cannon, which has got 3 firing options. All 12 inches, all strength 6, but he can do a pinpoint strike, which is AP 2, brutal 2, concussive, pinning, and sniper. He can do a 6-shot concussive 1 special and point blank, which has no range because it's a melee shot. So I do apologize. Melee brutal 2, precision strikes 4+, rending 5+. That guy literally shooting you in the face. He can go in any position on the battlefield as long as he's within area terrain or at least 9 inches from any model. If Katie's next is not within area terrain, regardless of the line of sight of any models, if Katie's next is deployed from reserve or after the start of the first turn, then he may enter play from any point on the battlefield's edge chosen by the controlling player. Which would make him useful if he had anything that could hurt vehicles at all. Yeah, not too shabby.
Yeah, they're all legacies models, and they all got transferred into the book. It was like the whole thing that the mechanic can get their own book, and the only new characters in it happen to be Space Marines.
Yeah, that's always the way. Nice. Okay.
Bit weird, but yeah, these are some very, very nice looking models.
Chris is coming up next. Right, Games Workshop had a Relics event this month. Time to show off their new merch, which includes some more Joy toys.
Oh,
Oh, I know. When I explained to my wife, because she was, because I was like, "Oh, there's a Captain Titus Joy toy," and she assumed it was.
I've forgotten.
Very different.
Yeah, I mean, I think.
I'm going to go off camera for a minute, and I'll be right.
Oh, okay, that's. Yeah, I know, that's entirely suspicious. There are some plushies from Tommy. Tommy, I think it's Tommy from what I remember.
Tommy, yeah.
Yeah.
I can't remember. It's been a long time since I was a child.
Yeah, absolutely.
A lovely little scat. I mean, look at that Skaven. He looks positively adorable, doesn't he?
Positively adorable. I like the Necron spider.
Spider, yeah.
And the dwarf chappie is pretty cool.
Yeah.
There are some Nazi sports jerseys for those of you that way inclined.
Yeah, didn't Graham buy one of these?
I think he was. I don't know which one, but he was going to buy. These are the summer shirts. But yes, we like these.
Out.
There we go.
I still got the.
If only we can see him.
Haven't taken it out.
Take it off.
Look at that. Check it out. Me in my finery. I did a Mr. B. Unfortunately, I've got to be honest with you. I was like, oh, they don't really.
It does look
Really
great.
nice. It's a nice shirt, like. Look at that. Hey, I should be a model for these people. Look at this.
If I'm honest with you, don't take this in a negative way.
Go on.
I don't think necessarily we as a collective are the aesthetic that they would aesthetically.
I think you're right. We are.
Product.
I think we're a good.
We may be representative of the
exactly.
demographic.
I mean, if you're going to sell something, you don't want Brad Pitt modeling this stuff. You want.
I think if anything, the world has taught us for the last 50 years, Graham, is that yes, they do want Brad Pitt modeling this kind of stuff.
No. This is a fair reflection of the demographic, I feel. But anyway, very nice shirt. I don't know why I bought it. I don't know where
you just got
wear it.
Caught up in the.
Got caught up in the hype.
You did. You fell for the
really
hype.
Did.
For those barbecues that we do.
Absolutely, 100%. I mean, I could wear it to events, I guess, couldn't I?
You could.
I mean, you could wear it to a
work. Your own branded EOE stuff, but yeah, they wear your Oshman shirt.
Yeah, but yeah, we got I think it's subtle enough that it's one of those things that you could wear, and people would not, if they didn't know, they wouldn't know. If you see what I mean?
Yeah.
So if somebody say, "Hey, that's an Ultramarine shirt. That's really cool."
Like a bit of a stealth bit of
But all the parties that I go to all of the time, of course, so but anyway, I bought one is the long and the short of the conversation.
Did. He bought one, ladies and gentlemen. So, now he can no longer tease Mr. B for
I can't.
buying.
I did a Mr. Bit.
Half
I just
name.
like,
there's the Age of Sigmar one there. But one of the things that we're very interested in, the Horus Heresy role-playing game.
Interested. I'm kind of vaguely interested in, because it does sound massively diverse at this point in time. From the brief bit of Gumph that I read.
Okay. Oh well.
It was just like you play
Basically.
Praetors, I think it was. Centurions, yeah. So, whereas if when we had the Deathwatch role-playing game that FFG did, that was really good. You could basically play pretty much any kind of class at that point that existed in 40k, but there are heresy conversions for it. But yes, I will look forward to legionary consoles. So I'm just not sure how that's going to work as a group of you running around as a bunch of legionary consoles.
We ask you what you mean. That's different. I mean, one of you could be like a Primus Medicae, and the other one could be a Herald, I guess. I don't know. I'm not quite sure what the role-playing opportunities would be, but who knows? I mean, I suppose they've written 1,000 books about it, so clearly there's some.
I mean, one of my occasional side Google Docs documents is the concepts for Heresy role-playing games, and I did find a few weeks ago a proper, semi-proper statted out conversion for Deathwatch for Heresy.
All right.
And it had rules for custodians as well, so that was quite good fun.
Sometimes I don't think playing on Space Marine is very interesting.
If you think of all
in that universe, I'll play, some sort of Inquisitor's acolyte or something, something a bit more. I mean, I think there's more opportunity to start to do a Ravener type thing. That'd be much more interesting than blasting.
Yeah. But I think it's what it's what you're playing, what the scenario you're playing in, I think.
Yeah.
If you think, Heresy the books themselves are much bigger than just people blasting each other. There's subterfuge and there's story and there are.
So, yeah.
So I think you can do it as Space Marines. You've just got to. It depends how you're going to approach it.
I think it's the same things like when we were writing stuff. Writing about Space Marines is harder than writing about humans because they've got a much. I mean, if you're immortal, you've got a very different perspective on things, as far as I can tell. I mean, technically, you're going to die from blazing bolt of fire, but it's still hard to get into that mindset. Whereas I think like the mortals are always the more interesting characters.
Yeah, because they have fully fleshed out emotive responses to things. Fear is a major driver of pretty much any sort of you can be scared, so that, fear leads to romance. Fear leads to
suffering,
and exactly. So I think
suffering to the dogs.
Being a creature without fear is it's difficult for us.
Yeah, I will say, I know I've talked about it, but the story in Road Trader is really, really good. And again, I think that's very much human focused. There's not many Space Marines in it, and when there are, they are like, oh my god, these are like amazing, rare things.
Yeah.
Which I like.
Kind of should be in the 40k universe,
Yeah, totally. Cool. All right. What's next on the docket? It would be, yeah. So for us, the most exciting thing was a Horus Heresy. Oh no,
next page.
Oh, I see what's happened there. Formatting error. The book of 2024 was unveiled, and Heresy got a second place entry with Eidolon, the Auric Hammer by Mark Collins. was pipped to first place by Steve Leon's Siege of Vrachus. What is the book of 2024?
Siege of Rax. It's a deathcore free book. It's basically novel of a
Oh, right. So, yeah, I know. Oh, right. So this is the best book. Oh, I see. Understand.
best novel.
Right. Siege of
The
Vrachus.
best one for you to talk about, but yeah, Siege of
Siege-
Rax is basically one of the it's basically the book that sort of, I think it was
Forge World.
introduced the deathcore free.
Yeah, I mean, wasn't that the one? Didn't that have? Wasn't there a whole big Forge World book? You know, they used to do those Imperial Armor books.
Imperial Armor, yeah, Siege of Rax. I'm thinking that was the one that actually introduced it.
So the Minotaurs in it.
Novelization of it.
Didn't have the Minotaurs, weren't they there? There was quite. I mean, everybody was there, weren't there? There was a couple of legions that were sent there to redeem themselves, if I remember right.
Yeah, it does sort of. And again, in this one, the Space Marines are sort of. There's not very many of them, and when they turn up, they're absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, as they should be. I would probably read that actually. I'll make a note of that one. All right, cool. Okay, so you listen. All right.
Definitely would recommend it. Okay. Legion Imperialis news. We've got a few units. That's a few things. Relics, another one. We've got those boxes, Wicked Bricks boxes. I think Chris said these were good value when he looked at them last time, compared to some of the jewelry stuff. Anyway, Mechanica, I get Ignites, more Knights, the Nigeria and the Styrics for Legions Imperialis, packs of 4. It can make up as these. These are really cool in the big scale. I tell you what, if they make these in big scale and plastic and they look like this, I'd be very excited. Yeah, so they've got their siege cores and their Volkite guns and their lightning cannon, flat refusal. Very, very cool.
Nice.
And they're getting the Atropos as well. That everybody was terrified of until it came to 2nd edition, and it was sort of like it turned from being terrifying to a bit of a tickler.
Bit of a tickler, is about right? Unless you do what I do and make it a corrupted one, and give them a lash weapon, which you can see actually behind me if you're watching, up on the shelf there.
I'll show that when we go. And
still buy the big version of this because I still think it looks super cool, even though it's not that super effective. It still looks great. Let's see.
I got a new. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I forgot. We skipping ahead. We got me. Under the artwork. Veterans and the Caracas tank selections as well. So we knew these were coming because they've been in the background and stuff. So that was there. And then finally, Warhammer World's got its own Legion Imperialis display for the Mechanicums with the Battles for Magnus City. So that's a
cool
from one of the books. And yeah.
I was like, yeah.
Well, Judy had a nice little article about painting some Mortalis tiles, because you have the new damaged box set this month. So that's pretty cool if you're that way. Some of the pieces of print actually do look pretty cool. I very much like the rusted look on a couple of those pieces. But yeah, that's nice. That's really how I do tear to it. That's okay. That's good. Yeah, nice. That's good for people.
Cool. Very good.
Like that.
Yeah. Warhammer, the Warhammer Recycling Project is coming to more stores. It's already available in every UK store. Didn't know that. But this month, all store, France and selected stores in the US. will benefit from the program, allowing you to take your sprues and paint pots to be recycled. So that's cool.
You don't even have to wash out or empty your paint pots, because apparently they can recycle the paint.
Goodness me.
So I took along some this morning because, as I said, we went up to Newcastle first. They wanted to go to the tea shop, so I dropped off some stuff at the. I dropped off some sprue at the Newcastle store. They got the big green bin.
I'm pretty sure that if I take my collection of sprues to, I may save Games Workshop about a year's worth of plastic.
Is the plastic actually recyclable, or they just do something else with it?
It is recycled, but it's not turned into Warhammer models. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Right, so it's not turned into Warhammer models yet, but it has been turned into things like what's the word I'm looking?
Planes, trains, automobiles, coasters,
Cruise missiles.
thermonuclear destroyer. Okay.
Oh, okay, right.
So it's not getting put into containers and dumped off the North Sea.
No.
They're turning it into. They're not turning it into new models, but they're garden planters, playground equipment, table tennis tables.
Okay. Wow. Who would have thunk it? Very cool. Oh, that's good. It's better than throwing it over at Anfield, right?
Yeah, exactly. Some councils recycle them, some don't. So it's just good because it's just one place. It definitely takes them and it will recycle them. So if you collect these brews, just check them up, when you get a chance.
Very cool. Okay. Totally. All right. What's next on the horizon?
Demon results. So just again, Golden Demons. We've got three Golden Demons for Heresy, starting with Eric McCartney and his gold with this Alpha Legion.
Wow.
Not Alpha Legion, Night Lord. I keep thinking Alpha Legion. So I look at it, it looks Alpha Legion color.
Yeah, the color is.
Legion color. Yeah.
But yeah, really, really cool. Silver was David Diamondstone and this Araman, and that just looked phenomenal. It looks like artwork, not.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, I mean, that looks amazing. Okay, yeah, super cool.
Super cool. And bronze went to this Fulgrim.
Transfigured. Yeah, that's it.
I couldn't pick between them, but which would have been the gold there. But
yeah, very nice.
In Epic Scale, so we have a War Master Titan from Kali Latenmaki.
Wow.
Sorry. I butchered your name now. I do apologize.
I like the background as well. Very nice.
Sorry?
I like that they've done the background as well with the scenery. Look by there.
Bokek did a. I love this. It's a Warlord Titan, but it looks like it's sort of demonic. With a thing there and like an angle.
Yeah.
I like the weapon and the wrecking ball in its left hand.
Yeah, that was really cool. Really looks awesome. And then Alex Lahullier and a Valkyrie. I don't think you can use the Valkyries in the Legions Imperial, so I'm not sure if you can.
Okay. That is beautiful.
But yeah, I mean, it's a very
out of time like this.
I mean, considering how small they are, I've painted some of these for my Aeronautica collection, and they are absolutely tiny. And I'm like, I just cannot imagine getting that kind of detail on them.
Cool. Okay.
Incredible. So I'll put these in the show notes, and I'll also put links to the where I've got them to the artists' Instagram accounts. Of course, that's how they get their business. So yeah, that was it's fairly interesting thing. There was another display as well. I was sort of humming and hawing about putting it in, which had he sort of done a table with a Legions Imperialis game on top of it. So
okay, yeah.
Okay, so we assume this wasn't an April Fool's joke because it was a couple of days afterwards. But we are finally getting the greatest model in Heresy returned to us. That is, of course, the Mighty Tarantula, with the missile versions being re-released in plastic. And they look...
which is a long That's been the thing. But we're also getting a new
Aureus flag missiles. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Let's see them back.
Does make me wonder if we are getting a rules update. Our flyer is going to suddenly become a bit.
Rules update. I mean, lots of people are talking about it.
Yeah, I'm just very surprised that they've gone with tarantulas instead of rapier.
Well, I suppose it's these are probably something you can use in 40k as well. I'm assuming.
Didn't they have these in Legion Imperialis? Well, they got the rapiers in Legion Imperialis as well. So that doesn't make any sense either.
We do have some tarantulas in Legion Imperialis.
Yeah.
But
okay,
they've got terrible rules.
They had terrible. So who knows what they have now?
Well, yeah.
They currently have some of the worst rules in the game because you
They
don't
are.
get to choose what you shoot at.
No, it's not.
It's like you shoot at the closest thing. So you could have a heavy bolter just shooting at a tank, and it's like.
Haven't they got a terrible blitz skill as well, like Bristol 2 or something?
Yes,
yeah,
they're not
hitting on 5s. Okay. And following off of that, in not unexpected news, of course, Space Marine 3 is in development at Sabre Interactive. Watch this space in about 4 years.
Yeah, it probably seems about right.
Yeah,
a lot of people are like, oh, is that coming out like in a few months? And it's like,
no.
Yeah.
They'll have just put out this news because the investors will be like, why aren't you doing this?
Yeah. Yep. I would expect it's a good 4 years down the road, maybe longer, depends. Maybe next console generation. Probably targeting, I would have thought.
The April Fool's joke was a much loved or reviled tactical rock. Point of view.
I want this. There's got to be a 3D print version of this somewhere that someone's done, I'm sure. Why would you not want a tactical rock? I mean, sometimes you just want to think. You're there. You're pondering. You stand atop your tactical rock, and then ideas will come to you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. They have that. I don't know if they're ever going to beat that April Fools the other year when it actually turned out they were doing it and they brought back the squats.
Mm-hmm. Well, I like to think it's reassuring 30 kilos. You don't have to worry about your tactical rock being nudged out of place. I mean, yeah, that's a chunk. Well, I would happily pay a sensible amount of money for a tactical rock.
I mean, the funny thing is, the video is absolutely gorgeous. Just they actually bring out the real life one at the end, and they've got some excellent acting. But people.
Yeah.
We're going to go along and get some letters from our audience.
This is Flo. It's a time. The one making the noise is Margot, because she obviously went picked up as well.
Yes, barely 1 second. I thought I could eat a bakewell tart in the time it took for that section to switch over, and let me tell you, I could not. It wasn't the icing that got me; it was definitely the pastry. Right. Hello, hello, parasocial friends. 30k is very focused on space.
Parasocial. That's a word.
I guess so.
Yeah.
I'm not here to check people. I just read what's in front of me.
I think it's one of those words for like people who think they have a relationship with of people on the internet, and
A parasocial relationship refers to a one-sided imagined connection or bond a person develops with a media figure, celebrity, or fictional character. Okay, who here is the media figure, who is the celebrity, and who is the fictional character? That's the real question.
Well, we could probably.
I'm not gonna read you the second part of the actually the third
Please,
part of
go.
this.
Let's just move on.
Often, but I might do, because often feeling a sense of intimacy or familiarity despite no real interaction.
Well, that's good, though. I mean,
That's good.
I'm glad that people feel that there's a sense of connection between us and our audience.
Yeah.
Very
What
good.
we're about. Right. 30K is always very focused on Space Marine legions and their Primarchs.
It is.
Which makes sense because they are the main part of the story. But it feels like anything that is not Astartes is almost not welcome. ? Any post or discussion about different players and their armies mostly talks only about legions and never Admech, Emperor's forces, or even Solar Ox. Would people in your game groups be disappointed or not excited if it was not Space Marines fighting Space Marines? Andrew Melnick.
Interesting. So I think there comes a point when you play the game long enough, you get bored of playing Space Marines.
Yeah. Even
And
the dub thinks so.
yeah, the dog agrees 100%. And I think that's so. What happens is you keep playing Space Marines, and you're kind of playing Space Marines with Space Marines. You think this is cool and everything, but it might be nice to try and do something different. I think the problem, if I'm honest with you, is that none of the other non-Space Marine armies are. Well, most of them will get trounced against Space Marines.
I
I
think
don't think it's super balanced, and I think that might put people off a little bit, because I think you either have to kind of template your army out. Let's take Solar Auxiliary, for example. You're going to take Vanquishers, right? And it's with Admech, you're going to have to take the, what are they called? Myrmidons, right?
Yeah.
Even though I don't. But so it kind of just makes these kind of cookie cutter lists. So I think that if we can get through this particular thing where it's quite competitive and more of a, actually, let's play this slightly more narratively, and I'm putting my hand up here to say that I'm guilty as charged, but I've started playing like my Dark Mechanicum, for example, for that very reason, really, because I've kind of been playing enough Space Marines and I fancied something different. And also I fancied something that wasn't super powerful. If that makes sense, to sort of play against sort of new people or give people a different experience. So yeah.
I think if we're talking about sort of general online discussion, I think it's difficult because it depends when you came into Heresy. If you came into Heresy way back when, then you'll have an experience with playing with or against those armies, etc. If you came in at 2.0, we still don't really have fully fleshed out model lines for the non-Astartes armies. So unless you're, and you're kind of same as in 40K, here's Space Marines, here's Ultramarines, these are who you start with. Now in Heresy, it's his Imperial Fists or his Sons of Horus.
Yeah.
And that's where you start from. That's encouraged as being your starting off point. And because it's the most fleshed out model range, it's going to be the most common model range. And so people aren't probably interacting as much with Solar Ox, and probably no one's interacting with Militia because that list is trash now. That everyone doesn't like. I said, I think people just don't.
I think that's why I really liked the
idea. There.
Yeah, I mean, there was that event, wasn't there, where you couldn't take Space Marines, which I thought was a really cool idea. And something that I would quite like to replicate at some point, because I thought that was a really good idea. Like, just no Space Marines. You can only take things that aren't. I think they might have said no demons as well, but it was mainly Solar Auxiliary and Mechanicum. So you could just play. So you knew that you were going to be playing against a similar kind of level, which I think is really cool. But I think most players that I know, when I turn up with my Mechanicum or Soul Auxilia, are kind of happy to play against it because it's something different.
Yeah. I think also the other thing is that narratively, the Heresy is driven by the Astartes legions. They're the primary. They're the primary drivers of everything. The whole thing revolves around them, so people latch onto them the easiest. The Mechanicum are, apart from a couple of exceptions, really, in the books, not massively present. The Custodes only really get one book. It's only really the Siege when everyone's kind of more involved. But yeah, I know what you mean, that it's what Andrew's getting at, but I think it's just it's what's there. If that makes, I think it's.
I mean, there's a little bit of obfuscation because the rules, because they're not playing them so often, so people are playing against them, but they have a lot of different rules, and it's like, oh, what, it does that now, and I think that's another thing. Whereas if you're going against Space Marines, okay, it's going to be, they've got these guns, they've got those guns, I know what they do. Whereas you rock up with a radiation engine, for example, it's like, what the heck does that do? So yeah, I think there's
when Adam wants me to get my demons out at some point, because he generally plays in a group where it is just Astartes versus Astartes. So my Custodes will rock up and be a bit different and stuff. So I think people do want that, but I think it's just from where my mindset is, it's what's there for it's the lowest denominator, I guess, is kind of the meanest way to put it.
Even in 40k, Marines are like almost everybody's first list because it's so easy. It's a full, full toughness, full strength.
I don't think anybody's ever been disappointed to play something different, if I'm honest, in my experience. I've never hard. The only time it gets a bit, I suppose, is when you've got a lot of complicated rules and you're kind of demons. They used to have a lot of kind of upkeep, like a lot of housekeeping.
Oh yeah.
There's lots of things to remember, and it's
a time when people might be frustrated to play something different. If back in the day when you were rocking up with a custodian.
Yeah, first, I mean, the first iteration of Custodes, I remember going to that Blood and Glory event and everyone just going, because they were completely alien to what everyone was used to, and they were significantly and rightfully more powerful than everything that everyone was used to.
There's always something that I'm the same with Chaos Space Marines and the version in, I think it was version 3 of Warhammer 40k, where they were amazing. You're like, oh, I thought they could be like that again. Anyway, so I think the long and short of the concept, I mean, people may have a different view, and of course, please send us your views. We'd love to hear from them. But yeah, I don't think anybody that I've ever played has been disappointed. And I know when I'm playing against these different armies, I find it more interesting because, like, oh wow, I didn't know they could do that, or that's a really cool thing. I think it depends on who you're playing, because if they're good, they'll explain to you what the heck's going on in advance, right? So they'll say, look, they do this thing, you need to be aware of it, rather than surprise you, because then it does become flipping it, I wouldn't have done that if I'd known that, right? Which then it becomes like winning by obfuscation almost, which I don't like. But I think if your army does something different, either, AdMech or Mechanicum or Soul Auxilia or Demons, I think you have to explain it to the other person what the differences are so that they're aware of it. So if it happens, they're not coming as a surprise for them. That's what I tend to do. It's like, watch out for this guy. He's got this, he's got that.
I think you also did hit a nail on the head there that a lot of these lists are a bit essentially, pegged into a corner, as in they have to take certain units because they're facing Marines. They need to win by doing this, like Vanquishers and Dons there. So
So yeah, I think I say if you're playing these armies, it's really worth explaining to people what it is because it'll make a better experience for both of you.
Unless it's me and you just rock up and you're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be,
Or you're going to drive those tanks forward. Okay. Okay.
First time playing with the army, so
It's always a good lesson to be learned.
okay. Well,
Yeah, I can do this. So we know about Graham's exorcists. I've got somewhere. Michael's everything else. But what is Chris's side project? This isn't a secret project. I'm guessing this is. Do you have anything else that isn't heresy related in your life? You have enough trouble painting one model. Never mind
Yeah.
another secret army that you're building.
My side project is also my secret project. I have put Mr. B in our episode folder. I have put a additional PNG that you can put on the screen, which will drop as a hint to what my side project is.
Ooh, exciting.
That's the one. Which is, but yeah, this is a little thing from my side project that I'm currently working on, along with some other elements. But yeah, just because we get
Ooh, exciting.
so.
A project. Look at that. Okay.
But yeah, we're not fully fleshed out yet on this. So model wise, nothing's happening. But in a digital world, yeah, plenty of stuff is keeping me busy. Which is So we should see. Hopefully next month there'll be something to share. But yeah, I don't have any model side projects.
oh, that explains what you were asking us to do at the weekend. Now, I didn't.
Yeah.
But fun.
I don't have fun, Mr. B. When it comes to that, I'm deadly serious about that sort of thing. But yes, so yeah, hopefully soonish we'll find out what my side project is. So
Okay, so now we're going into list challenge. So I will just put up. Okay, it's not list. It's not White Scars as advertised there. Sorry about that. But what were you saying there, Chris? I put it in before you.
well, I did do a special focus one because obviously we need to talk about the army builder.
I suppose. Yeah, I guess I suppose I should put that in then, shouldn't I? Yeah. Okay, so we're doing special focus. Do you want to explain the special focus then, Chris? Because it's sort of you've sort of shepherded this through.
About that, but so I wanted to look at what you have a few ways of making lists. You can either pen and paper it using the physical books. You can do what I do, which is book and Excel it, because I hate having to do maths and Excel will happily do it for me. But there are also 3 fairly prominent list building apps out there. Those being Battlescribe, Quartermaster, and there is now the web-based one, which is New Recruit, which does other games as well, but they don't have a Heresy list building system as well. Yeah, I know, but they do other game systems as well. They have there's not just a Heresy one as well. So we thought we would, as there are 3 of us, take one of these each, build a list, see how long it takes us in comparison to how long it takes to do it by hand, how clearly we get it provides us the information, or if we were giving that information to somebody else, how much of it they receive, whether the system provides value for money, if it requires remuneration towards any development. And I think that was it off the top of my head. I don't have the WhatsApp list in front of me. So yeah, Mr. B used New Recruit. Gray used Battle Scribe because that's his preferred modus operandi, and I used Quartermaster because I have Apple products and I'm a slave to those to me, and according to my brother.
Sheep.
So yeah, so they are, well, obviously New Recruit is a web-based thing, so it's available to everybody. Battle Scribe is available on all your app stores and things like that. Quartermaster is
on PC as well.
yeah. Quartermaster is iOS exclusive, as far as I'm aware. I did have a look, couldn't see it anywhere else. So we all normally do a list building. We built the list, but we used that particular app. We also got a fourth list made by somebody else, just so we could use that to judge, sort of look at a unit or two and see as a comparison across those three. Paul Bruce, gave us a list, and I took one of the sort of not a complicated unit, but a unit in that list, and show you what the input or the output is for each of those particular apps. It makes sense to all accounted for. Mr. B, I hadn't really. I used New Recruit for this because I had to get a screen grab of it. So talk us through your New Recruit experience.
Yeah. So doing Paul's list is a bit long. So I think that did take me a little longer. So it took me about 15 minutes, but I was in the car as well, so it was a bit. So the car was moving. So there was that, but it wasn't too bad. It's web based. I think it's a case of, because it's different to Battlescribe, which I've been used to for so long, it's a little bit different. So I think there's a degree of getting used to it. But in general, yeah, it's not a problem.
Did you find it easier to use than Battlescribe?
I think it's getting there, just because they're making changes to the way that you put stuff together. Because like in the certain things in Battlescribe where you get a unit of Terminators, and if you want to give them all Power Fists, you've got to do it one by one. Whereas in New Recruit, you can do it for the whole lot.
Oh, okay, I'm with you.
I did find when I put Paul's list into New Recruit, I couldn't find the Iron Warriors specific Centurion that he had, the Warsmith.
Oh, he's a Praetor.
Oh, he's a Praetor.
Yeah, it's an upgrade to the Praetor.
Okay, that's fine. That makes sense. That will be what I was doing. Got to be somewhere.
If it's web based, though, I mean, if you have no web connection, can you export the list to something on your phone?
Yes, you can export the list. And you could export it in various different forms. You can just have it as a template. It's a text template, or you can put it into, the index cards for 40k. You can sort of get it put into that.
Yeah, and you can do it as a roster file for Battlescribe as well, can't you?
Yes, you can export as a roster, because at the minute the data files for New Recruit and Battlescribe are identical, but Graham did see the sort of technical sort of explanation about this. Graham possibly might be able to offer a better sort of breakdown on it. But basically, as they're developing the data files more and more, because New Recruit is sort of changing the way it works, the data files are beginning to become less and less compatible with Battlescribe. So at some point, they're going to diverge.
Oh, they're going to diverge, yeah.
Yeah.
To the point where where Battlescribe will no longer work, because the people who are maintaining the data files only want to maintain the data files.
Gotcha. I mean, it's just Excel, isn't it? The data files at the end of the day.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, but at some point, the data files are going to diverge to the point where Battlescribe is going to stop working. It's not going to be it's working right now, but the developer has abandoned it, and there are things that they want to do with various different systems that Battlescribe just can't do.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
This could become an issue. So, well, I suppose it depends on how often these Battlescribe files change, but they will do every new release. But yeah, so you could end up with them being out of date. Okay. But in terms of creating your list from scratch, how did that go? So not copying and putting a list in from somebody else.
It was much quicker. It was less than 10 minutes. I did a Mechanicum list. I think it was just because I didn't have to keep going back and forth to double check what was.
Could you see all of the rules and stuff that you needed to make decision? Or did you have to go back to check?
In New Recruit itself, I'm just going to open up on the phone here so I can sort of see it. Because you can install it as a web app and it will work offline. But if you've got a little bit of signal, it won't. It sort of gets a bit tricky then. But that's only because it's trying to connect, so it's easy to take the phone offline. At the minute, they don't have an iOS app, but they do have an Android app. And I think that's purely down to the easier to get an Android app out there than it's.
Yeah.
If I go into the list, so if I go into the list I did for the Mac, and I just sort of like I can press a. I'm just going to hold my phone up to the thing and just press a sort of. So I've got a unit selected here. Arch may just prime. There's a sort of eye symbol. I click that, and it will sort of go through the weapons I've currently got picked for him, as well as any order traits and special rules and stuff, which I can just again click the arrow, and it'll sort of give it all there. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's nice and clean. It's nicely presented, so you don't have to. You've got all the options on one side of the page that you can take, and it's just a case of adding it to a list, and so you're not flipping in and out of units to go back to the main thing to add another unit, which I think is pretty useful.
I mean, it does have quirks.
Who doesn't?
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's getting there. And I think as it continues to develop, it's only going to get better because it is being developed.
Yeah. Which I think it's probably the most common now. Well, it's really the most common of the app. So you probably just dealing with something at home. So I'll go into Quartermaster for my list. I wanted to put it on my iPad, but regrettably my iPad is iPad Air first generation. So to use Quartermaster, you've got to have iOS 17 or above. My iOS on my iPad is 3. No, I think it's 15.8. Luckily, my phone is slightly more recent, and it was. I used Quartermaster a long time ago, so I kind of had a little bit of familiarity about it. But it is compared to how I was when I was using Battlescribe to make lists. I thought this was a marked improvement. Because it just, I don't even see. So that, for instance, is so you can see all the layout, the points cost is in the red circle there. It's all nice and straightforward. It's all clearly visible when you select a unit.
Yeah.
And also when you want to add a unit, you get much like in New Recruit, you get a complete list of all the options. So you have Esoterrorist or Esoterrorist and Terminator armor, and it has already accounted for you're not adding a Centurion and then adding on the Esoterrorist. It's already wrapped into one.
Right, I see what you mean.
Whereas New Recruit, it is you add the Centurion and then you make
Then you add,
Yeah.
then you upgrade.
Yeah, it's an upgrade. So they've them all out for their different things, and yeah, it gives you all the breakdown, which is super useful. It doesn't give you, or I couldn't see or find anywhere where it gave you all the special rules breakdown. Which
I mean, that's what I was thinking about these, because I mean, these are also used when you play the game. They're not just for building lists, right?
well, yeah, absolutely.
And then you can look at them, and rather than carting a load of books about, you can go, oh, I've got it all in Battlescribed, or whatever app I've got. Has it got everything that I need to answer the rules question, for example?
Which I don't think, which Quartermaster didn't necessarily have for me. It told me what a unit, the Warhawk jump pack was, how many points it was,
right?
But I couldn't see a
thing that had the sort of rules.
Thing that had the rules for it. I may have just been that I missed it, but I couldn't see that anywhere. When I exported,
I think there might be, because I mean, obviously, I guess, and I'm guessing here, some of the stuff that's in Battlescribe, for example, the data files, which are separate from the app deliberately.
Yeah.
For legal reasons, right? Because if you put all the data files in the app, then the app itself you could probably argue is a breach of copyright.
Yeah.
Whereas the data files are kept by a different group of people and you just load them in, right? So the app's just there for stuff. It's not breaking any laws. Whereas I wonder if Quartermaster's got the same kind of problem, that they can't put the rules in there, because if they did, it would mean that they would be also potentially, providing.
Yeah. So this is the thing with, just going back to so New Recruit, when you export your list, it does give you the full breakdown of special rules.
Yeah.
So it's
good as Battlescribe, isn't it, I guess? So
yeah. So
again, because the data files are the same at the moment, right? So they're the same kind of thing. So New Recruit is like, this is a thing for building lists with. You just need these XML files. But if somebody happens to go and create the XML file over here somewhere, then it's not their responsibility.
It's not our, no, absolutely. Which I get. The other thing I found with New Recruit was that when I exported it, it didn't export it in HQ, fast attack, troops, in the standard order. So it does HQ, troops, then elites, then, and I was, which is, if you're then providing this information to somebody, if you're giving this information to them, we've dealt with lots of lists in the past of players. You want to be able to just go, this is what they have. This is their HQ, this is their elites, this is their troops, blah, 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 hammer it out, do what you got to do with it. When information is provided in a weird way like that, for players and for anyone else who's going to receive that information, that's a little bit weird. And so it slows down that. But in terms of time that it took me to make my list, once I had the idea of what I wanted to do, probably took me less than 10 minutes. And I had all the it didn't give me all the stat breakdowns for all the weapons. I did have to double check a couple of things, but it wasn't crazy difficult for me to whack a list together that did what I wanted it to do without going too far away from just using the app, which was good. Yeah, it was much better than I thought it was going to be. I was expecting it to be a really janky experience, but no, and it was really quick, and it's really what's the word? It's easy, intuitive. That's what I'm looking for.
Okay.
You can easily add detachments and things onto it. So yeah, I liked it. I definitely preferred it to how I found Battlescribe to be when I last used Battlescribe, when it was going in and out of stuff and it was just a palaver every time. Yeah. It was okay. It wasn't too bad.
So Battlescribe then. So this is probably the one that I've used. I mean, I've used it for years. And so I find it really useful and a very handy app because I find it super quick, and I don't have to spend a lot of time looking too much at books and stuff to get the kind of information that I need. So, for example, obviously I knew the Iron Warriors this pretty well, so it didn't take me long to put that in. You know, it was like a matter of probably under 10 minutes, I would have thought. Just double check. The most of the time was spent, you know, like I say, reading the other thing and then transposing it across to Battlescribe. But I think Battlescribe's got a lot better. I find it super useful and very easy if you're just got a few minutes and thinking, oh, that'd be a good list idea. How would I build this? And you can build a list very well, I think, without having to refer too much back to the rule book. But I would always recommend that you do double check some of the stuff. But for example, go on.
I think it gives you all the rules, but it doesn't necessarily give you the contextualization of how that rule comes into play.
It does cover most of the rules, I think. It doesn't cover all of the rules, which is a problem I'll come on to in a minute. But most of the stuff, you know, for a particular unit is kind of covered in the rules thing. And you can click on it and click on an individual unit and it will output all of its special rules and everything about it. So you can tell exactly what it does and what the weapons do, down to like individual weapon level. So, but it doesn't always cover everything that it does, for example. So sometimes it will say, you know, it'll give you the rule for shred, give you the rule for deep strike, but it won't give you the rule for anti-grav, for example, which is weird. So there are things that it misses off. But I think generally speaking, there's a lot of people who work on these data files. They're usually pretty accurate, but you know, we've seen mistakes that it's made in the past when we were event organizers, you know, where it's kind of not costed the right thing or missed costs off.
Yeah.
But I haven't found it to be too bad for that. You know, it seems to make total sense these days. The way it works, like I say, you go through and you add your HQs, your troops, your elites, whatever, and each one of those, it'll give you a set of options. There's obviously quite a lot of rules-based stuff here because, you know, certain things, if you're loyalist or traitor, it gives you a different set of units to choose from, different weapon selections and stuff like that. And it seems to always cover most of those, to be fair. It's not like I've gone, oh, that's not there. Certainly in the latter versions of Battlescribe data files, it seems to cover it. The app itself is quite old. I think we mentioned this. But it's the data files that are constantly changing. The app itself remains fairly static. It is free, but it does have ads.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Minor inconvenience, really.
There's ads in your recruit, and it does have a paid version, but I don't know what's in the paid version.
I think the paid version of Battlescribe gets rid of the ads, and it gives you the ability to name your units. But I used to pay for it, and I paid for it for many years, but I was just like, actually, as it's not being supported. And there was a time when it was not supported, but the guy who developed it quickly fixed whatever the problem was. But it's not been really enhanced for a long time.
Because they require you to change the version number every so often.
Yeah. But
so custom names, you can favorite a unit, list your miniatures in the app.
Yeah.
So we've got 3 levels, and they all get the same bonus feature. So it's €2.5, €5, or
Right. And is that per month? Is it subscription based? Yeah. Right. Okay. Gotcha. So, but yeah, I mean, I find, like I say, Battlescribe very easy to use. It has most of the stuff in there. I know that people don't like the output. A lot of event organizers don't send us Battlescribe output
No.
in HTML because that is probably the one downside to it, which is it is confusing to read that. You know, and it-
In fact, let's put up the way it. Fantastic. A slide of it. So,
well, just before that, I would say though the one saving grace for this app is, or one of the saving graces, it's easy to use when you're playing the game. Just click on the unit and find out what the weapon does.
Yeah.
But there's also a website which we'll put in the link. That's where you can import. Yeah, where you can import.
The other one, yes, yes, another one.
Yeah. So you can import it's the Raltac Army List formatter.
Yeah.
So basically, you can save the Battlescribe output as HTML and then upload it to this website, and it creates a lovely formatted version of this where you can just click on the individual units to see what they do. And again, it's super useful. I mean, really, really handy when you're playing the game. It's what I use because sometimes you're thinking, oh, and you miss rules out, right? All the time I miss rules out. Whereas being able to click on an individual unit and get all of its rules, albeit they are the Battlescribe rules, and just click on it and see it without having to look through pages and pages of books becomes super useful for me. So yeah, I think there's something useful. So like I said, when I did my own list, I did an army that I've never done a list for before.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to see what it was like. And I could do this pretty quickly without having to look at the books too much. So just by using Battlescribe, it was quite easy. Whereas actually, I don't know if you have this, I find it very frustrating. The book that's got the Custodians in, for example, has got the Soul Auxilia and something else in there. And so all of the weapons, there's billions of them. You know, it's like, what the hell does a tight spear do? Oh, okay. So now I've got to try and find this thing in the book somewhere. It's quite a pain. Whereas this, just has it all there for you. So I think Battlescribe in combination with this army list formatter really does work super well.
Yeah.
But what I like about Battlescribe is you can create an army on the bog while you're having a break, and you can crack an army off in less than 5 minutes quite easily if you know what you're doing.
The thing I would say about that is that you're using Battlescribe to make a list, you're then taking the information from Battlescribe, putting them into something else.
Yeah, no, I
totally make that.
I quite agree. And again, you can use raw Battlescribe; it isn't difficult, but it just makes it a bit easier.
Yeah,
I would say. But yeah, I mean, you can just click on a unit. Like I'm looking at a Talon Dreadnought here, actually, and you can change the output format as well. So you can, have it in plain text, or you can have only a part of it shown, or all of it with the rules and everything. So yeah, it can kind of. But I mean, this is the format that you get. I don't know if you can see this on the screen, but yeah, there's like I probably can't. My camera's not good. There's a lot of stuff there, and there's a lot of stuff to wade through in terms of rules. So it does become a bit of a pain in the backside. That's a Telemon Dreadnought, which has got about 8 pages of rules. So it is quite unwieldy if you try and do it that way. It can be done, but again, if you're starting out, I would recommend. Yeah, it's definitely a downside for Battlescribe. Is the output is problematic.
Yeah.
Speaking of output, Chris did do output for the Iron Havocs. So I'll just pop that up here for each of the. Oh no, just a second.
The one thing also Quartermaster, there aren't any ads or anything, but you do have to pay for it, and it's it's £7.99
a month. Was that
no? It's a one-off.
Well, that's not bad then, is it?
No, it's not. It's
in comparison to.
Well, that's 3 years of Battlescribe.
Yeah, that is true, but the other one's €2.5 a month.
Yeah. But I've had in the past issues with Battlescribe as well because it's done certain things like that haven't really worked with rocks. Sorry, I don't know what I thought. Sorry, my phone's doing something there. I was in Battlescribe and it's playing a video as an advert. We have had issues in Battlescribe, Quartermaster, I should say, where it's disagreed with the points cost of what everybody thought it was. But the one that always stood out for me was the Fire Raptor. It said you had to pay I think it was 20 or 10 points, whatever it was, per gun to upgrade the heavy bolters to autocannons. When everyone else's interpretation was it's just the flat cost for the.
Oh, right. Yeah, I see.
And there were a few bits and bobs like that, which meant that we had to redo all the lists with people, almost every single one of the quartermaster lists. Then, yes, you can edit it, but you can also edit it in Battlescribe. And I just found more issues with quartermaster when validating lists.
Yeah, so now, so the Fire Raptor gunship is 280 points, and you can take 2 sponsor-mounted Gravis autocannon battery for 15 points.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's a slightly different. I think it's different now to how it used to be, in terms of how it does certain things. But yeah, have you got the output, Mr. B?
Yeah, so I'll pop up the output. There we go. So this is a scroll. So
the other thing also, because so you can't export as PDF. You can only export as text formats or PNGs. No, I couldn't. Well, I couldn't see it when I tried to export this unit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it only really wants to do it as a text sort of thing. Yeah, so Battlescribe roster, Reddit, Facebook, yeah, image files. So this is why this is a bit grainy, because it was off my phone, and then it's a PNG off my phone. Tried to scale it up, but as Grace said, there's a lot of info there. Yeah, it has all the breakdown of how the grenades work, frag grenades, crack grenades. This is the Iron Havocs that we chose as the. So it does tell you everything, which is good. But yeah, it's a whole chunk of info that probably I would say you probably don't need all of.
Yeah, I mean that's a good point. Actually, it'd be nice if you could just turn some stuff off. You just, what grenades do, for example. So
yeah, I didn't change the settings because I know I think you can change how it puts stuff out.
Yeah. No, it's not.
Yeah. So yeah, it's nice, easy to read. And yeah, if you don't want to lug around all your books, it's good for that, I guess. But I think if you've got a lot of unit, I mean that's just a singular unit, bearing in mind.
Yeah.
If you're going through a whole list of stuff on your phone to find something. Yeah.
Okay, so next one is new recruit.
Yeah. This is from the PDF.
Yeah. So that's got, like I say, like that sort of data card look, isn't it? But again, it's the same invoked from the same data file, isn't it? So
yeah. But it's a neater,
sort of more readable format.
Yeah, exactly. Which I thought was.
Yeah, that's not.
Yeah, quartermaster is
it's very strong.
Yeah.
You make it up as you go along.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't give you the rules.
Yeah.
It does have another way of doing it, but it doesn't provide you any more information than that.
For a start, I'd be like, "What's a ferrous oculus?" And you couldn't tell from there. You have to go and look in the book, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And actually, not even on the book, because this is a legacy unit, so I have to go and find the PDF.
So yeah, you have to find where it is.
Another way that new recruit also displays stuff as if you get you can also put it on team 40k template cards. I've just screenshotted the Iron Havoc one here, and a bit big, so it's a bit hard to put into.
Oh yeah, it
I'll
is.
send this to you on WhatsApp.
So I can see it. I can see it from there.
Yeah, read that.
Sort of card version. It's a bit, I suppose, it's a bit funny because it puts the rules down the side.
But it takes up a lot of sort of real estate.
Yeah,
With
it's
lots
a
of blank.
lot of empty space, isn't it?
With lots of weapons.
Yeah. But even so, you probably have more rules, which would then, yeah, okay. I think I preferred the one that Chris showed, to be honest with you. It does easy use.
I think it's giving you the same information as Battlescribe, but it's just presented in a much
Yeah.
Than for this particular unit, but I find it. They're still working on it. They're still getting there. Like, for example, one of the annoying things about this format for Heresy and New Recruit is that it sort of like where you give legionaries an option instead of leaving just a standard legionary line, it then breaks those legionaries out to option.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Battlescribe does the same thing. Sometimes it'll just give you like, 6 of these, blah, 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 here. Stats. Other times it's like each individual one, even though they've got exactly the same gear, it's like repeat.
I
Yeah.
got these cards for Solar Auxiliate and they look a lot better.
So for things like Augury Scans and Nuncio Voxes, for instance, on Quartermaster, you just select it as an option in the unit. It doesn't get assigned to a particular marine. It's just the unit takes one of those things. So it's in there, but you haven't got to worry about it being attached to Steve. The other thing that is it gives you all of the special weapons options. I couldn't see how to do a particular legion, which might just be me being an idiot. So it does give you all the special weapon options that are legion specific, which is not necessarily helpful in Quartermaster, because I don't want to have Fenrisian axes on a recon squad because I'm not taking space wolves, and so there's tidying up that it's probably my fault not taking on something at some point. But I think, for me, I thought I was going to go into this, and I thought I was going to be like, I thought Battlescribe was still going to be sort of the best of the three of them. But as I had to play with all three to do little bits, I did find, for me, New Recruit was the most useful of the three. Because
I mean, and like I say, Battlescribe just sits there, does its job. Nobody's updating it.
No.
Any changes to it. So
you can download New Recruit as an app to your phone.
I mean, if you go to the New Recruit website and then if I just on iOS, you can sort of put it on your desktop, home screen as an app. You just sort of where is it, the share button? Add to home screen. Yeah, you click the sort of the share button, the square with the arrow going up.
Yeah. So I have
and it will put it on your phone as a sort of app.
and you can do it on Chrome as well on PC, because I have 5e tools. I actually downloaded the whole website and I run it from my PC when we're doing D&D on a Wednesday, because I got bored of having to go to the website to then find what I wanted, whereas it's much quicker just to run it from my PC. So I don't know if you can. Yeah, I don't know if you can download all the JSON files for New Recruit and then do a similar thing.
It does do that on your phone
locally, yeah.
But
yeah,
again, if you've got no signal, fantastic. But if you've got a little bit of signal,
It just wants
it'll
to.
keep trying to connect to the server and getting a bit.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So if you've got only a little bit of signal, you're better off just going into airplane mode. That's the
Fair
advantage
enough.
of having an app. It's hourly.
So what do we reckon then? So would we recommend New Recruit over the other? I mean, it seems like a better format, easier to use, and it's being almost.
And it's being maintained.
Yeah.
I would recommend New Recruit over Battlescribe. I'm just not. I haven't used Battlescribe for a long time. It just doesn't have. It just doesn't have what I needed.
I think the fact that it's web-based makes it a lot easier because you haven't got to worry about Quartermaster, for instance, iOS only,
Sort of platform.
and universal platform, and also you're not going to lose any speed in the program by using it for free, if that makes sense.
Do you have to? I was going to say, do you have to pay for it? Is the question. Do you have to pay that €2.50?
I haven't paid for it, and I haven't felt like I need to pay for it.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't experienced like the ads and things. I haven't.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose from a sort of, if I was going to wave the flag for the developers union here, it's whether that, I bought Battlescribe because I used it so much, and I thought actually I would like to give the person who actually went to the effort of making this some money back. And maybe I do the same with New Recruit.
Not right now, but I can definitely see myself subscribing to it because I'm developers do deserve to get paid, and it's a useful app, and I'm using it.
Yeah.
So
I think that's what not terrible. It's enough if everybody who listened to our podcast gave us that for this lovely content would have at least €7 or €8.
What, £30 a year? So
yeah,
£25 a year. Plus 20% on. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's not
nice. Okay, well that's our top tip.
Yeah, I think.
What list did we make with it then?
Who wants to go?
I'll go first for a change. I think.
Great.
Go on then.
Yep. So, like I said, I might do something I hadn't done before, and I wanted to try and do it without having to keep constantly looking at the books, which is a pain in the backside. So I went for Custodes, because I thought Chris would like that. So, nice army to do, relatively straightforward. Anything about doing solo-ops, or I have done solo-ops before, or a Mechanicum I've done before, or one of these more obscure armies, but this is the only one I haven't really done. Like that on Night Lords, and I decided on Custodes because they're a bit even further out the bag. So from the HQ, I've got the classic Shield Captain, but not the really nasty one. And I've left him sort of fairly vanilla, with just the those Meridian swords, which I'm actually quite a big fan of now. They're a good old weapon, those. I mean, they've got some options, basically. One attack, strength 10 AP1. So, if you fancied it, go have a go. Probably the one you're going to use the most is the +1 strength AP2, two-handed murderous strike 4+, which makes it, albeit you don't get the extra attack, makes it more useful than a Paragon Blade. Particularly you're at strength 6 with Custodes, of course.
And considering a Paragon Blade is a costed upgrade.
Yeah. Madness, right? 4+ murderous strike every day of the week. Fantastic. Yeah. And its final one, if you've got somebody who, if you're not too worried about trying to kill everything in the room, you can have Rampage 3 with it as well. Super useful. I did wonder about the Misery Cord and wondered whether the Misery Cord, does that count as an extra weapon?
The blades count as 2.
Yeah. 2.
So you don't get an additional attack.
You don't get an extra attack. That's what I was wondering about. Okay, cool. Very good. So anyway, he's pretty cool. He's got quite a lot of stuff going on.
Could I inquire?
Yeah.
As to why you just left him as a shield captain and didn't go for the chunky boy Tribune.
Tribute. Well, I didn't want to be that guy, and
Okay.
he's still pretty useful, I think. 3 wounds, 2+ save. I think he's got a 4+ invuln, 2+, 4+.
Yep.
So yeah, it's probably not quite as cool, but I mean, he's leadership 10. You know.
Oh yeah, I mean, the only real difference is the Eternal Warrior and the slightly better weapon skill. But I was just curious because
I mean, weapon skill 6 is still better than most, unless you go up against Primarchs, right?
exactly.
So I think it's a good 200 points is not bad, for him, and he's gonna help. Array Strike, of course, if you want to kill something that's coming nearby. But other than that, fairly straightforward. Measured Strike as well, which is one of the other things it can do. This weapon has a special rule: they only make one single attack, which is the strength 10 one. So no rolling in there with how many attacks. It's 5 attacks base, for goodness sake.
Yep.
But yeah, the guy's not messing about. So
you do 6 attacks on the charge.
Yeah, 6 attacks on the charge, and if you use the Raptor Spread Its Wings version of the Meridian Blades, you get Rampage 3 as well for like, extra lols. So yeah.
It's good if you're running him solo, but if you're running in a squad, then
number of attacks
always the downs.
If you're outnumbered, right? Locked in combat. So yeah, and then that's my HQ, and then from my elites, I've gone for the Contemptor, the Achilles Dreadnought. So pretty much same as a Contemptor Dreadnought stats wise, no massive differences other than all the bonuses that you get from being a Custodes, of course, Nemesis unit. He's got the Dread Spear, which is strength 12, AP 2, melee, Exo Shock 4+, 0-handed, so that'll work. I've given him he's got a Corvée Las Pulsar.
Yeah.
24-inch range, strength 9, AP 3, heavy 3, so that'll do nicely against Marines. The Gravis Power Fist, of course, classic melee, brutal 3, everybody's got one. The Stormbolter, Assault 3 Shred, nice, strength 5, AP 4, and the twin-linked Adrathic Destructor. So let me put all of those on. Don't know where they will come from, but anyway.
So the bolter and the Adrathics are in the fists,
right?
Of him, and then he holds the spear, and the Corvée Les Pulsar is underslung on the spear tip, or no, it's above the spear tip.
Gotcha, fantastic. So the Adrathic Destructor, what a beauty this is! Strength 5, AP 3, Assault 1, instant death, armor bane, range, gets hot and twin linked. So that'll do. So yeah, some really cool stuff. Nice dreadnought, can take on other dreadnoughts, can dish it out to pretty much anything with that strength 9 shot as well. And again, he's rolling in there with the nice strength 8 attacks. Blimey, he's a monster. Yep. And then to support my shield captain, I've gone for the Heteran Guard because Chris is always swarmed by them.
They're just absolute monsters. That's why.
That's exactly right. So I've given them. Now I've gone a bit off piste with Chris's normal rules here.
I think you're right to have done what you've done. So
I've taken the. So anyway, the Heteran Guard, very very good squad, right? We know they're good. They've got all the bonuses in the world. 3 wounds apiece, 2+ saves, 4+. Their invuln is 2+ and 6+. Though, so their invuln's not quite as good as it used to be. But anyway, they've got those Meridian swords, which we just talked about.
Looked over the most important stat that they have, Graham. 4 attacks profile.
4 attacks, yeah, 4 attacks on the profile. Fantastic. And again, I've given them the dedicated transport, which is the Corvus Grav carrier. Now, of course, we know this is not an assault vehicle, and much has been talked about this. However, my thinking behind this, rather than spending 125 points on deep striking, was I can get this right on the edge of my deployment zone, right? And if I'm lucky, I can move it 8 and get the squad out to move 8. Now, I know they can't charge that first turn. I'm okay with that. Or I just bang this up but at least they'd be able to charge second turn. And you want them charging second turn if possible. If you just thump it up the road and it's got a move of 16 and then move 8 and then move out 8, you still can't charge, right? So you've got your backside in the wind. So 6 and 2 3s really. Is deep striking better? I don't know. I prefer to have stuff on the board. At least I know where it is, but it does mean it's vulnerable to being shot. The only thing I would say about all of their vehicles is their anti-grav. And something I didn't realize about anti-grav is you can never take a cover save with anti-grav at all, which means that they can't shroud or evade. So that was like, oh man, that kind of sucks. And you'll find out why it sucks in a minute and why Battlescribe doesn't have the anti-grav rule anywhere for some bizarre reason. So anyway, it was a downside of the thing. So anyway, I've got 4 of those guys going with the shield captain in their lovely transport, zipping across the board. Has got a flare shield. Its front armor is 13, so effectively 14. Side 12, 10 rear, 5 hull points. So it can take a few hits for sure. And it's also got some pretty good guns of its own. It's no slouch in that department. I gave it the twin-linked Arachnus bolt blaze cannon, 18 inches, strength 8, AP1. Magnificent. Heavy 2, Lance, Exoshock 6+. So watch out, Spartan. If I get close enough, you're in trouble. And of course, the twin-linked Lastrum bolt cannon, 36 inches, strength 6, AP4, heavy 8 shred. I mean, that's a fantastic little gun, that one. Super useful. So yeah, and I think the Heteran Guard get melter bombs as well, just for added lols. But then why you wouldn't just use your 1 attack at strength?
Yeah, Heteron get melter bombs. They've got 3 wounds each as well. So
Yeah,
the only thing that always puts me off coming out of the grav carrier, A, the cost of the model. I don't want to buy 7 of them. And B, because unless you have a shield, or which only gives you a slightly better invulnerable save, your invulnerable save is only 6s,
yes.
and then everyone's going to want to lad cannon you.
Lads cannon the crap out of you, which is why I kind of, which I can totally see. But that's why I've tried to sort of balance this out with other things, so that at least they can have a bit of a choice. So the idea being is, so my troops choice, I've got 3 identical squads. This is custodians guard squads, which is the kind of meat and potatoes of the army, really. I think the thing about custodians is that everything has to do something.
Yeah.
So
They cost so much.
they cost so much. There's no, right, I'm just going to spend 300 points on 3 tactical squads, and I don't really care. They just need to settle objectives, right? You're still going to have to get the custodian guard squads to do something, because they've got great stat line. They've got all the bonuses of the custodies, of course, nemesis units, etc., etc. But you know, they're going to have to score as well. So you're kind of caught between 2 things. Anyway, I've given them all the Adrasite spears. Strength +1, so strength 6. Melee 2-handed reaping blow 1. And reaping blow is if you're base-to-base contact with more than 1 enemy unit, you get a better initiative.
Yeah.
So no, they're already initiative 5 as well, remember. So these guys, you know, they're going to kill you before you get a chance to hit them back. Or you can shoot with the spears again. Only 12-inch range, but that's okay. Strength 5 AP3 assault 1, instant death, and it's armor bane as well if you want to take a chance on glancing something. So yeah, great unit. 4 of these guys in each of these units, and there's 3 of those. So they're the troop scoring units, but they will have to do some work. I've also gone for the Agamantus Jetbike Squadron. I kind of fell foul of these guys, and I've underestimated them in the past, so I thought I'd thump them in. So 4 of these, but they've all got Adrastic Devastators. I don't know what you think about these. I looked at the stats that the things they could take, but I thought actually these ones are pretty cool. So 80-inch range, a short range, but these things move at 16, so they're not hanging about. Heavy 2, instant death, which get a lot of instant death in this army, which is great. And they're armor bane as well, but they do get hot. So, you know, I thought actually, you know, they're pretty good shooting, albeit close range. And then you've got Solarite Power Lance, Strength 10, AP1, melee armor bane, 2-handed, sudden strike 3, which means I think initiative is at +3.
Yeah.
So they're going to absolutely murderize you. They're not one hit or anything. That's like you're going to get hit for strength 10. I think.
No, they.
Is it only on?
I think they only get 1 attack from the spit.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not. They don't get, or they only have 1 attack on the profile. But yeah, they don't get.
They have 1 attack on the profile. So they get 2 with the spear, I guess, at best. Doesn't say on doesn't say on Battlescribe, but it doesn't mean that it's true, right? Which is always the problem.
Let me have a look. 'Cause I can't remember.
I mean,
Well,
all of the army's got
Yep.
skirmish, right? So they get
Yep.
+1 to their cover save. So if you can get them in cover, and you don't necessarily want these in area terrain, so they'll take difficult terrain tests. But yeah, 2 hits with strength 10, that'll work, particularly against Mechanicum. So anyway, quite a cool unit. The guns are pretty cool as well. I think they do some damage. And then for my heavy support choices, I've gone for 2 colorless grav tanks. And again, I can see why they're good, but I can see why their downside being this anti-grav rule, which means you're not getting a cover save, which is a problem. I think it means you can't evade with it. So they do have. These are a great tank. They look cool. Move of 16, super quick. Ballistic 5 as well, so hitting on 3s at a minimum. 13, 13, 11, great armor, 4 hull points, and a flare shield. And I gave them the enhanced Arachnas Blaze Cannon, which is a 35-point upgrade. But boy, is it worth it.
Oh, yeah.
So that 24-inch range, and bear in mind you're moving at 16. Strength 9, AP 1. So, you're blowing up tanks on 5s if you get the penetrating hit. Heavy 4 Lance, so the best they can get is armor 12, Exo Shock 6+. What a great gun that is. On the turrets. And then you've got the Lastron Bolt Cannon again, this heavy 8 shred thing to deal with any chaff units that to get in your way. I think they're a really cracking tank.
I think bear in mind they're all ballistic skill 5 as well, so you're shooting everything on
hitting on
2.
3s. Hitting on 3s, you got everything, right? So useful. So I've got 2 of these bad boys. 260 points is quite pricey, but it's approximately about the same price, give or take, as an Omega or a Arcus with the targeting array. And then I've got a classic, another distraction Carniflex in the Telemon Heavy Dreadnought. We know he's a big monster. He's not quick, but he gets the job done. So he's basically got a great stat line, right? Weapon skill 6, ballistic skill 5, strength 8, toughness 8, 8 wounds, blimey, initiative 4, attacks 5, leadership 10, 2+ save. And he has only got a 5+ invuln now, so that did get slightly nerfed. So what I've given him is the Telemon, what's he got here? The Telemon Cestus, which I think is the fist thing.
Yeah.
Strength 10, AP 2, specialist weapon Sunder, so great at smashing through stuff. Doesn't have brutal, which is interesting, except if you give him the Iliastus Accelerator Culverin, 24-inch range, strength 8, AP 3, heavy 4, rending 6+, brutal 2. So you might be able to clunk a few dreadnoughts with that bad boy. And then you've got the plasma projector in the fist, which is assault 1, breaching 4+, gets hot, strength 7, AP 4, classic plasma. And then the spiculous bolt launcher, heavy 8 pinning. So super useful. So you're going to have to deal with old Eltel, Hammer of Wrath 3, for example.
He's
Move through cover. He's slow, but purposeful. Let's put it that way. And then finally, I bought a defense line before I read the anti-grav rule. So I thought, what I'll do is
the gladiators behind
the tanks behind the defense line, give them a 5+ cover save, right? No, because they're anti-grav, they don't get it. However, what I would say is I could actually still use that if I put it right at the end of my deployment zone and put my troops behind it, because they've got the skirmish type, which I think improves their cover save by 1.
by 1, yeah.
So that means they'd get a 4+.
The only thing with that is it's only going to be useful for
turn 1.
For turn 1, yeah.
Absolutely, 100%. It's turn 1 if they get the shooting first, right?
Yeah.
It's like I would park as many infantry units as I could behind it just to give them a better chance of surviving a las cannon. So that would still work, although it not work as I initially intended. So the plan is I don't want to leave the very expensive guard squad out on its own. So yeah, they would become. Yes, I will. Thank you. That is my submission.
Okay. Well, Graham's getting that. What do you think of that then, Chris? You're the expert on the.
Yeah, I like it. The problem is always going to be the case with this army is surviving to getting into combat. And if everything is going across the board, that's when you get problems. Which is why the the 100 odd points for the deep strike is worth it because you get units up close and personal, and you have a better chance of hopefully no one's there intercepting, but you have a better chance of surviving because you're bypassing a turn of shooting potentially. That's the only thing with walking custodies, is that they become bullet magnets, and the las cannons are never your friend with a 6+ memorable save. That's the only thing, but I like it because it's custodies, and I thought I'd see Graham do a custodies list, and he's gone for some good unit weapon choices. The Meridian Blades are absolutely brilliant. I took the claws on my Heteron because I wanted to volume of attacks, because I'm a greedy attack pig. And 7 attacks against the Nemesis unit just seemed absolutely abhorrent to me, and seemed like the kind of power gamer that I am. So, I really like it. And so I just think it's getting things across the board will be those having 3-4 man scoring units. It's a lot of wounds to get through, but I know for a heavy-hearted fact that if I don't run my custodian units in less than units of 5, they rarely survive the game.
Yep, there totally is that. I mean, just by volume of fire, somebody opens up.
It's always the yeah.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Did you change clothes?
Yes.
Yes.
We're like Lady Gaga. We have like a costume change halfway through.
We all did a costume change.
I got too excited about Graham's
custodies. I had to have a lie down.
I had a little sleepy. I got a bit hot and sweaty, so I had to check my. I thought I'd change into a thick woolen knit jumper.
Is it cold there today?
Instead,
yeah,
nicely done.
Yeah, I thought, why not? It's going to make no sense to anybody that listens to this, and yes, they'll run different.
Before video, the only problem I find with doing this on video now is that every month I'm seeing more and more white in my beard, and it's.
I'm going to dye my beard again. I decided. I dyed it. I dyed it before. It takes years off you, just for men.
Yeah. Anyway,
you laugh now.
Yeah.
You will want.
Hey, look,
face this time.
I've
Chris,
got a different problem, which is I'm going grey up here. So
yeah, well, at least you've got a
problem.
So
probably neither
here at
the
same time.
Oh, humblebrag.com.
I'm not going grey. It's going, and it's like
yours is. Do you know what your hair reminds me a little bit? Did you ever watch Babylon 5?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was the name of the kind of security guy?
Yeah. Garibaldi.
Yeah, you've got a very literally and figuratively, you have a very similar.
I'm sort of at that age where I'm thinking a number 2 and just keep it like that, because
that's what I do. I do. I go for a half all over.
Yeah.
Boom. Okay. Job done.
Shall we do Chris's list then?
Yes, let's, rather than grooming tips for the middle age.
Okay. Dyeing your hair so like an Italian gangster.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to dye my beard again. Okay.
Well, why not?
Blood Angels, a very assaulty army.
Hey, look.
Well, there's a surprise.
Well, what?
Who wouldn't have bet against that?
This is
Go
it.
on then.
Here we go. Blood Angels, Day of Revelation.
What does that do?
That's the Deep Strike Rite of War.
Right.
Is that you can sort of do deep strikes from turn 1 and.
So I have to. Oh, if I do, my friend. So I have to tell you where I'm deep striking, and let me just find the actual rule, because that always helps. Where are we? That's Day of Sorrows. At the start of its battle, before any models are deployed, or which player will take the first turn, is decided to control the player of a detachment using this Rite of War must declare to their opponent a turn number from 2 to 4.
Oh, okay.
Indicating on which of their own turns they will bring the Deep Strike Assault into play. Why? What is stupid?
I'll just line up all my interceptors.
What a stupid fuck.
Turn 2.
Sorry.
Okay.
It is a
That is horrible.
So you've got to tell them what turn you're coming on.
I'm going to tell you what turn I'm coming on.
I suppose, though, normal deep strike, you could expect it from turn 2, though, couldn't you?
Well, this is the same.
Well, no, maybe you want to go turn 3 if you're being
Well,
tactical.
If you're being tactical, yeah.
Is it arriving all at once? Is it?
The controlling player gets even better. Then places a marker anywhere on the battlefield, indicating the point where the first unit of the
Let me just move my Arcuses over there. Right.
It's like the Rainbow Bridge in sort of like the Marvel Cinematic Universe. You got that big shiny.
The thing with it is,
this is a bit longer.
The key thing to remember is this is before any models are deployed.
Oh, right. Wow, that's even worse. So basically, you go, right, I'm going to deep strike here. Somewhere in
the deep strike here on turn 3.
So I'll go, okay, cool, excellent. Let me just put my 10-man las cannon squad there with the augury scanner, and then maybe a couple of lovely Arcuses with their targeting arrays, and then why not 20-man
Volkite
tactical squad with a Volkite squad? Yeah, even better. Yeah, 10-man Volkite squad with an augury scanner. Blimey. Okay, that's
the first edition. Swiss. Well, the last edition, whatever. I can't remember what because we've had a few editions. But the last rule set, and it was basically the this Rite of War was like so OP.
Yeah, I think they might have swung the pendulum the other way on this one. But let's see. So what else happens then?
With everything in this edition,
they do come in without the roll though.
Yeah, they come out without a roll, just to turn up
and is
on
all
that.
The units that are in the deep strike.
Yes.
Right.
Which only equals deep strike assault, which only includes units from this detachment using Rite of War, does not make reserve rolls to see when they interplay. Instead, you just bring them deep strike assault into play at the start of the turn you choose.
Yeah. The first model must be placed within 6 inches of the marker and doesn't scatter.
Nice.
So yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Nice. Apart from that las cannon squad, right?
Las cannon Arcus, 10-man Volkite. Yep.
However, if the opponent gets a model within 1 inch of where that is, sorry, 1 second. In addition, the first model placed to determine where the deep strike arrives must be placed in 6 inches of the marker placed at the start of battle. It does not scatter. However, if the model cannot be placed at least 1 inch away from any model because of these restrictions, then the controlling player may choose to place it anywhere on the battlefield.
So what I would do then is I would get my 20-man tactical squad, 2 inches each, and just cover that entire area so you couldn't deep strike into it.
Then I can put them anywhere, but I'd have to then roll for scatter.
So what the Angels are hoping for us, this is going to be like a Darth Vader situation, surrounded by fear and dead men.
Wow. So I'm just trying to think whether you could use that to try and psych somebody out but actually put it over here somewhere, right? And go, I hope they're going to try the old, cover the whole deployment zone tactic so that I can't, because all you need to do is it's 6 inches from the scatter from that point, right?
Yeah.
So it's 12-inch round that you have to cover with units.
Well, it's
very easy.
Yes, the first model has to go within 6 inches of that token.
Exactly, right? But if you just put all your models within 2 inches of each other, even a 10-man squad could cover that area.
Yeah.
So you could psych them out and go, I'm going over there, I'm going over there, I'm going over there. And then, no, I'm not. I'm actually going to go over here, although I'm going to scatter.
Yeah.
So all you need is a Nuncio Vox and you'll be laughing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's assuming that you don't tell your opponent what the rule set does. And you're like, oh, yeah, I've just got to scatter here. There's no,
Yeah,
or they don't look it up in their own rule book and go, oh.
This is the thing, is that would be like winning by obfuscation, which you talked about. So you would say, you'd tell them up front exactly what they can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you stop me,
okay, get it? And then units come
any
in.
Any unit that doesn't come in via deep strike gets fearless.
Okay. All detached from a unit that are deployed onto the battlefield normally are not placed into reserve gain the fearless special rule until the start of the player's second turn. So the first turn they're fearless.
Yeah. That's going to be handy because you're probably going to want a lot deep striking.
You are, but equally,
All models that are made up entirely of models with the Deep Strike special rule and attachment using this rule must be assigned to a Deep Strike assault.
Yeah.
So basically anything with a jump pack. Content
And your compulsory HQ has to have a jump pack.
Yeah.
Yep.
I can see taking a few of those jump pack dreads.
With a...
Oh, wait.
It can't take tarantulas or anything like that. And
Yeah.
So that's the Day of Revelation right away.
It's a lot of downsides to that.
It's a big old chew on.
It's basically for no scatter and choosing your turn,
You get shot off the board.
You get absolutely spanked.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, with that in mind, now we understand.
You understand the classic Crystal strategy.
If I had something like this, my instinct would be to have fewer units deep striking and taking advantage of the fearless. But
it's only for the first turn.
If you're taking for the first turn, but if you're taking that right of war, you're taking it because you want the deep strike. So
yeah. All right. Well, let's see what he's pulled out of the bag for us.
Let's have a look. I just realized I put an error in my own list, so that's fun. I'm pretty sure I didn't take. Did I do that? I did take it. Yeah, that's fine. Right. HQ choice: Centurion. Here's a chaplain. Here's a thunderhammer. He has melter bombs, and he has a jump pack.
Good choice. Why are the melter bombs there?
Because
I think it's
look at the rest of the list here. There's not a lot.
It's your choice.
There's not a lot of anti-armor here.
Yeah,
the thunderhammer isn't terrible. But bear in mind, the rear of most tanks is 10.
Yeah, but I'm not going to come up against most. If the thing's got like Spartans, that kind of nonsense. Yeah, and for 10 points to have an extra melter bomb, I'm quite happy to.
Okay.
Quite happy to suffer that. I have another Centurion who is a Moritat, and he's swapping out
2 Inferno pistols. Will do any smart if you get it close enough.
Inferno pistols. So he's a 6-inch range, strength 8, AP 1, armor bane.
So you got to get within 3 and then open fire.
Yeah.
But even so, if you can get within 3.
Yeah, that's why he doesn't have. He comes with all his Moritat shenanigans anyway. But
so is that like 6 shots with each pistol or something, if I remember rightly? But does the Inferno pistol, if you roll a 1,
does it hot, doesn't it?
It doesn't have gets hot as a rule. I can't remember.
I thought it sort of failed on a 1 because it gets fair enough.
The Moritat thing, isn't it? Where it just goes.
That's what I mean. The pistol itself, but just with a Moritat, it has a fail on 1 or something. I don't know whether it's getting hot or
no. It just stops. Or is it Moritat? Why did they not put the Consularis in alphabetical order in the?
Oh yeah, it's weird.
Let's be perfectly honest here. I've said it again. I say it once. I'll say it many times. The rule books are so badly formatted. It's ridiculous.
Right. So while making a chain fire attack, a model with a special rule may make up to 6 attacks in the same shooting phase. Each of these attacks must be made up using either 1 or 2 pistol-type weapons, and all attacks must target the same enemy. In each attack, all weapons must make their full number of attacks. For example, a model using chain fire attack with 2 pistol 2 weapons would make 4 to hit rolls for each attack, for a total of 24. So, yeah.
Yeah, doesn't that have like special rules for plasma and?
It's got something when chain fire attack model with more than 2 appropriate weapons, So if you had 3 pistols, and can use the same 1 or 2 weapons for all 6 attacks make as part of the chain fire attack, unless gets hot or armor bane melter rules, forcing a controller player to stop using one of the weapons.
Yeah,
in which case they're appropriate weapons used.
So basically, you roll a 1. If it's got armor bane or gets hot, it stops working.
Yeah.
Stop rolling to hit for that weapon immediately.
Right.
Yeah.
I just think in the last edition, I'm pretty sure it had gets hot for.
It did, yeah, but it doesn't, because it would only be on like a plasma pistol that gets hot. So so you roll a 1, nothing happens to you, but you just stop.
That's
not bad.
That's fine.
That comes. So
so would that be 12 attacks?
Yeah.
Nice.
12 attacks with melter. But
nice. But you've got to be within 3.
Danger.
Crazy armor bane, but also it's super useful for
Terminators.
Even Terminators or your Praetors or
yeah,
or anything pretty much. Double Inferno pistol is
20 points. Nice.
whack as whack can be.
No, the worst one is double graviton pistols
Oh yeah.
from the Iron Hands.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think they're both pretty nasty, but because they're quite limited in what they can do, they're not as bad. I don't think. I think they're bad, but it's
No, I
not
think
like you can
I
equip
think
an
it's
entire
a good
unit with
choice.
them.
I think it's a good choice.
Yeah, it's a great choice.
I then have a squad of 6 Sanguinary Guard.
Mhm.
So Sanguinary Guard are from one of the exemplary battles. They're not they're not a
So annoyed that you can't get the old Mark IV.
yeah, I know. I was looking at the Games Workshop website and it's only the 3
Primaris
model
one.
Primaris squad now, which is
And they just don't look anywhere near as good.
no, they don't.
So
These guys,
what have they got going for them?
so they're just like a
Oh, they've got Inferno pistols as well. That's good.
they can pay for Inferno pistols. So weapon skill 5, 2 attacks each, 2 wounds each, leadership 9. They have 2+ armor.
Nice.
Are
And
they attached to anyone as a bodyguard, or are they a HQ all of their own?
you'll see. They are a retinue
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
for the person at the other side of the list.
I always ask because Death Guard bodyguard is a HQ choice in itself. So
Yeah,
Nice.
they can, I think, be an HQ, but yeah, they can be selected as a retinue squad. In this instance, they are selected as a retinue squad. So
obviously,
yes,
it's going to
they.
have chaplain. Actually, sorry, scratch that.
Gotcha. They all have perdition spears, because I love long pointy
Long
stabby
spear.
things.
+1 strength, AP3 reach 1, so +1 to your initiative. 2-handed brutal 2.
It's still the spear of salty tears.
Yeah,
It
but
is.
is it
It's not AP2.
AP2 would be, but not
Yeah.
even if I had breaching or something. I guess that is a little bit of a limitation because you'd really want them to go and stab a dreadnought or something with brutal 2, but
It's still pretty
AP3
nasty.
means they're gonna. Yeah, I mean,
as far as what we get,
Terminators
the nasty
might.
weapons.
I mean, it suppose it depends on the number of attacks, but yeah,
So they're going to get.
they've only got one AP2 weapon, and that's the Axe of Perdition. But again, that's unwieldy, so you might as well use a thunder
Trust-
hammer.
That's why I went for the spears, because
I mean, they'd be good at taking out marine equivalents. Really good at that.
Yeah, I mean, strength 6, brutal 2 at initiative 5. They're going to go first on most Terminators. Yes, they're not necessarily. You're going to get your save, but if you fail that save, it's going to do
2 wounds.
Do one every time. So that's kind of the thinking.
To be fair, though, there's so much out there that can deal with marine equivalents. The whole edition is about killing power armor marines, and everything else is like, ah!
Yeah. Anyway, I'm sure there's other surprises there, so carry on.
Yeah, no doubt. It's Chris.
Not really. So they have a special rule. An attachment includes Sanguinius or Sanguinary Guard gain 1 attack, while Sanguinius has 4 wounds of less or less. If Sanguinius is removed as a casualty, or Sanguinary Guard in that detachment gain an additional +1 attack.
Okay.
Across the,
So they would have got +1 for him being on 4, and then +1 if he dies. So that would be another +2 if he's dead. Basically,
they have 4 attacks each.
This is going to sound mad, but in terms of actual force organization chart, would the retinue for a Primarch, because I'm making an assumption here that he's going with a Primarch, not go with in the Primarch part the force org?
I just thought I'd keep it simple.
No, I get what you said. I'm just asking. I mean, it's a stupid question, but I'm just wondering out of curiosity more than anything else.
Yeah, no, I just thought I'd keep it simple as a where they would fit in onto that list. Right. Also, no, because that doesn't matter, but they have an additional rule which Sanguinius isn't there. But obviously, I have taken him in this list. I have 2 Dawnbreaker squads, Melter Bombs. They have the spears. And the spears on these guys are not as good as they used to be. They used to be AP2. Now they're AP3. Dawnbreaker cohorts. Falling Star Power Spear. Strength +1. AP3. Reach 1. Rending 5+.
Nice.
And when a unit composed entirely of models of this special rule is deployed as part of a deep strike assault, enemy units within 6 inches of the unit's final position suffer a -1 modifier to the leadership characteristic when taking any pinning test caused by the deep strike assault. So, guess who's going down on the table first?
Nice. What is that? I'm just trying to remember. I always get the brutal rule wrong. So if you hit somebody with brutal 2, right? So you hit.
Yeah.
Do you then roll to wound?
You roll
they have
once, and then
to wound, and they have to make the number of saves equal to brutal.
no.
You sure?
I'm pretty sure. Age of Darkness.
It's not in there, or I couldn't find it. I always get this confused because it's either one way or the other, and I always seem to not entirely sure that I get it round the right way.
Yeah, I kind of
It's in the Starties book, isn't it? Okay, give me 2 seconds. From memory, I believe it's 1 save, take 2 wounds.
That would be.
Which?
I think it's. Yeah, okay, let's have a look.
Brutal. When a model is allocated a wound inflicted by a weapon with this special rule, it does not suffer only 1 wound, but instead suffers a number of wounds equal to the number in brackets associated with the specific variant of this weapon rule.
Yeah.
With all of the wounds inflicted using the same AP and special rules as that of the initial wound, roll to save against save against each wound separately. But note that wounds caused in excess of given models remaining wounds do not spill over. Yeah.
So that would be you hit them once, and then they have to make 2 saves.
2 saves.
So, yeah, as long as you're not going against Terminators, you'll be all right. Otherwise, you might be struggling because they'll make 2 2+s basically. But yeah, that's how I've been playing it. So I'm glad I got that right in my head. That's how. So yeah, it's not 1 save, take 2 wounds. It's 1 hit, 1 wound. Then you take the number of saves equal to the brutal. Cool. I've been playing it right. That's good.
That's good.
Lovely.
Nice change. So yeah, 2 Dawnbreaker cohorts and then an Angel's Tears unit with 7 in the
we like these.
7 in the unit, 6 assault cannons, 1 Angel's Tears launcher, 1 thunder hammer, and the whole squad has melter bombs. And that's the true of the Dawnbreakers as well. The whole squads have got melter bombs.
And the assault cannons, of course. Fantastic.
And the assault cannons, yeah.
So how many is that? 7 in total, yeah.
That's 7
5
in total,
cannons.
6 cannons, because the sergeant can take a cannon as well.
Oh, you got 5 there? Oh.
This 3 has that is a...
One's got an Angel's Tears launcher and the other one's got a thunder.
Yeah, it should be 6 and an Angel's Tears launcher, which is what I paid for on the thing.
And the sergeant's got a thunder hammer, has he?
Final sergeant's got a thunder hammer, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And the whole squad's got melted.
Whole squad's got melted bombs.
Nice.
I then have my 3 assault squads. 15 in total, 2 power mauls, 1 power axe from the normal Marines, and a power axe on the sergeant, and then the sergeant has a melter bomb, and that's true of all
not
3.
power fists. I would have power fisted that personally.
Yeah,
I know it's an extra 5 points, but yeah, I mean power mauls, as we talked about, we gave them a rough ride, but actually they're AP3, which came as a surprise to me the other day. So yeah, they're pretty cool. Plus 2 strength for AP3.
I did think about going power fist, but
I don't know. I would for the extra 5 points. I would do it because personally, just because the sergeant with the power fist is like 2 attacks, 3 on the charge, and the power fist can even tickle a dreadnought if you need it to. But then, see, I would have done that and not taken the melter bombs, but that's just my personal choice.
In terms of playing hard, if that makes sense, then yes, I would have done, but this is just a
Yeah. Nice.
fun everything comes out of the sky list. Yeah.
Yeah. You could actually play your Blood Angels again.
Yeah, they'll come out at some point.
It'd be nice to see them again.
Yeah, they'll come out
Okay.
when
sorry.
you least expect.
Okay.
And then
It's a lot of them, isn't it? It's 15 in each squad. That.
Yeah.
Mm.
This is other than the Sanguinary Guard
Yeah.
and the Recon Squad, I can build this out.
All right. Okay.
So
Okay. Cool. So we've got 3 assault squads all
Yeah.
copied and pasted.
all copied and pasted. Yep.
I mean, I'm a big fan of a recon squad now. Not recon squad, an assault squad now. Yeah, I think the problem, I suppose the only problem I have with them is that there's a temptation to use them because you think actually these guys are quite handy. 2 attacks.
Yeah, you send them after stuff.
And you send them after stuff, and they get absolutely slapped about. And it's like, I've just lost my scoring unit. So I think I've sort of used them sparingly just to have one of them, just because they're great for getting on objectives because they're super quick.
My personal opinion is that they are what's the word I'm looking for? They are for getting objectives.
Yeah, but I can see why you tool them up as well, because I think. I feel personally that an assault squad, in that similar kind of loadout to what Chris has got there, is going to be more likely to take an objective than maybe a 10-man tactical squad in a Rhino.
Yeah.
The thing also is, Blood Angels, when they're rolling to wound, always need 1 less to wound than they would normally do.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Does Sanguinus, is he a buffer or a fluffer?
He's he would be in the fluffer category. Yeah, absolutely.
Right, so he doesn't really give the army much, but he's all about himself.
Yeah. Just reload. A little 6-person recon squad, because I've got to have something on the board potentially going into turn 2. So, and they have the Nuncio Vox. They are my basically get out of jail free if the deep strike goes AWOL. I can use them as a anchor point so that everything doesn't go completely sideways on me when it comes to scatter time. So that's the only purpose they solve. The Augury Scanner is there just because, hell, it feels rude not to take one in an army these days.
I mean, never mind the Augury Scanner. Yeah, it's super useful on recon squads, not for the intercept, but because it means you're not affected by, or you're not as badly affected by night fighting. You can still shoot them. It's still -1, but it's not restricted on range.
Exactly.
Nuncio Vox, again, if you had to deep strike something else, you can use that to re-roll the scatter.
Yeah. But because I don't, it just means that they can,
Well, I think also, if somebody is clever and they go, right, I'm just going to put this 10-man squad and basically prevent you from deep striking, you'd have to deep strike somewhere else, but at least you've got a Nuncio Vox to re-roll the scatter if you need to.
Yeah, and that's their purpose, basically.
Yeah, nice.
Give me that sort of security.
It does something else as well, doesn't it? I think the Nuncio Vox stops you from getting the -1 leadership for night fighting as well. I'll have a quick look while you carry on.
Okay. Then I'm on to my fast attack, which is an Incendious Dreadnought with the Talons of Perdition. It's a real toss-up between whether because you can't switch one out and keep the other these days, which you could do before. You have 1 Power Fist and 1 Talon of Perdition. Now it's a set of Talons of Perdition or a set of Power Fists.
Okay.
The Talons of Perdition are at the Dreadnought Strength, so Strength 7, but they do have Shred and they still have Brutal 2.
Okay, cool.
So it's not easier and because they're Blood Angels, they are needing 1 less to wound anyway. So they're coming up against, so they're still wounding on 3s against another Dreadnought, should it come to it, but that's with Shred, AP2, and then having Brutal 2 up their sleeve as well.
Gotcha. Is that where are the Talons of Perdition? Are they on the?
They're on the actual Incendious Dreadnought.
Oh yeah. Nice.
Yeah.
Contemptor Incendious. Oh yes.
Yeah. It's 200 points. 3 attacks on profile. You can put the assault cannons in the Talons.
Yeah, that seems
if you
like
want
a
to.
good idea. Quite expensive. Yeah.
Exactly. It's another 30 points.
Okay.
And you can do the same with if you take the power fists. You can take the assault cannons in there as well. So you can switch it out.
I see what you mean. I suppose Talons of Perdition, strength user. So what are they? Strength 7?
Strength 7. So against the Contemptor, they're win you on 3.
4s, 3s because of the -1.
3s because of
and it's brutal too, and it's shred as well. So
yeah, exactly. So that's the reason I
took that instead of
that. Yeah, the reliability to hit. I mean, their weapon skill 5 as well. So they're
so they'll be hitting on 4s,
wounding
on 3s
with reroll. Yeah, for shred. So
and does that 3 attacks? Do you not get +1?
You'll get yeah. Well, the war gear is that they have 2 on there. So
yeah, but I think unless it says otherwise, if you've got 2 of them,
so it'll be 4. So it's 5 attacks on the charge.
5 attacks. I think that's fair. I think that's right because it says on the look at the only one that I think is badly affected by this is the Thingamy one. The what's the big heavy support dreadnought? Leviathan. Because it says specifically on that, if you take off a weapon,
it loses a.
Yeah.
I think that's the only one that does say that.
Yeah. Places it, he loses an attack. What does the because the normal dreadnoughts don't have that, but they get the +1 attack if they've got 2 close combat weapons. So yeah. All right, smashing. So I would say it's 4 plus 1 for charging.
Yeah. And because he has a jump pack, he can deep strike.
Nice.
Because why not?
Beautiful.
Then 485 points of Blonde Adonis.
Oh, thank you.
You were never blonde.
Oh, I never was. I never was blonde. You're right. Actually, that's not entirely true.
Well, there is very early.
For some bizarre reason, when I was really, I'm not sure if I'm had a Nikki 6 thing and I was swapped out because I did have blonde hair when I was really, really young. Like for some bizarre reason.
Different color hair. I had ginger hair when I was a kid.
Right. Okay. There we go.
You had ginger hair when you hang on, wait.
You were quite
ginger hair when you were a kid.
On the gingery side.
Yeah, it's definitely got. But
you're not exactly a black-haired Italiano right now.
it's more brown though these days.
Oh yeah, fair play. So what does Sanguinis do? Let's have a quick look at him. I always forget his rules.
So weapon skill 8, strength 6 attacks, 6 wounds, leadership 10. He can have the couple of weapons options, which is the Blading Carmine or the Spear of Telesto.
Oh, that's right.
He is Star of the Blood Angels. All friendly models of the Astartes special rule in the same army of Sanguinius that other deploys as part of Deep Strike Assault.
Yep.
Or has a Legion Warhawk. Jump pack gains +1 weapon skill on any turn in which they make a successful charge. In addition, an army
that's a fluffer.
Well, he's a little bit of a fluffer, but it is specific to Deep Strike Assault or having jump packs. So,
but that's most of your army, isn't it?
It's most of this army, yes. But it's not necessarily the case if you're
okay, fair enough.
Playing a different style of Blood Angel. So
gotcha. Yeah,
he's a fluffer specific.
Yeah,
he doesn't do the hardcore stuff. He just comes for the stuff with a storyline and
and for getting smacking about. Who did he kill? He killed one of the Primarchs, didn't he? Or did he just die?
He has a dust up with Angron.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. He has a proper dust up with.
How did that go? Spoiler alert.
He's still there towards the end.
Let's just leave it at that. Okay, very good.
Right. Any units that are locked in combat that are within 6 inches of him, as well as a unit that he joins, may add +1 to the total number of wounds caused, the purpose of resolving which side won the combat. Classic. It's got a 2+4+, and any invulnerable saves made on a turn in which he charges can be re-rolled.
Nice.
Because he's got the big feathers, he
Big
has
wings.
can have a movement speed of 14.
I'm not a mutant, but yes.
Not a mutant,
Just angelic.
just angelic. Yes, so that's pretty useful. He has a Inferno pistol.
We
Effectively,
can still run on a turn when his wings have been activated.
Yeah, he can shift. He can get about. He has Infernus, which is a Assault 2 Armor Bane one-shot melter pistol. Effectively, not pistol, but to him it is. And then the weapons I take, because I've got a theme, is the Spear of Telesto, which is Strength 10, AP 1, two-handed mastercrafted lance, Exoshock 4+.
Nice. And there's no unwieldy in that bad boy, so he's coming at you. Hardcore.
And then he also has the Moonsilver Blade, which has Duelist Edge 1, Blind, and Moonsilver. So any unsaved wound caused against a model of the demon unit subtype or psychic subtype is instead counted as 2 wounds because of Moonsilver. He can throw the Spear of Telesto.
Oh, yeah.
But then he's stuck with the Moonsilver Blade. And
right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, once per battle, yeah.
It's more. It seems to me that's something you would do at the very, last turn.
The desperation
for that whole 12 inches.
Actually, I think somebody won a game by chucking their spear at me.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I can't remember who it was now.
It is last roll of the dice.
Might have been James, actually. Yeah, I think it was. I think he needed one more thing to kill to not tie the victory points, and he loves this Spirit of Telesto at one of my tanks. I can't remember which one, and Exo shot it to death. The bugger. Great move. Classic thematic end to a battle. Okay, very nice. Very nice. I like it.
Yeah, the only thing is, obviously, narratively, the Spirit of Telesto can shoot laser beams out of it. So I don't know.
Okay.
But they continue to ignore that. So, yeah.
Didn't also take down a Titan or something.
Basically, yeah, he can use it as a massive cannon. He can shoot an energy beam out of the tip of it. As it were. Yeah. But obviously we don't. Why would we put that into the game? Why give him a las cannon on the end of his spear? I mean,
well, while you're there, why you make Perturabo's tinkering with what's his name's weapon? That sounds even worse.
Old Headless Jim.
Yeah, headless horseman. What's his name? Fulgrim?
No,
Ferrus Manus.
Ferrus Manus. Yeah.
Look, we're going to make the Iron Hands fans upset. All 4 of them.
All I was saying
was because we haven't really done that for
he gets given
9 years.
Gets given a strength 10.
We know what you did.
Hammer, and then suddenly it's slower to use. Well,
he's not used to it. He's not used to it. That's what it is.
I think he would have got the hang of it or made some effort.
The weapon doesn't just make
the is just rubbish at fighting stuff.
But there is, of course. It's not unreasonable.
Of course, that.
All right,
that's my list.
I like it.
It's all going to turn up at some point between turn 3 or 4, definitely turn 2. And
just to shout out, if you are listening to this on the Spotify or other podcast of your choice, do check out the YouTube, because you can see this all in its lovely full array of black and white.
Black and white.
Makes it slightly easier to read. But yeah, check out our YouTube channel, please. Okay, Mr. B, I think you're up on the hockey.
Star YouTuber. He wants to be the next Mr. Beast.
Well, not really, problems there, aren't there?
Probably.
Be the sort of Mr. I don't know, Mr. Snuggles. There we go.
Mr. Snuggles. Yes, nice.
Maybe Mr. Snuggles, the internet personality.
Actually, I think that's more Mr. I think that's Mr. B's kind of is skew, really, to my unique selling point.
Okay, shall I bring up mine?
Why not?
Yeah. Okay. Right. I got Mechanicum, because I don't. Oh, it says it's the right of Wars and Sagim hasn't, but it's fine.
Okay.
Well, I've changed this fucking thing 3 times now.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, right. We have Mechanicum, because I don't often take Mechanicum, and I sort of was thinking, I'm trying to try different things with new recruit to try and get the how am I using this properly. So we're starting off with an Archmagos Prime with a mastercrafted conversion beamer, Paragon Blade, Cyber Familiar, Augury scanner, and we've gone with the Magos Ruinous, so we're going Cyberphagy in terms of Porta Fractus. So
you're gonna have to explain what that does. You can't just chuck that in there and walk away.
I thought Porta Fractus was
somewhere in Wales, wasn't it?
Somewhere in Wales was a zoo, isn't it?
Welcome to Porta Fractus.
Don't I? Give me a second. I'll just bring up the.
I had to find this to make sure that the spelling was correct and work out what the hell it was when I was.
Yeah, you can't just walk away from that, Mr. B. You've got to.
Give me a second. I'll bring it up.
So Paragon Blade, okay, Conversion Beamer and Paragon Blade, interesting combo.
Where is it?
Porta Fractus. Here you go. Do you want me to read it off for you, Mr. B?
Yeah.
Instead of making a shooting attack, a Cybertheurgist with this Cybertheurgic rule may select a single building, fortification, or enemy unit with a transport unit subtype that has an enemy unit embarked within and is within 12 inches of this Cybertheurgist, and must then make a Cybertheurgy check. If the check is successful, then the enemy unit embarked to the chosen target must immediately make an emergency disembarkation, and once disembarked, must make a pinning test. If it's failed, the Cybertheurgist suffers theurgic feedback. But it can't be used on flyers, super heavies, knights, or titans.
That is literally one of the worst. Why did you take this, Mr. B? I'm sorry.
I can see the appeal, if I'm honest with you.
If you've got 3 lots of Castellax sitting there.
When you've got say you've got a
Thanatar.
Say you've got a unit in a Spartan that you want to come out of the Spartan.
Yeah, I get that.
That was kind of my thinking there.
But you've got to be within 12 of the flipping vehicle.
Yeah, I mean, if something's gone wrong to you,
so you're going to be in big trouble if there's like a 10-man Terminator squad in that thing. Oh, I've pinned them. Good luck. By all means, I love you. I love your what's it? Chutzpah or whatever. Chutzpah. Yeah, I like it. You know, like your attack. But really, why did you not just take the Cybernetica one? Come on, Mr. B, tell me.
Because I was doing Reductor.
The honourable member for Hartlepool has gone very quiet.
Reductor was my theme.
Right.
This is the Reductor Cyberphagy.
Reductor. Oh, so you got... Yes, because I was going to say, isn't there another thing you've missed off that, which is not just a Cyberphagy thing, but there's like an Archmagos thing, isn't there?
Oh yes, sorry, I have. Yeah, he is a Reductor. He's order his order of high techno arcana.
That's the one I meant. Yeah.
Which gets him the which you know, so that gets him some cool stuff. He gets what is it? Demolisher. So units with battlesmith. So he doesn't repair. But he does 1 whole point of damage to vehicles or buildings, which is I could think is kind of cool. And he also gets to turn 3 pieces of terrain to destroy cover saves and cause them to have difficult and dangerous terrain. So I like to go, right, that terrain on your side, your cover saves.
Nothing. Gone.
And he gets the Reductor Cyber Phagy, but he can't select anything else. So he also gets the Magus Ruinous, which is a weapon. It's Strength 10, AP 1. It's Datagen, Armor Bane, X-Ray 3+. It's only going to take off tanks, but...
Good at tanks, yeah.
Yeah,
no good for anything else.
For free. But yeah, I wanted to go with Reductor theme.
Fair play.
Lots of long-range weapons, hence the conversion beamer.
Yeah, I was going to say, if I was being Mr. Min-Max, if I was thinking I'm going to sit him at the back of that conversion beamer, I wouldn't give him a Paragon Blade.
Yeah. I probably could have used the points elsewhere.
Because the trouble is, it's really tempting, and I've fell foul of this myself with the Archmagos to go, right, I'll give him this and this and this and this.
Works. the and I mastercrafted the conversion beamer rather than the Paragon blade, but yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe
But I
could've
wouldn't
got
give
rid
him a
of the
Paragon blade.
Okay, in Elites, I've got 2 lots of Tech Priest Auxilia with their servo automata. Sorry, I keep saying automata.
Automata.
With augury scanners. 2
Yeah.
lots of those. And they're just going to be hanging out with some of the.
What if the servo automata? Now you've got me saying autotomata.
Autotomata.
You say autotomata, I say
I say tomato. Automata.
They have, what's the automata? I think it's like a. What is it? Servo automata. Where's the? Where is it? They get the automator rule. They are what is it? Oh, they've got weapon options. They get a las. I just trying to look what they do now.
So they are human stat line, apart from
Yeah.
their strength and their toughness, which is 4 and 5. 1 attack each. Trash leadership. They can take Laslock flamers, maximum bolters, level arm rotor cannons, heavy bolters, multi-melters as options.
But yeah, they come with close combat weapons out the bag.
Like ablative wounds type of thing.
Yeah, I'm with you.
They do have reductor because they got to take a upgrade similar to the
the tech priests. Yeah.
Yeah, so I have given them reductor, which gives them the servo arms for free, and they get and wrecker.
Gotcha.
No.
And they're a cyberthurgist as well, so I'm assuming they can pick a cyberthurgic power, which I'm guessing they can do, the tech priests.
If you
and their line, interestingly enough,
you have to upgrade the tech. Major auxilia.
You do. I beg your pardon.
Auxilia. But they get their but the reductor also gives them the option to take a conversion beamer or graviton imploder for 25 points. But I decided not to do that. Maybe I should have.
Yeah.
Graviton imploder might have been quite cool.
They are line though, which I didn't realise, which is
handy.
Not bad. Okay.
In troops, I've got 2 units of tech thralls with 20 tech thralls in those units in a trios conveyor, and they're sort of
good choice.
They're just getting up the board, get an objective,
get out,
and I have another one of just 10 because that's the points I had, and they're just sitting at the back on a home objective. That's their plan.
Okay.
Although they'll probably get wiped out by a whirlwind score.
The leadership will kill them. Yeah. You take 5 of them out, and they will fail their leadership. They will just a handy hint for anybody out there. What I did with mine was I bought the cheap Magoses rather than the tech priests.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking I was going to put these with an Archmagos on a home objective. I mean, if you give it a Magos Dominus is only 10 points more than a tech priest. So if you had 2 of those, put them with the tech thralls, they would then have leadership 9 and stubborn. Then I've gone for Castlexes, 3 units of 2 Castlexes, one with more bolt cannons, one with dark fire lances, and one with multi-belters. That's just because that's what I have in my collection, and I use them, and they've been quite fine. I did give them the one bolter and 1 flamer because in the older days that was a great combo, and it's just built onto the models.
I'm coming around to the multi-melter as a better choice than the dark fire lance, if I'm honest.
Yeah,
because the dark fire lance, you always think it's going to do really well, and it does terribly, and it gets hot on a 1, which has happened a lot of times. Whereas the multi melter, it's solid, reliable. Solid is good, to quote Boris the Blade. But yeah, do you know what I mean?
The plan with these is dark fire lances at the back, multi melters and bolt cannons going up front to do their jobs. So they're marching up the board.
Yeah. See, I would have. Exactly. Well, yeah, which is why I suppose you can't get the HQ to join the Castellax, can you? Because they're not Paris familiar or whatever it is. Patris familiar. But yeah.
So multi-melter, so a quick look. Dark fire lance.
It's only 36 now.
36 inches. Strength 782. Yeah. Heavy 2 blind lance gets hot. Multi-melter. Less range.
Twin link.
Yeah, 1 shot twin linked. So you're within 12 to get the armor.
Strength 8. Yeah, but it's less shots for sure. I just think it's calling to me that it's actually a little bit more likely to do something. But yeah, and you double things out with them as well. So
That's always useful.
Okay, so in heavy support, we've gone for.
what is
There's 3
what-
units,
sorry,
but there should only be 2.
the,
Sorry, I think there should only be
yes, I was going to
Okay.
say you've got 4 in there. That's nice
Yeah.
because that reductor thing, though, isn't it?
2. Mm,
It used to be, didn't it? They could get an extra HQ, every support choice. But yeah,
maybe I did it.
no worries.
Don't send me things an hour before we got to record
Yeah,
next
I know.
time.
Yeah, this is
So I have time to do stuff properly.
this is my fault.
Hmm.
This is totally my fault. But yeah, so 2 units of
Oh no,
Murder
it's
Destruction.
my fault as well.
Sorry.
I typed it out.
Anyway, before we
No.
fall out of swords about what's the so you've got what you've got in heavy support, Mr. B.
I have got heavy support, 2 units of Myrmidon Destructors, both with 3 conversion beams, so just 3 Myrmidons in each unit, and they've got the conversion beamers, so they're going to be sitting at the back and going, feel my death ray. So that's kind of their
Okay.
plan. Because conversion beamers, I think, are actually pretty decent looking this edition. I think if you can keep them at the back and keep stuff far away, you can deal with stuff. As long, obviously, you've got to have the line of sight. But
Okay, so they would park at the back, 2 squads of Myrmidon Destructors with conversion beamers,
I mean, I was
and you would get your HQ to join the Myrmidons, right?
yeah, I was half tempted to give one of them a Darkfire lance, but
Okay.
again, as you say, Darkfire lances, I'm not as sold on them right now.
And also, interestingly, I've just noticed this. I know that's Miradax, not Reductor. If you'd taken Miradax, they would have become Lion as well.
Mhm.
Wow, who would have known it? Okay, cool.
Yeah, the Mechanicum's got lots of really interesting options there.
Hmm.
Then we have a Thanatar, Paragon of Metal with a plasma thing, just a
Mortar.
standard Thanatar. It is it's an excellent unit.
It's a super upgrade, the Paragon of Metal,
Yeah.
for a Thanatar as well. In fact, when I've used them, I've done that. Not just means it don't have to worry about it going off on program behavior, but I think it gives you quite a lot of bonuses as well, doesn't it? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it does.
Let me have a quick look.
Here. Paragon of Metal. Here we go. Replaces cybernetic with Paragon of Metal subtype, gives +1 wounds, +1 weapons.
Yeah.
Will not die 4+, precision strikes 4+, precision shots 4+, and rampage. So you are essentially getting a Primarch made of metal or
I
adamantium.
mean, that's a super upgrade, isn't it? So that gives him how many wounds? 9 wounds?
It's all right, yeah.
It's got 8 to start with, I think.
Yeah.
Thanatar.
It's-
9 wounds. Rampage. So if it's outnumbered, he gets an
if you're
extra
only
3
taking
D3 attacks.
If you're only taking a single Thanatar, I would always give it Paragon of Metal.
Yeah, absolutely. You only got to take once
It's
in the whole army.
Rampage 2, so yeah.
Rampage 2, okay. But even so, it's still pretty cool.
Yep.
But you're always going to be outnumbered technically because there's no. So I was trying to find this the other day. What have I got that's got? Oh, the Knight. Not the Knight.
Oh yeah,
What's this? The Kaitan's got. He's got Rampage 3, and I was like, well, does he count as one model?
Yeah, he counts as
Because there used to be a thing, didn't it, where it was like the number of
I counted
whole
as
points you had, or they always counted as 10. But they've got no. I couldn't find anywhere where it says this massive thing,
I think,
which
they
is
still only
enormous,
count-
would be outnumbered by 2 models.
I think they only count as 1 currently. I
Yeah.
think I can't.
I mean,
be certain,
obviously,
but
people out there, if they know where the rule is, maybe help us out,
yeah,
because it is a bit confusing. But yeah, I mean, they just become monstrous.
One
Then.
reason to go up against to take up against it is another knight.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
you don't get that rampage because normal knights don't have it. So why not?
Hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So we got the Thanatar. I think that's I think the
It's a good
Thanatar
choice.
is just an excellent. It's one of those units that was really good in first edition, and it's still really good today.
It is pretty good. So I think the
Rarity.
thing can you fire indirectly, can't it? Is it barrage? Is it 2?
Yes,
Plasma mortar?
I believe so.
Is it 1 or 2 shots? I can't remember. So a quick gander while we're here, just so we cover all bases.
Yeah.
Where are we? Armor.
That's Lords.
I thought the conversion beamer done. So it's a normal conversion beamer. Yeah, you've got to have them. I mean, for them to be super effective, conversion beamers, are they conversion beamer cannons?
Oh yeah, you got to have them.
Conversion beamers.
Just conversion viewers.
Yeah, so you're 42. You've got to make sure everything's 42.
You've got to keep them. You've got to keep them at the back. That's why I was sort of thinking maybe one unit of dark fire cannons might be useful so that it's not so that I'm not putting all my eggs in one sort of tactic there.
Yeah.
So
I mean, other than that, I suppose they are small blast templates, strength 8 AP4. So you could drop them on Terminators and hope that one of them rolls a 1 to double them out because it's like. But yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think
plasma mortars, strength 8 AP4, breaching 4+.
Yeah. What's the range?
Cover
36.
36.
Yeah. Okay, but just ignore cover. So I suppose there's that.
Yeah, and because you're not worrying about the program behavior, you can just push it forward, and it's got a pretty decent close combat weapon.
Yeah, it has.
So
I just wonder whether the las cannon one might be a better choice, though. Now that I've thought about it,
it can double the number of shots it makes.
Oh yes, that's really cool.
Yeah.
Suffers D3 wounds.
What was it? Sorry, Chris, was it one shot?
It's normally one shot, so you can shoot it twice, but you take D3 wounds with no saves or mitigation of any kind.
It's a bit mad, isn't it? Considering Scorpius is 2 of them would cost you roughly the same. Large blast. Anyway,
a Scorpius is relatively easier to kill than
it's a lot easier to kill.
This chunky boy is
a lot more thingy. Plus that Mauler bolt cannon. That's nothing to sniff at. And
I'm sure the Mauler used to be AP3.
It did used to be AP3.
Yeah.
But the Mauler bolt cannon is nothing to sniff at, and at the same time, it's got a decent close combat attack.
Shock charges. So yeah, I mean it's not bad. Very good. Okay, well now we've seen all of the runners and riders.
It's definitely you haven't yet because this is only 2,180 points. Because I've brought a
you sneaky monkey.
Two.
No, pull that out of the bag. I was like, well, that's going to get absolutely hosed. But here we go.
What is it?
Is it though?
One unit of Helverins. One unit of single Helverin with the 2 auto cannons. He's also got a auto. Is it auto gun or not? Heavy stubber, isn't it, on his head?
Heavy stubber on the thing.
And he's accompanied by a Warglaive with the thermal lance, Reaper chainblade, and melter gun. So
nice.
He's the Warglaive is absolutely excellent because that the range on that thermal lance.
Well, nobody's going to know what those are. So let's have a quick look. I've got the auto weapons. What was it? Phaeton autocannon.
Yeah, this is one thing that annoys me with second edition: the fact that there's so many units that have a sort of autocannon or whatever, and it's got a special name, and it's basically the same as an autocannon, but maybe with a little.
I don't know. I mean, this is better actually. So the Phaeton autocannons, we've got AP rounds and Ignis rounds, right? So the AP round, 64-inch range. So that's an extra 24 on top of but not an extra 24, but it's an extra 18 on top of the normal range of 48, right? It's got 3 shots, not 2 shots. Much better. It's heavy 2, saying you're right. Sunder and rending 6+. So that's normal autocannon, pretty much, I think. The Sunder.
Just got the extra range. Yes.
And the Ignis round is ignores cover, rending 6+.
So a normal autocannon doesn't have Sunder.
Doesn't, that's correct.
That has rending.
Yeah. So that's pretty good. Nice long range as well, so you don't have to move them about.
Yeah, this one sits at the back and it does its thing. And the Warglaive is the up front. It's got the thermal lance, which is it's a melter gun. What is it? 36-inch range, isn't it?
Thermal lance is 36-inch range, strength and AP2, heavy 2, armor bane, twin linked. I mean, it's a great gun.
Yeah,
18 inches and it's doing armor bane, right?
Mm-hmm.
Magnificent.
It's not a slouch.
It is basically,
but it is AP2, not AP1.
Sorry,
it is AP2, unlike other melters, which is AP1.
I mean, to be fair, that's a decent sacrifice, I think.
I think so too. Yeah.
But it is again. The platform itself is vulnerable because it's basically a dreadnought.
But is it a dreadnought has it got a 3+ save, not a 2+ save?
I think it's got a 3+ save.
I might be talking out on the backside.
I haven't got the stats right in front of me. I think it's a 3+ save. If I'm wrong.
Well, just to say about the Reaper chainblade is strength 9 AP2 melee shred. So that's nice. And you're giving it a melter gun as well for added lols.
Yep. Oh, well, that's just a standard melter gun.
Yeah, nice.
But this is you get up front, you melt stuff, and then you smash it with a chain blade.
Yeah, they're 3+. The armor state one, Helverins, and the other ones.
How many
they're
points?
both.
How many hull points are they? So
They
100
have
or something?
got wounds,
wounds.
actually, 6 wounds.
Oh,
So
6 wounds. Okay.
they take a bit of a hit. It's just that 3+ rather than 2+.
Yeah, so they're a bit of they are a vulnerable platform, but
Yeah,
I don't think they're too bad.
but even so, I mean, even 3+ is tough to get through, and they've got a lot of wounds to chew through.
And they're a skirmish unit as well.
Right.
So
yeah, it's +1.
Yeah, because they're separate.
one's there.
They're separate.
Conversation.
Okay, and then Lord of War, we're taking Asterix. That's with the
Right.
Siege Claw and a Rag Cleanser. That's the that's the
It's the ugly one.
the Volkite one.
I'm going to have to look at it. Knight Styrics is movement 10, weapon skill 4, ballistic skill 4, strength 8, 13, 12, 12, initiative 2. Flipping heck. What happened to him? 3 attacks, 7 hull points. It's got the Volkite, and I'm never going to be able to pronounce this.
Charavel,
Charavel, yeah, something like that. Sounds like another town in France, not Wales this time.
Yep.
And an iron shield. So we need to look at that Volkite weapon.
The Volkite weapon's great, but it's not as good. It used to be absolutely phenomenal at dealing with tanks in the last edition. This edition, not so much.
Okay.
It's less good at tank hunting than it used to be.
Have a quick look. Armour of the Mechanicum. Let's try to put a Volkite. Volkite Cherryville, 45 inches, strength 8, AP 4, heavy 5, deflegate. So, yeah. It's okay.
You'd want something more, I feel, on a
knight, really. It's not very terrifying, is it? I mean, I suppose it's potentially a number of wounds, but I just felt it'd be 10 shots, not 5.
Yeah. I mean,
compare it to the Gatling cannon, for example.
I was sort of umming and ahhing between this and the Megaria, and then I thought, the Megaria's the lightning cannon's pretty cool, but I think I need something that's gonna deal with because I think I'm all right for anti-armor. In this list. I say that
depends if you can keep them at 42-inch range.
Yeah, I say that and then probably won't be all right for anti-armor. And I thought maybe some anti-infantry would be handy, so that's why I went with the Volkite one.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, there we go. That's all the runners and riders, I think. Unless we're going to go through Paul's list.
Do we have slides for that?
Yeah.
Okay, there's me not having seen them and downloaded them. So if you give me a second, right? Okay, so while we're doing,
it's like you don't pay attention to the WhatsApp messages I send you at quarter past.
I know you did tell me you did tell me you did it, and I'm an idiot.
I typed it out and I costed it, so I know how much it's going to roughly cost as well.
Right. Okay, so just open it up. List. Yes, there it is, Paul. Download. So it's scanning for viruses.
It's nice that we all went for different things.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the plan for me was I'll try an army that I've never used before. So when I'm using the app, otherwise it was like a starters list. I could knock it out really quickly, and I know where everything is.
Here's the list that Paul gave us. That was for dealing with. That was for testing the app.
Yeah.
So. Who wants to run through this? Do you want to run through it, Graham? Because you're the most familiar with Iron Warriors.
Yeah, I can do, but obviously that's not quite. I haven't played them this edition. So anyway, Cataphracti Praetor with the Warsmith upgrade, and then he's got a Thunderhammer and a very nice combi disintegrator. You know, you're not taking any prisoners with that bad boy. Instant death is us. Then you've got a Centurion Armistice las cannons. Great, fantastic combination, I think. Although I still probably err on the side of the Master of Legion because using the Cognos Signum means you can't shoot. However, it doesn't mean that you can shoot in reactions because you can't use the Cognos Signum then.
Yeah.
Then we've got a Centurion Cataphracti Chaplain with a Thunderhammer. Again, another solid choice there. I think you said the Chaplain is probably one of the better of the console choices,
especially with a Thunderhammer.
Yeah. And then in the elite section, we've got a Dominator cohort, so we know how good these guys are. I think that's just 5 at 225 points. They're in a Land Raider Proteus, and they come with, I don't know what they come with by default, because it's on the, they come with Thunder Hammers by default.
Yeah.
Thunder Hammers and
Ooh.
Combi Bolters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they've all got Thunder Hammers. They're not taking any prisoners. I'm assuming that the Cataphracti Centurion is going to go there to give them the reroll, and the Praetor as well. So that's 7 Thunder Hammers. Yeah, that's Dreadnoughts in bits. Yeah. Nullificator Squad. I can never remember how these things work.
They also have a Proteus as well.
Oh yeah. Very good. Toxifer and Flamers and 3 Disintegrators. Disintegrators are that short range instant death, but they do get hot. So if you get it wrong,
they're an anti psycho unit, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh, are they? Disintegrators. Yeah. Aren't Disintegrators the
Oh no, Disintegrators. Oh yeah. Sorry, yeah, Disintegrators. Yeah.
The Toxifer and Flamers absolutely are, but the Disintegrators are.
Yeah, sorry.
AP1 instant death. Short range.
You were just talking about the nullificators.
Yes, sorry. Okay, so anyway, pretty handy unit actually, particularly with Disintegrators. You're going to have to shoot them from a long way away. Well, actually, I think it's quite short range Disintegrators.
Disintegrators are strength 5, AP2, instant death, gets hot.
Yeah. What's the range of them?
The pistol is 12, the Disintegrator itself is 24, and that's rapid fire.
Oh, that's not bad then. 12 inches, that's 2 shots, but then you're going to kill yourself really quickly, I think, with them. Because if your roll gets hot and it's instant death, you're dead. Then we've got 3 troops choices, all the same tactical squads, shrapnel bolters, of course, all in rhinos, all with augury scanners, and a Vexilla, so he's gone the full bifter, and chain bayonets as well, interestingly.
So chain bayonets on 2 of them, and not one of them doesn't have chain
bayonets. One of them has a normal bayonet.
Yeah, one's got, one, and a power fist on the sergeant.
Yeah.
Which is nice. Okay. And then in fast attack, we've got a Sky Hunter squadron, so 5 of those in total. We've got shrapnel cannons.
Do you want to mention the thing that we had a problem with here, Chris?
I can't remember what the thing was now.
What was the thing?
Right, I didn't send initially, Chris, the battle scribe output that Paul sent me. So I thought, right, I'm going to make this. I thought I'd type it up, and therefore it's going to be really, really sort of. It's not like Graham's going to see it. Right, battle scribe. That's how I replicate it, or Chris, that's how I replicate this. I just typed out the units in sort of notes and then sent that. But the format of battle scribe being what it is, and I think we can all agree. I mean, you should hear Greg talk about battle scribe output. He has some choice words to say in it that can't be repeated on a show that's meant for, well, not children, but and children friendly. But yes, the output, I typed it out. I looked at it. Right, that's how many? Yeah, okay. Typed it out, and it turned out I typed out 1 more extra. Yeah, the output is terrible on Battlescribe, so it's just sort of like
yes, and in heavy support, of course, the classics really. Iron Havocs with las cannons. That's gonna make a mess. So 10-man las cannon squad with an augury scanner. I mean, absolutely perfect. And then with the armistice as well, the armistice comes with a Cognos Signum.
Yep.
So ignores any perils on night fighting.
Mm-hmm.
And again, +1 to their ballistic skill. I mean, they don't really need it, I suppose, actually, with them, because they're already ballistic skill 5. So he could still fire his las cannon actually without too much bother. So yeah, 11 las cannons coming at you, hitting on 3s. Very good. This is mastercrafted, so it re-rolls on 1s. And then a Vindicator squadron, laser destroyers. So that's some pretty heavy firepower. All with searchlights. So yeah, very nice. Heavy support section there. That's going to take some doing. And of course, the defense line, which is back in vogue in my armies. Anything behind it gets a 5+, including the vehicles. So actually, if you've got a vehicle army, the defense line is a really good option, because otherwise it's a 6+ best guess. Whereas for 5+, that's one, gives you 1/3 of a chance of saving it rather than 1/6 of a chance. So yeah, that's a strong old list there, Paul, I've got to say.
And it's Hammer of Olympia, so all those shrapnel bolters are firing
an extra shot, isn't it?
Extra shot, yeah. Apart from the cannon.
They can get gets hot thing, don't they? They can fire like 4 shots, like a crazy number of shots. So yeah, that's a strong list. Strong list indeed. Okay, very good.
Can't
Alrighty.
be stunned or shaken on the Vindicator.
Brilliant. I mean, they're reinforced anyway, I think, the Vindicators. So
Yeah.
Me reroll failed ones to hit with shrapnel pistols, shrapnel bolters, shrapnel cannons.
really, goodness.
Yeah,
No prisoners taken.
all the shrapnel. Just have all the shrapnel.
All of them.
So
Yeah, absolutely.
what do we think is going to be the most fun to play with and against?
Always.
I think the Mechanicum are going to get spanned, if I'm honest. But so they might be the Knights will give them a little bit of a backbone, but yeah, I think once they're gone, it would be. The problem is all you got to do really is move up the board like 18 inches, and all your thingy cannons become somewhat useless.
I probably should have gone for some Darkfire in there. One Darkfire.
What do people normally take on Myrmidons? Not Darkfire cannons. They take something else, don't they?
Volkite, Darkfire, and Conversion Beamers seem to be the in vogue things.
So I think they're a little bit a bit troublesome. So yeah, I think there's some tweaks to that army you can make it slightly better. But it's a nice army. Don't get me wrong. It's themey, very themey on the Reductor side. You know, with the Conversion Beamers using to smash down the walls of terror or whatever. Are we putting pools in the mix or just ours?
We should.
Yeah, let's just turn it into a 4-way for a change.
I think pools is not going to be fun to play against. Sorry, Paul.
No,
ours is pretty strong. There's
a lot of stuff.
There's no plywood on that, is there? It's all full on steel.
I mean,
as you'd expect from Iron Warriors.
There is a reason why a lot of events are now restricting Iron Havocs to just 5.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you can get around it just by taking a 10-man Las kind of squad and giving somebody with a Cognos Signum, basically.
Yeah.
So
I would.
it's not.
I think
it's not.
I would struggle against Paul's list because that is designed to do the one thing that my army wouldn't do, which is stand there and shoot it. And
mine and Paul's
those
list, I think
those 7 Thunderhammers are.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they are. I don't know. I'm trying to think whether the Custodies would do any good against them. Bear in mind that I'm not deep striking anything. Everything's, coming in.
Problem you have doing
wouldn't double me out with the las cannons though. Toughness 5, aren't I?
Yes, that's true. But you're still going to be taking those wounds, relying on a 6+ invulnerable save.
Yep, absolutely.
Which is,
I mean, it's only.
which
10
let me tell you, Graham, is never fun.
I mean, I suppose 10 las cannons, 10, and 9 from the Vindicators.
They can take out a unit, take out one squad a turn, basically.
Yeah, you'd have to just hope that you're. I mean, they do move quick, don't they? 8.
Yeah. Plus you run.
Run
turn plus your skirmish, so you're going. A dash faster.
And I've got them in the tank thing. The problem is against Paul's list, that tank thing's going the journey turn 1, isn't it? I mean, that's what I would do. I would just absolutely annihilate it with a 10-man las cannon squad.
Yeah,
it's good, but not that good. The tanks that I have got, maybe turn 2 could do something, as long as they don't. But it's probably just shooting a 10-man las cannon squad. Unless I've somehow faked out his reactions, he's going to be shooting me back. So even my lovely gravity, whatever the cool tanks are called, yeah, they're just going to get probably shot to bits. I would put them. I can't put them behind the defense line because I get no cover save anyway. So they're kind of screwed a little bit against that list. I think if I can get up close and personal, though, I mean, I know there's going to be Overwatch from the shrapnel bolters, but if you can get enough, if I can get enough units across, but it's a big.
The thing is that it's always are both yours and my armies have the same thing?
I think yours has got. Well, it would have had a slight advantage if he didn't know exactly where you were deep striking.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the real problem.
Yeah. So I think out of all of our lists, Paul's is the strongest.
Well, Paul's is the most battle. Paul wins battlefield effectiveness.
Yes,
so that's
not necessarily the fun. Yeah, not the most fun. to
Yeah.
play
Mine
with or
and his have
against.
got similar-ish sort of capabilities, but he's got a very, very good close combat unit that are absolutely going to rip me apart, and those sky hunters are just going to strafe my tech thrall. So
Yeah, those tech thralls
Yeah,
will be,
your
they,
tech
they'll
thralls
be
are
very
go
easy
in the journey.
because they've got leadership 6 without anybody helping them out, so they're just going to run.
The custodies will chew them out. My guys will regrettably chew them out.
Yeah.
The Castellax are a different matter. The Castellax raise and a bit of a headache, but they're not scoring units. I don't think. I can't remember.
I don't think they're lying.
I think, mind you, I've got a lot of instant death on mine stuff as well, so with those blades, so I could be doing a fair few wounds to them if I get close enough.
The spears are only instant death when they're shooting. They're not instant death when they're in combat.
Okay, but I've got those other blades, whatever they're called.
The Meridian blades,
Meridian
yes,
blades.
you do.
Yeah,
You have the
I've got a lot of those.
4+.
Yeah, instant death. So I think I'll probably,
Yeah.
if I can get close enough to them, I'll chew them to bits.
Heteron
Yeah.
will always do a job. Absolutely.
But again, I think Darkfire Lance's lance might be there might be enough in there to take out the transports, but I might get lucky.
Yeah.
With my anti-grav, and they can go a fair crack of the whip. You have to deal with them early doors. I think they're probably, in terms of fun to play with or against, even.
With or against,
I think out of the 3 other lists, I think Chris is probably Mr. B's. Yeah, it's got a knight in it, and there's a lot of different units in it, but I think
it presents a different challenge, which is always nice.
Coming down a deep strike does give you something to think about.
Going down the strike always gives you something to
think about in terms of, right, where am I going to destroy all of those things? But yeah, I think maybe out of those 3, the more fun one would probably be Chris's.
Yeah,
I think Mr. B has got a nice set of units in there.
No, great. Chris is
lovely set of units, as they say down at the clubs.
Chris is a lot interesting.
I just purely because it's my primary army, I have to go with Graham's Custodies list.
I think that'd be a good fun list, actually.
I think. I
would quite like to play that list, actually.
Sure, I can lend you the models.
I think that might be
a problem.
I mean, I've got a few projects on my backlog, as you know. I've got Black Shields next, I think, and then after that, who knows? But I'm quite tempted after doing. They could be quite good fun, I think.
I definitely have one Achilles Dreadnought kicking around that I'm not going to use. So,
yeah. All right.
I would go with. Yeah,
so Chris wins 2-1 on that one. So, and Paul wins
Battlefield
Effectiveness by some margin. Down a cost. We haven't got Paul's costs.
We do. I cost.
Oh, cool. Excellent. So how much would Paul set you back?
Let me just bring it up because I just closed the wrong tab. It is cheaper than mine. I know that. Right. So before buying any additional upgrades and things, it's £660.
Okay, shit.
That's pretty good.
It's all plastic these days, so
you're
not worrying too much. So
I guess you'd have to put on maybe another 40 quid to the Thunderhammers.
Yeah, exactly. So I put £700 as
seems about right.
The price, but you got to pay. So that was using the new Warsmith model, a Terminator equivalent costed model, and a £28 for what is the now kind of standard price for a Praetor model for the army shots. But yeah, 661 plus 40 quid for
sundries.
Yeah, that's not bad at all.
Seems good. Mine was actually, because it's all plastic now, pretty much, apart from the transport, if you can still get it, which it's out of stock, unfortunately. 772 for the Custodies, because there ain't many of them.
There ain't many of them. It'll just be that the carrier and the. Actually, you've got the Dreadnought,
the 2 tanks,
the 2 tanks, the Dreadnought and Eltail that are all resin, aren't they? So it's expensive quick.
Yeah.
So 770 odd.
And I used the character models for like the shield captain and stuff. So
Yeah.
Mine's a bit of a
Perfect.
mix of plastics and resin. So
And
it comes
is it
with
going to be oligarch worthy? Bearing in mind you've still got a fair chunk of.
£991.75.
Well, okie dokie, £995.
But considering how much that would have cost, a year ago.
Yeah. So mine came in at, before any additional upgrades, £964 because Dawnbreakers are all resin. The Incendious is resin, and the Sanguinis is over £100, and I need 45 assault marines. Well, actually, roughly 50 assault marines. So, yeah, I thought the this isn't going to be too bad, and then I started chalking up all the resin that was going into this list, and I'm like, oh no, actually, this is a real bother.
Let's be fair, though. A couple of 3 years ago, how much would that have cost?
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose if I'd taken the deep strike option rather than the transport option.
Oh, yeah, yours would have been a lot cheaper.
Mine would have been cheaper, but I'm still, because of Chris's terrible experience of deep striking it, I'm kind of put off a little bit. I think if you're deep striking a lot of things, it's not quite so bad because you've got to make a choice as to which ones you're going to intercept, right? Because if you've got one unit deep striking, you're just asking for it just to get absolutely mobbed.
It's one of the things that with the Blood Angels list, everything
Got a
deep
lot.
strikes. So you can't.
You are vulnerable turn one, aren't you? I guess.
Yeah, I could lose that recon squad, but they're just going to sit in the biggest hole I can find that's not got line of sight and just ride out the storm until turn
they
2.
Don't get blasted by barrage or something.
Yeah.
So is that your plan? One squad on the board to start with? Flipping egg. Okay. That would be fun. I love it.
It's a tactic for back in the day. That was what you had to do with the Day of Revelations back in the day, didn't you?
Yeah. Program, you know me. If it's not a high risk deep strike, what am I even? What am I doing?
Jeebus.
You're not interested, are you?
Okay. Just hope you get a table with line of sight blocking is what I'm saying.
Oh yeah.
It's just all over.
Something where the loo rolls aren't too.
It could be a very quick game. Yeah, bloody
yeah.
Okay.
I don't think I would have to put the Dreadnought down because it doesn't have a jump pack. But it doesn't have a Warhawk jump pack. I can't remember if it's because it's got a deep strike. It has to or not. I think it does, but I have to double check out.
Yeah.
At
this point in time. So
would you have to roll for him as a separate reserve roll then, or would he come down?
Let's just do it very quickly because it's only with 2 ticks of the iPad. Derivations, restrictions, stay outside. So that's the red thirst nonsense. Sorry, that's a 1 decoration. All these models with the deep strike. Oh no, yeah. So he has to come in. Yeah, he does have to. He has to.
Right, he's coming.
Yeah.
Lovely.
So yeah, it'd just be like recon squad on turn 1. Hey, look. Hi. So it's all about risk and reward. I rarely see the reward. So Paul is the cheapest and the most effective.
Yeah. So Paul wins.
So Paul wins.
Yeah, well done, Paul. We'll be sending you your prize in the post.
Power gaming shame. That's what.
Yes. Good list.
Arch power gaming.
We knew Paul was a bit of a whacker there.
It's good.
It's very effective. It's yeah. As I say, it's the naughty thing there is the 10 Iron Havocs. I think if you didn't have,
I don't think that's it. I think it's a Domitas, to be honest with you. I mean, there's only 5 of them or whatever, but there's still
5 of them, so it's like it's a good unit. So it's like
7 Thunderhammers with the 2 HQ choices.
I'm not that one doesn't like taking 5 Domitars isn't I don't think that naughty. I think it's just a sensible thing.
To me, when you get smashed in the face by
it's fine.
Thunderhammers,
X number of Thunderhammers.
It's a tough unit to break. I'm never going to deal with it, but it's just 5.
Yeah, I guess you're going to have to drive the scoring units, and they have to jump out of the tank, out of the rhinos. So there is that. But yeah, it's still a solid list for an Iron Warriors list. Probably a good default list, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice.
All right, cool. Well, there we go then.
Nice.
So there you go. So that's in terms of actually building these things with. I mean, obviously with me it was so super easy. I found on Battlescribe because I'm very used to it. But how did you guys get on?
Yeah, I enjoy it. Quartermaster for me was like super intuitive, and actually since I've had it on my phone, I have started building lists again, sort of casually. If that makes sense, just sort of when there, it's like you're not paying attention with. And I just found it really nice and simple to do that without having to faff about an awful lot, which is good.
Yeah.
But Mr. B, you had allies, so that always can be a bit tricky. How did that work on New Recruit?
Once I figured it out, not a problem.
Okay, cool.
I think it was just figuring it out. I think that is often half the battle with stuff. Once I figured out how to do it in Battlescribe, it's second nature, and it's becoming second nature in New Recruit.
Right.
But I think, yeah, I'm sold on New Recruit. I just wish it had a native iOS app so that I could use it offline without, because where I go to play at Hartlepool Gamers, the signal is very intermittent depending on which part of the room you're in, which is a bit of a pain.
Okay, gotcha. All right. So, I mean, and you also mentioned in passing that you felt the days of Battlescribe are somewhat numbered.
I mean, yes, they are. We spoke with May, who used to sort of lead that. There's a couple of other people leading. I'll send you these messages, but yeah, he's basically, the new guys, they are basically
moving over to New Recruit.
As they are developing the thing, New Recruit is adding features which the people of Battlescribe who do the Battlescribe data have been saying, we need this, and they've been getting ignored because the developer doesn't interest in it anymore. And they're sort of say, well, Battlescribe's going, New Recruit's going, okay, yeah, we'll add this facility, and yeah, it's all good.
But you have to pay for New Recruit, don't you? That's the only problem. It's quite expensive.
Pay for New Recruit.
You don't have to.
You don't have to pay for New Recruit. It's free, but they do have a subscription version, which, to be fair, has some pretty decent stuff in it. I think is not too bad. Like, you put in your collection of models, and then it tells you if it's a legal list or not.
Yeah, that does sound pretty good, actually.
I don't know on Quartermaster how I would add allies into it. I'm trying to do it now while we're talking. I can see where I add units in from other armies. Oh, right. There's a little button there. Add units to make allied detachment. Perfect.
There we go.
So that was 2 clicks. That's what I need to do.
Cool. Right, so the futures. So our recommendation then is New Recruit. Then
recommend New Recruit. It's like, for example, he says that New Recruit has issues, but they are fixing it. And silly things like they cut to doing the percentage in Lords of War doesn't work, and it gets you errors all the time.
Right. Okay.
So apparently there is a Master of the Legion bug that's in the app that I've always had come up. Like, yeah.
All right. But ultimately, what we're saying is that's where the future's probably going to be. So no more Battlescribe, unless it's a Battlescribe.
The future things can work. Yeah.
I mean, it hasn't changed in years.
Yeah. No, it's
still pretty much the same as it was in version 1, actually, isn't it? I don't think it's going to be. I mean, obviously the data files have changed.
A subscription.
The actual
app itself.
Version 2 added a subscription, and that was the only thing it did differently. But it's still written in JavaScript, and I don't know much about programming, so Graham's probably going to say, Michael, you don't know what you talked about, shut up. But as far as I'm aware, one of the biggest problems with Battlescribe being written in JavaScript is that it can't access as much memory or something like that. It can't access as much memory on a device, and it runs into limits where it becomes quite slow.
I'm not generally familiar with that because I mean, I suppose it depends if it's running in. Is it a Java application? Because it was like they run in JVMs rather than. But JavaScript itself is not affected by memory.
Download
to the
it
best of my
for the
knowledge.
PC.
There might be a native Java app, in which case it's in the JVM, so that might be something.
So I think it's something about it's got problems. Download it for Windows. You have to download the.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you have to install Java stuff.
Gotcha.
Again,
okay.
I'm not a programmer, so it was just something that one of the guys who works on the data set told me. that one of the biggest problems is it runs out of memory.
Okay. Interesting. I mean,
Gotcha.
well, there we go. I'll have a look into that. But I wasn't aware there was. I mean, it may be the version of Java if it's written in Java rather than JavaScript, because it was JavaScript, just like a native web app at that point.
Yeah.
So it shouldn't be. And the internet's built on JavaScript.
Yeah.
Okay. Or derivatives thereof. All right. Cool.
Yeah. No problem.
Right.
All right. Cool. So shall we? Okay. So I think we're just about done. So
Yeah, let's go to the close.
Okay, so we're gonna close up the show. Who's doing it this time? I can't see the notes.
It's you.
Me, apparently.
Oh no, it's Chris. It's Chris.
Right, so here we go, ladies and gentlemen. If you've not heard this bit of script before, here it is for the 9 times 12, 80 odd time. Right, please leave us some reviews on iTunes, on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. Links are in the show notes. Give our page a like too, because as we've always said, we are needy people, and affirmation is what keeps all of us going.
Absolutely.
Affirmation
of strangers is basically what we're on about. Yeah,
we want more parasocial friends. That's what we want.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And yes, also do check out our YouTube content because it's been upgraded. It's nice now. Mr. B's done a lot of work, and Chris has done a lot of work on the formatting. So you can see us in glorious Technicolor and see all the things we're talking about in terms of the stuff that comes in from the new releases and stuff that we talk about.
And you can keep a record of how grey Graham's beard is going and my hair is going.
Well, it's going to be reset next time.
If you want to see a man who looks like a Italian Lothario, then
I'm going to dye my beard. It's going to look fantastic. I'm looking 20 years younger.
When you start wearing the toupee, that we need to.
I don't think that's ever going to happen because that's a step too far. Slightly.
That's a step too far.
I think there's only certain times you can dye something and get away with it. Like if you're starting a new job, because then people think, "Oh, that's the colour of your beard naturally." Whereas if I go into work, so you look different, Graham. It's like, yeah, I've dyed my beard. The weird thing is, though, just bear with me as we go on a little monologue here. But do you think there's a little bit of, if a man dyes his beard,
right? Yeah,
it's like, but if you dye your hair, nobody bats an eyelid.
Don't they?
Well,
don't they?
People dye their hair all the time, right? So,
how often do you just not notice? Because I mean, maybe I'm just a stereotypical bloke, but my Lindsay and Megan went to the hairdressers a few weeks ago, and I didn't realise.
That's a very bad mistake to make in a relationship, Mr. B.
I did not realise they had gone to the hairdresser. I did not realise they had changed their hair colour and.
Jesus Christ! Flipping heck!
And they decided to see how long it would take me to notice.
Man, I mean,
I did not. They had to tell me. Well,
Louise does change her hair colour quite frequently, though. It has maintained a reasonable level recently. But, she changed her hair colour. Nobody says, well, hey, nice hair colour. I changed my beard. It's like, you vain git.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't win. You can't win.
I'm just going to...
Modern life is rubbish.
It's just not the done thing. But I mean, unless we go really crazy and dye it, do what Billy.
Well, Billy Connolly dyed his purple once, didn't he?
Yeah,
so
maybe the purple goatee. So
so maybe that's the look I should go for.
If Billy Connolly can do it, we can do it. So we've just got to limit it to purple.
Necessarily put us into the same bracket as Billy Connolly. Just saying, it's somewhat
This is what I'm expecting you to look like if I can.
Okay.
Pop into WhatsApp.
That's
what I'm expecting you to.
Oh yeah, that's exactly the look I'm going for.
That's exactly.
I can't see it.
Can you? It's on the screen.
It's on the screen, Mr. B.
I don't know whether that means it's shared with everybody who's watching the channel, though.
I don't know.
No, it is.
But yes.
Where is it in the?
It's in the chat on the video thing. I don't know how to.
Oh yes, I was.
I don't know how to do that. So it
Yeah,
shares
look, you did this,
onto.
I can do this. Right, I'm gonna add a browser source. Yes, and yes,
There we go.
you'll see a thing,
Yeah.
and there we go. Is it gonna come up?
Yep. It's that thing of me doing his
There we go.
documentary stuff.
It's Brian Pern.
Yeah. The inspiration.
The inspiration.
Well, we didn't even know he did this, did we? Before we did the all.
No, we hadn't. Brian Pern had passed us by up until that point.
Let's be perfectly honest here, guys. I mean, there's at some point when you're using Just for Men, it just looks. I mean, look, take Tom Selleck. We're not buying that his mustache is still that black.
Oh no, but I don't suspect he gets Just for Men. I suspect he's got a very dedicated team of
Stars. Anyway,
stylists. Anyway, let's finish this nonsense.
Let's finish this nonsense.
Before we do men's grooming, men's health.
We did get approached once to promote a well-known men's grooming thing. Yeah, we turned that down.
What was it called? Scrotum Clear or something?
I don't think it was. No.
Well, wasn't it?
It was one of the popular manscaping things, and we decided that wasn't.
It was manscaping. Yeah, it was just. See, the thing is, if we do have a sponsor policy, we never had to really use it properly, but it's like it does literally say if we wouldn't use it, we're not going to promote it.
Yeah,
exactly.
And I can't see Chris using a men's
you don't know. You don't know what's underneath this jumper, Mr. B.
Yeah.
I'm like a
woolly mammoth.
Like a woolly mammoth. Right. If you want to get in touch with us, you can post on our Facebook wall or send a message, and it could just be shut the hell up about
crazy stuff.
And that's fine. You can email us at info@edgeofempire.co.uk. If you want to hear about the show, we have the affiliate links Audible. You know what that's all about by this point, but you can get your Heresy books off there. It costs you less than £8 a month. And all the Black Library books are there. Become a patron of the show and put a couple of dollars in our tip jar, for which we're eternally grateful. We have a Ko-fi, which I think someone explained to me. I still don't really understand.
It's basically you go along and you just go, hey, I just want to give these guys a few quid or a few dollars. And that's it. So rather than the Patreon where you kind of subscribe to give them money each month, it's like a one-off tip, effectively. So if you enjoyed the show and you want to help contribute to keeping the lights on in Edge of Empire Towers, we would greatly appreciate, the price of a cup of coffee for the 4 hours or so of content, including manscaping tips that we have given you in this lovely episode.
Drill you've had to listen through. There is an advert on our website for Element Games.
A note from our marketing department.
Absolute drivel. We also have Element Crystal codes, which will be back on the screen in a minute, hopefully. He says, with a
prompting Mr. B to stop painting.
with a hefty nudge towards
it does.
Yeah, pretty sure it does. It's not the same as it does. You get double crystals and you get normal ones. Mine is CHR 2.1, Graham's is GRA 2794, Michael's is MIC 440. We do also have an affiliate link with the Outpost, which is a good, friendly local gaming store in Sheffield.
Yes, indeed. The Steel City.
The Steel City, home of gladiators.
And the Full Monty.
And Sean Bean. And other wonderful things.
Yeah.
Sheffield Plate, for instance. And forks and cutlery.
And 2 football teams.
And that's all we know about Sheffield. So,
actually,
they are a shopping centre.
It's a good night out, Sheffield.
Yeah, they had
some friends there.
Oh, what? Oh no, that stadium's been demolished now.
Yeah, used to. Anyway, I quite like Sheffield. I've been there a few times.
Yeah,
just heads up. It's a nice place.
Check it out. Yeah. Oh, next month
brings. Who knows?
Who knows?
Sort that tentative.
Okay.
In sort of like the list is something that might give Graham a. Well, actually, we shouldn't. We are being careful about his health, so we'll not mention that particular legion. But it's Legion number 6 apparently is our
So that's Space Rules.
I didn't say the word.
Oh, flipping heck. That our next. Oh, okay. You want me to write a Space Rules list?
Yes.
Are we on to Space Rules by now? I mean,
Yes.
shall we?
We just
Emperor's
did
Children
White
was the
Scars.
last one, and they're
No,
4, aren't they?
They're 3.
No, we just did
3?
White Scars.
White Scars, yeah, we did. Of course we did.
Yeah.
Burning through them. Okay.
Burning through options.
Only
We had like a
Only
period in which
8.
we
12
were
more.
touching them, and then now we're just going through them like yeah.
Let's do the
Right.
Space Marine legions, then there's the robots, and then there's the humans, and then there's the custodians again, and then there's the Sisters of Silence. So we've got plenty more drivel to talk.
Plenty of months left.
Exactly.
By then we'll have a new edition.
By
All right,
then,
folks.
we'll be in year 10.
Let's call it a day, and
Yeah.
have a lovely month, everybody.
Yeah, take care, everybody. Love and snuggles.
Bye.
Bye.